Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of genocidal maniac. Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of genocidal maniac.
Okay. All right. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. And welcome to the Dagger Squad, the Brother Garfi podcast. I haven't been live in like 2 weeks. I was really out of it last week, and I said I couldn't go live for 3-4 hours. So I'm gonna be on for 3-4 hours today. We're gonna talk about. Damn, I forgot I still got the TV on in the room. Hold on 1 second, family. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Sorry about that, people. All right. All right. So here we are live. Of course, the link is in the chat if anybody wants to join. Shout out to Israel Bound. Shout out to Brother Ong. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to a few people. Hey, Chuck Morgan in the building. Peace and love to you, brother. Always a willing person to participate in great conversations, and shout out to him. All right. So now, today we got a bunch of topics. I'd never watched the Trump versus Zelensky conversation. So for those who see why it's in the topic, I don't really talk politics a lot here, but I'm trying to expand my horizons. And of course, you guys see my background is different. You see my green screen in the corner because this is my last broadcast from my penthouse. I won't be broadcasting from here anymore as of today. So all my broadcasts is going to be more of a different environment, but let's just put it that way. All right. The Guerilla Hebrew situation. I took my video down last week because I did not want to be a part of the bashing, and not because I know him, but because technically I can't speak on a religious organization group that I'm really not technically a part of their world. That's their worldview. From the outside looking in, as a Jamaican, we're anti any homosexual activity dealing with the anus. We're totally against it. We're totally against it as far as my culture coming up. What someone does in their bedroom is technically their business. Leave people business alone. Anthony Tibet. That's something that as a Jamaican I grew up in. As far as what someone does in their own bedroom, like Jamaicans are very anti-oral sex, but a lot of them actually participate in it. They're hypocrites because the women come out and talk about them. So I'm going to talk about Guerilla Hebrew, but I'm going to talk about it from a different perspective. I'm also going to play a video by General Yohana talking about anal sex, and a response from Tazariak talking about the same topic, and a brother by the name of, we call Christian Corey, or Corey from Tabernacle of David out of Georgia. I think they're out of Georgia. If I'm incorrect, the brothers will correct me. I'm going to play a clip. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna let him know that I'm gonna play the clip. I'll let him know after. But if Yawasap is listening, just let the brother know I'm gonna play a clip from his group called What. I'm just gonna play that clip. But the issue is this, though. When we talk about Guerilla Hebrew, is what law has he actually broken within a biblical worldview context? Octavius Prime, peace and love to you, bro. How you doing? All right, now, and another thing too, remember this, from my perspective, from a historical perspective, I don't think the brothers are actually Israelites. I think they're pretending to be Israelites. That's my perspective. I don't think anyone can be an actual biblical Israelite. I think it's a impossible mission. Impossible mission. But as people who are of black descent, or whether I'm from Jamaica, the boat stop Jamaica, or you from here, there's something about the underlining thing about a man being pegged in the butt. I didn't even know what pegging was until last week, Sunday, when I looked it up. And it's the first I've heard it. Actually looked it up and heard the term and tried to define the term or whatever. And you have some freaky deaky dudes, even in the Jamaican community. And what someone does in their bedroom is one thing. And when I play the General Yohana video, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Because General Yohana is not saying he partakes in it. I don't know if he partakes in that with a woman, but that's their personal business in their bedroom. Why am I in your bedroom? That's between him and his woman or whatever. But as far as a high priest, would you want your high priest partaking in that? And this is the problem too when we worship men and we put them in the place of God. So from a biblical perspective, if you're not fearing God, your religion not gonna work for you. Like the religion of Islam can't work for me because I don't believe in Allah as God. I don't believe in Yahweh as God. So I could be considered an atheist in the Western world, because as far as a definition, the oldest definition, because some Christians, even in the Justin Martyr, they were called atheists because they did not believe in the state religion. The state religion is Christianity. We're in a Judo-Christian society, so their rules are out there. Some of the rules in the Bible are not law, but that's the rule that you go by. So in this world that we're living in, if you believe Allah, you could believe in the old definition of atheism. The people who are Muslim could be considered atheists. I hope you guys understand. All right. Asiatic Supreme. No, it's not about, the show is not about that. It's about Umar exposed, about Tariq Nasheed and Taharka Bey, an update on the court. Come to find out, for those who have said that Taharka Bey was a pedophile, you might be opening yourself up for a lawsuit, because Tariq Nasheed actually admits that the brother is not a pedophile or is on any pedophile registry, sexual registry or whatever. So whoever said that about Taharka Bey, you need to retract it as a man and stop calling the brother a pedophile. Because Tariq Nasheed went out and said that without actual evidence to say, you know what, the brother is X, Y, and Z. And we got to stop doing that in public. Lebron and Stephen A. LeBron confronting Stephen A was news this week. Trump versus Zelensky. And I'm going to do a small little breakdown of Israel and get an idea of where my mindset is. And the reason why I'm calling myself Garfield the teacher. Let me tell you why. Let me see if I could find my messages. I'm actually on Club Deck. I don't know if I can find my messages on Club Deck. Hold on 1 second, family. Private chats. All right, so let's go to private chats. Where's private chats at? Private chats. All right, here we go. All right. So a lady sent me a message. The reason why I changed my name to Garfield the teacher, because I'm going to read a message that this lady sent to me. And I want to give a shout out to that sister. Peace and love to you for admiring my work. I'm on Clubhouse. I'm in a lot of groups, and I'm listening to arguments from brothers and sisters, and trying to see what people are saying, because I'm studying the movement. I'm studying the claim of being chosen. And sometimes when people hold on there. Can I find this text? Hold on there. Hold on there, family. Let me. Here we go, right here. Shout out to the sister right here. Oh, you know what? I can't see it on my I can't see the message. Let me see if I could log in. All right, let me log in. I'm gonna read this message. All right, so I'm signing on Club Deck, but I gotta sign in back here because I'm gonna play a video. Hold on there. 19. Hold on there, family. Hold on there. 196. 196. All right, so let me go to the message here that the lady sent me. I'm not going to call her name out just to keep it right. All right. I was just on the phone with a friend talking about you and how incredibly knowledgeable you are, well learned, and so much I can learn from listening to you. Your Bible connection to history and truly understanding God provokes me to want to learn more. Please point me in the right direction. I can't help but to ask, are you West Indian? Here and ask, is that matters. So anyway, I told her where she could listen to me. Thank you for the information. I definitely appreciate that. And I will definitely tune into your podcast. YouTube's on Sundays and so forth. All right. So I've been hearing a lot of stuff lately from a lot of people. And it's always good to know that people are learning from when you're talking. And I think when it comes to the historical parts of Israel, I bring a lot to the table. Ray Dagger, peace and love to you, brother. Peace and love. Garfield, you got to learn to read the Bible. Hey, what's up, Concordance Needed? How you doing? Tyrone. And anybody who wants to join the panel, you could join the panel freely. All right? Garfield is the black paraclete. You mean paraclete, Kwame. I get it, Garfield. I see you. Oh, there she go. Hey, Vavina, peace and love to you. Peace and love to you. Why you change your name to Vavina? Why you change your name to Vavina? You hiding, sis? Okay, all right. Yeah, it's sad because I think Sakari is like the fastest rising group when it comes to numbers. Even the ADL is paying attention to them. Usually you say IUIC, and you see ISUPK, and you see GMS, but Sakari, which a lot of members, I think from GMS, probably moved from GMS to Sakari with Guerilla Hebrew. He's a charismatic guy. Well, anyway, let's get into the show. There's a couple of videos I gotta play. And to my brother Kwame said last week, Garfield, are you gonna respond to the folks who made a video about you? What's his name? Godless Engineer. A lot of people have a problem with Jesus existing. And I think what it does, it puts people in a situation where you say, okay, I don't believe Jesus exists. I don't think there's enough evidence. That's fine. And when the question is asked, and in fact, Guerilla Hebrew asked his question to Jabari and them. And I want you guys to pay attention to this video that I'm about to play. This is from Transatlantic Production. It's a clip of John Henry Clark as an elder. And what happened is me and Black Jesus Minister debated oh, my cleaning lady, I actually need to call her too. Hold on there, family. All right. So this video is basically John Henry Clark explaining what Jesus is from his perspective. I'm not saying John Henry Clark is right or wrong, but I actually like his breakdown. Check it out.
What made them choose Jesus? And that also brings
they didn't at first, because he was never referred to as Jesus in his lifetime.
All right. If you notice, he said they never chose him as Jesus in his lifetime. So that means he existed. In his lifetime, they never called him Jesus. They may have called him another name. They may call him Emmanuel. They may have called him John. They may call him whatever. But the issue is, he said in his lifetime. So John Henry Clark is actually speaking of him in a historical context. All right. Let me go back.
What made them choose Jesus? And that also brings
they didn't at first, because he was never referred to as Jesus in his lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the writing about him occurred 80 years after his death, and that he began to run as Jesus the Christ. The very word Christ is not of African origin. It's from Krishna. It's more of East Indian origin than Africa.
Well, Rogers tells us it's that the word means the black one, the anointed one, because
It could well
one kissed of the sun was worthy of being the most anointed.
It could well mean that.
Now, this Jesus, whom we know from the study of history, was a black man.
Whose picture we know.
Oh, yes, sure, I think it's the proper word.
Now, let's make a distinction between the physical Jesus and the picture that the Pope commissioned Michelangelo to write.
Physical Jesus. Who is a physical Jesus if he didn't believe Jesus existed? It's funny. Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
To paint in the 15th century. Now, at the Conference of Nicaea, where they lost the books of the Bible that they didn't want to deal with, by putting them on the table and said that in the morning, the books that God don't want us to use will be gone. And so there were no lost books of the Bible. They were the books that was left out of the Bible, especially the book of Mary. It tells you what Joseph said when he discovered Mary was with child. He knew it wasn't his child. Otherwise, they could not create the Immaculate Conception had they left the book of Mary in there. Now, the idea of Immaculate Conception It's old because in Africa, a woman could have 9 children if her reputation is good enough and honorable, and if she's frequented only by one man, the African will say that her skirt is clean, her mouth is sweet. She is virgin. So the idea of virginity has absolutely nothing to do with whether you have had a child by process of cohabitation or not. Because the Europeans now want to create something that had a similar purity. They now would give a lady a child without having intercourse with a man.
Does this also have something to do with the fact that most of them were misogynists? They didn't want, but they couldn't get around exalting a woman to a higher state in the Christian church because most people at the time that they were trying to convert to the religion was into the mother goddess concept. And in order to elevate Mary to that status, they had to take her out of the realm of humanity, so to speak.
They had to make a super.
My brother asks a question, why he always got his eyes closed? Because at this time, he was already blind, beloved. He was blind. In the 90s, he was blind before he died. Okay, just for the record, the brother had lost his eyesight.
Supernatural Mary. And I think it's unfair to her because they had to dehumanize her by elevating her above human.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary, not Christ, should be at the heart, the focal point of the Christian religion.
Well, as ironic as it is, the Catholics in some way have done that.
They have done that in some of their rituals, but they have steadily fought against even having a minor female administrator in the church.
Now, this person who eventually came to be called Jesus by them.
The picture that we get, it wasn't painted until the 15th century.
What was he actually like? What was happening in the Hebrew? He was a Hebrew, we know that. And what was happening with the Hebrews? What was the dynamic going on between them and the Roman government at that time who were occupying their land in that little nation of Judea?
Well, the Romans occupying their land until they got on the Romans' nerves, and the Romans destroyed the last temple at 7 AD.
But they say it was a hotbed there, especially where Jesus was raised, around Nazareth and Galilee, was a hotbed of rebellion. They were constantly carrying out some type of revolt.
But they're still doing it. We're talking about people of the Hebrew faith as distinguished between people we call Jews. The word Jew had its greatest development in Europe. There are people of the Hebrew faith all over the world, in India and China and South Sea Islands, who never used the word Jew, who still belong to the Hebrew faith, and whose conversion to the Hebrew faith is older than that of Europe. The Europeans, Hebrews, were converted in the 8th century, 850 or thereabout.
Well, they felt that the Romans really had no right to rule over them, not only because they were invaders, but their laws said, their Torah said that only God ruled them. Only the Creator was their ruler. This ruled through their king that came out from their midst.
But the Romans were no respecter of local customs or local laws. And even with the trial of Jesus Christ and for sorcery, the Romans did not want a part of it, but because the Roman law, the crime of sorcery was major and therefore had to be taken to the Roman government. Minor crimes, they could try themselves. And so when they took him before the Roman emperor, the Roman emperor realized that he was no enemy of Rome, And he wasn't telling Romans to give that money to the poor or turn the other cheek. He wasn't driving Romans from the temple. He was driving his own people. So the Romans had no vested interest in interfering with all of this internal matter between.
All right. So John Henry Clark clearly points out that Jesus was not known as Jesus prior to the Roman interaction with the tradition. He was not known at that name in his lifetime, referring to him living in his lifetime. The problem with Jesus and the study of Jesus, and we have to be honest, there's not much records of anybody in the first century. Josephus refers to the Taheb, the restorer. He talks about the Egyptian, which is mentioned in Acts. But the issue is, how do you prove that that person existed in Acts, the Egyptian? The guy who's called Lena Einhorn proposed a guy by the name of the Egyptian as being the true Jesus. She made a hell of a case. I mean, I could use that and say, this is Jesus if I was debating about who Jesus is, if I held to that angle, and I probably would win. He's mentioned in Acts. He's mentioned in Josephus. Jesus is, of course, mentioned in the New Testament, and he's mentioned in Josephus. Tacitus talks about him. The issue is the only contemporary source that writes about Jesus is Paul. And anyone can interpret Paul's writing, whether he's being spiritual or he's being physical, right? That's the argument with these people. The issue now with Paul, with using the Bible, because those are the only people that cared about Jesus, that felt he was an example of who the Messiah should be. One angle, Kwame, you could look at the enemies of this Christian group and how they mock the Christians. And every time they would mock the Christians, they wouldn't say he never existed. They just said that he was practicing some sort of witchcraft from this culture. Even in the Mishnah or the rabbinical angle that was carried on to oral tradition, they don't say he's fake. They just say that he's an imposter. He's not Jesus. He can't be the Messiah because Elijah never came before him. There is a person who is called Jesus of Nazareth. That person is who the New Testament is based on. The early followers felt he was the Messiah. No big deal. The majority of Jews or Israelites at the time felt he was a false Messiah. Because if that's the case, they wouldn't have felt Lucas Andreas was the Messiah, or they wouldn't have said Simon Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. There wouldn't have been a rift. And even if you look at Trypho, whether he made it up or not, he's arguing around 130 to 150 AD. Justin Martyr is arguing with Trypho. Trypho, the Jew, is saying that, where is Elijah? If this is the Messiah, he never said Jesus never existed. When Celsus bashed the Christians around 150 to 170 AD, he never said Jesus never existed. He said this guy is born from the tradition. He's born from Jesus Pandera and all that different stuff. They're not saying he don't exist. And these things, if you study the historical method, it does talk about 150 years oral traditions can be. And the oral tradition said he was crucified. People thought he was the Messiah, and people thought that he walked on the earth. Whether you want to take that as saying that he existed or not, that's on you. But I'm not fighting with no godless engineer, because people have weaponized Jesus not existing as a cult now. Like, we don't like this Christianity, so we're going to say Jesus never existed. You're never going to win that argument. You're never going to win that argument. And look at Kwame. Your methodology is shot, bro. They said Hercules existed. Garfield keep talking about a regular man that ain't Jesus. All right, anyway, enough about Jesus. Let's stop. I don't believe in the supernatural elements of this Christ. You don't believe it. Let them people do what they do. I am not a part of their biblical worldview. All right, let's move on. Let's deal with this Dr. Umar thing right here on Instagram. This is Rick Ross's, I think, child's mother going in on Dr. Umar.
Tell you something, bro. This for you, Dr. Umar. Yo, big, fat, sloppy, bad body, flea market shirts wearing wannabe woke behind, you big liar. All you do, you a culture vulture. Stop lying. You worse than the people that you out here talking about and taking people money, talking about you building and opening up a school. You ain't opening up nothing, dog-faced lying doctor. You ain't no doctor. You a liar, dog. You won't even go make a relationship with your grown daughter. She don't need to put her mama on the phone. She 21 or 22 years old. You call your daughter. I went over there and left some comments on your page, and I'm finna go back right now and see if you done blocked me, you nappy face, funky, hating snow bunnies. You probably done had something about some snow bunnies. I don't know. You got some dog secrets that need to be told. You always in somebody's business and worry about somebody's business and lying to people, trying to get people to donate money to you, but you're a big liar, dog. You ain't even standing on your own business, bro. I'm finna go to your page right now, dog. If you block me, because the people saying you blocking them. They saying you blocking them. Nah, you ain't blocked me yet. You ain't blocked me, sucker. Listen, you big, fat, big, wide, wannabe. Dog, stop with all that old wannabe Farrakhan. You need to stop it. Call your daughter. Nobody don't care nothing about you paying no child support for no years. Who cares? They always think a check means something. Call your child, stupid. Out here telling people what to do with themselves. You old dumb dozen. I can't stand a silly. Y'all hop over there to his page and leave comments and tell him to call his daughter. You tell him to call his daughter. That's what he need to do. She say she ain't even met her other siblings. You dusty, crusty, musty, big, funky bow. You look like you a stink, hairy, funky, old taco meat chest bow. I bet you is. I know you is. You dust mite you. I can't stand these niggas. Get out of here and act like they saw this and that, and then all their secrets come out. Just lying. Oh, culture vulture, man. Y'all can believe that sucker if you want to. I used to follow him. I've been unfollowing him. He do too much. He act like he hate women. He do. Over there ain't even talk to your child. Talking about some struggling streamer. So what is she talking about what's really going on in her life? Why she gotta be a struggling streamer? What type of father is you, dust mite? Let me tell you something, bro. This for you, Dr. Umar. Yo, big, fat, sloppy, bad body, flea market shirts wearing wannabe woke behind, you big liar. All you do, you a culture vulture. Stop lying. You worse than the people that you out here talking about and taking people money, talking about you building and opening up a school. You ain't opening up nothing, dog-faced lying doctor. You ain't no doctor. You a liar, dog. You won't even go make a relationship with your grown daughter. She don't need to put her mama on the phone. She 21 or 22 years old. You call your daughter. I went over there and left some comments on your page, and I'm finna go back right now and see if you done blocked me, you nappy face, funky, hating snow bunnies. You probably done had something about some snow bunnies. I don't know. You got some dog secrets that need to be told. You always in somebody's business and worry about somebody's business and lying to people, trying to get people to donate money to you, but you're a big liar, dog. You ain't even standing on your own business, bro. I'm finna go to your page right now, dog. If you block me, because the people saying you blocking them. They saying you blocking them. Nah, you ain't blocked me yet. You ain't blocked me, sucker. Listen, you big, fat, big, wide, wannabe. Dog, stop with all that old wannabe Farrakhan. You
Yo, she crazy, yo. Oh man, I'll be back on some information, man. But I gotta talk about this, right? I'm gonna move on from here. I'm just gonna go through some stuff that's been on my mind the last 2 weeks. Who remembers Sammy Sosa when Sammy Sosa had bleached his skin?
Black diaspora is this question: are Dominicans black?
I know black. I know black. I know black. Impossible. I know black. I'm Dominican. I'm Puerto Rican. I know black. Be looking just like me. Be having the same hair. I be touching you like, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same, papi. It's not the same. They try to salsa it off. I be like, no, it's not the same. I know black. Negro nunca, nunca. I know no, nunca. I know black. I'm like, no, you black. No. I know black. Dominican. I go, I know, but you're black. No, papi. I know black.
Dominicans come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Some are just as black as you and me. But this particular lady says this:
I'm not black, I'm Dominican. It's been an ongoing joke like, oh, Dominicans do not claim to be black because their color is. It is true that the Dominican Republic and many Dominican people suffer from colorism. But let me tell you the meaning behind that phrase, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. When many Dominicans move to the United States, usually, we get asked where are we from? And the people that get asked that specific question are usually Dominicans that look my skin's color. When you ask someone from Latin America, we usually don't respond with race because I think it's pretty obvious. When you ask someone from Latin America, where you from, we usually say our country. So in case somebody asks me, oh, where are you from? My case, I will say I'm from Argentina and I'm from Dominican Republic also. But usually when people ask that question, it's with a second-handed, backhanded, racism behind it. They will say, oh, where are you from? And you say, oh, I'm from the Dominican Republic. And they will be like, aren't you black? And we will say, no, I wasn't born in America. I'm Dominican.
Now, this theory is very interesting. See, she says Dominicans are one united group of people with different skin tones. Just because I have African heritage, it doesn't mean that I'm black. But with her, you have to understand something that's important. She did not bleach her skin, and she still looks relatively African or black. But there are other people who have bleached their skin, like Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa is one of the greatest home run hitters in the history of Major League Baseball. And I remember when he came out in 1989, I was just in third grade, and he showed a lot of progress. He had that Jerry curl that so many people had, like Pedro Martinez back in the day. But something started happening with Sammy Sosa's appearance.
I see nothing wrong with this man as he is. That is one handsome face, if I do say so myself. Strong ass chin, but handsome nonetheless. This is him, 99, still consistent. This is him, he probably up just now, but still, he looks fine, so it's okay. Around 2008, everybody started to get suspicious. I know that's his hair texture, but he combed it back like he don't put a conch in it. In 2009, he started identifying as a semi-Caucasian man. I'm talking complete image transformation. So look at him down there. That's May of 2009. Befuddled. He put the world in a chokehold with this one. He would not let up. He had foots on their necks. He's determined to be this white man. This is who he is now. This is baffling. This is a different type of midlife crisis.
Now, we must remember Sammy Sosa was born and raised in the Dominican Republic. When he got married to his second wife, Sonia Rodriguez, who was a former Dominican TV dancer, he started to look quite different and very, very different. People used to talk about him very, very bad. Like, check this comment out here. I'm convinced Sammy Sosa is nothing but a depressed Napoleon ice cream with an identity crisis. Which is crazy because he was getting roasted all over the world. Then I came across a particular lady who explained something about that crisis going on with Black Dominicans.
To improve the race, to make it wider, that is what mejorar la raza means, and that is what a lot of Latin people are consistently told by their family and friends. As you saw on the video where this comment came from, I told you guys about how I didn't know that I have racist biases before I moved to the United States. In the Dominican Republic, most people are darker than me. And there's this concept of hair, that I have good hair and that people that have curlier hair have bad hair. In the Dominican Republic, people are encouraged to marry white, to marry someone that is lighter skinned than you and someone who has good hair so that your kids can come up to be white with good hair.
But wait, there's more.
The concept of whiteness is not limited to the United States. In fact, the superiority of the white people is all over the world at this point, to the point that Latin people are telling their kids, marry white. To the point that if we have a black boyfriend, that represents a problem and our family reject that person. And yes, you're not going to be killed in the Dominican Republic because of the color of your skin, but you are going to be discriminated against because of it. And yes, if you have money, you're going to have a whole different experience than someone who doesn't have money or connections. And that is true not only in the Dominican Republic, but here in the United States and the entire world as well. So the exception in the Dominican Republic is if you are dark-skinned, at least you have money or you have connections or you have a good position in society. So yeah, money makes colorism concerns disappear, apparently, at least in the Dominican Republic.
Mejora la raza, improve the race. And that's exactly what I feel Sammy Sosa was trying to do. Not only did he marry somebody lighter than him, he participated in skin bleaching, making himself lighter. Now, this is also a very dangerous process, and I'm not going to go into that, but I've seen people who've done that personally. I've done videos and podcasts on my Kangana channel with young ladies who had beautiful dark skin, and all of a sudden they're light now. And it's crazy because even in Africa, it's very, very popular. Many ladies can't even get like radio presenting jobs or TV news reporting jobs without bleaching their skin. And it's crazy because Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, they're all run by black people. If black people run these industries, why are they bleaching their skin? Well, it's because of self-hatred. And that's something that we got to talk about. You see, white supremacy has done a number on black people, so much so that white people that were racist in the past don't even have to talk to us about skin bleaching or skin lightening or any of that stuff, because we automatically hate ourselves. And that's just not African Americans. That's just not Black Caribbeans or Black Dominicans. It's here on the continent of Africa. If you're not mulatto or light skinned or maybe lighter in appearance, you might not be able to get a job in certain industries. But one thing is for sure, Sammy Sosa learned one thing. He got tired of bleaching his skin because, drum roll please, Sammy Sosa is black again. Celebration music. As we can see, that is Sammy Sosa hanging out with the Chicago Cubs. Sammy Sosa Saturday. This is March 2nd. And I believe he was hanging out at the Cubs, maybe at a game or something like that. And people were very excited. Sammy Sosa is black again. Janet Jackson is showing thighs. And Adrian Brody is going to win an Oscar tonight. Welcome back 2002. We missed you. And there must have been a reason why he stopped skin bleaching. It could have been because it was dangerous. But overall, we all love Sammy Sosa for what he did on the baseball field, not for what he looked like. And nobody really cared about the fact that he was dark. And many ladies thought he was good looking for what he was. But then again, he was trying to be somebody that he was not. And what happened is that he just made himself look stupid and made himself look like a fool. Whenever you are trying to be somebody that you're not, you just look stupid. Imagine a pit bull running around like acting like a chicken, like we would think that something is wrong with the dog, and we would be right, because pit bulls or dogs don't go around behaving like chickens because he's out of his nature. And that's the same thing with people who have darker skin or people who are black. We are not light-skinned people, some of us. It's different if you are naturally light-skinned, but if you're not light-skinned, it doesn't make sense for you to go around looking like something that you're not. I think that God has blessed us with what we have, and there are going to be some people who are going to accept you as a light-skinned person, or some people who are going to accept you for being dark-skinned, or for being old, or for being young, and the only thing that you can do is just be a great person and worry about that. And sometimes we overcomplicate things and try to buy into something that's really not there, and then people just don't respect us. If we respect ourselves and learn how to love ourselves, we make it so much easier for people to love us also. And that has been the case with, let's say, certain artists like Jill Scott. Jill Scott is not a small lady, has never been a lady that's been necessarily in shape, but Jill Scott has been able to build a great fan base over the years. So was the legendary Angie Stone, rest in peace. And she was never trying to be a lady that was getting plastic surgery or BBLs or even Faith Evans, but their talent and their beauty and the way they carried themselves, it was so strong that people loved them for them after all. And you know what? We live in a world that we're not trying to be everybody's friend anyway. Like, think about all the brands that we support and that we love or hate. They're not trying to cater to everybody. Apple iPhone is not trying to get everybody's customer or trying to be everybody's friend. You know, Apple is priced reasonably high, and it does things for people who have, you know, pretty much the spending power to achieve it. And if you can't afford it, well, they're not sad about the fact that you can't afford it. You just can't afford it, and you can go to a reasonably priced product that you can find, like Android. Stop the show. I actually have an Android phone too, but you guys get my point. You know, the people who are in the fast food industry, McDonald's and Burger Kings, they're not trying to compete with Ruth Chris. You know, Ruth Chris is a different kind of customer and it's a different kind of experience. And if you don't like Ruth Chris, that's just completely fine. As a steakhouse, you can take your ass over to Burger King or to Dairy Queen or the McDonald's, and that's okay too. And if you like pizzas, you don't go over to Burger King and ask for a pizza, man. Why y'all don't got no pizzas? Because they don't serve pizzas, dude. They're doing what they do best, and that's okay. And if you are black and if you are dark skinned, nothing is wrong with that. Somebody will love you for that all just the same. Long as you love yourself, and you don't have to be an idiot to go through all of these changes to understand that people are gonna dislike you regardless. Same thing with the women who do the BBLs. People like them, then they don't like them, and it just doesn't matter. Love who loves you, and if they don't like it, middle finger to them. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode of
Sammy Sosa. Welcome back to the brown, dark complexion that you once were. Imagine Garfield bleach. Yo, who that ripped me apart for the internet. You know, about 100 video. Garfield bleach. It's crazy, man. It's all over. Well, let's get to this Tariq Nasheed incident with Taharka Bay. I'm gonna play 10 minutes of this. Let's give an update. Taharka Bay again. Whoever has made a video about this brother being a pedophile or being on some registry, apologize. Stop saying it.
Peace order against myself, and I still think that it was out of order. You know what I mean? However, they granted the peace order. Right? And Tariq would go on YouTube and brag about this decision, and he claims that they set a precedent with this peace order. You know what I mean? So hold on one second. I know what I need to do. I need to turn this up. Let me see. I need to turn this up some. Bam. There we go. Now, I think this is it. I think that's where I'm missing. I'm trying to do too much too fast, and I just need to do the most simplest stuff. You know what I mean? Press 7 if you can hear that. Press 7 if you can hear that. Now, if you can hear it, press 7. I think I had it too low, literally. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't paying attention. Are you able to hear it? Are you able to hear it? What did it just say? Couldn't hear it? All right, let me see. Because I can hear it clearly. I can hear it clearly in my ear. All right, let's turn it up. Let's turn it up.
You see? Because a lot of people out there, to be honest, they just people who get harassed online, a lot of black folks out there who get targeted by these Taharka Bay types, they really just don't have the money for a lawyer. But damn it, I do. So,
see, okay. See, so what Tariq Nasheed would do is make people believe that I'm actually stalking or targeting him. You know what I mean? When in fact, these videos are covering a public figure and the things that they are doing in the public. You understand what I'm saying? And these videos is a response to the videos that he done against me. And now we're just covering the story as it unfolds. Just like today, I'm mentioning Tariq Nasheed's name because we are going to talk about the court case. We're going to talk about the court case. We're going to go into the paperwork. But I want to make sure that everybody hear one more time. So this projection, if you will, this projection.
online, a lot of black, you see? Because a lot of people out there, to be honest, they just people who get harassed online, a lot of black folks out there who get targeted by these Taharka Bay types, they really just don't have the money for a lawyer. But damn it, I do. So, yeah, he went up in there with that plebiscite babbling. That don't work off the internet. And family, the judge, if Mr. Johnson, Toronto Johnson, aka Taharka Bay, who is not a registered sex offender. Let me reiterate that.
Now, over 2 years later, after the damage is done, he says something to that effect. After 2 years later, you follow me? After 2 years later, after all of the damage is done, now he want to try to say that I'm not this. The damage is done. You know what I mean? The damage is done.
So the brother is not a registered sex offender. So whoever's made videos about that, out of the goodness of your heart, either do a retraction video or take the video down. That's what the gripe is. He said that the dude was a sex offender and claimed that he did hit him when he went to California. So those things Tariq got to answer to in what you call it. Hey, let me also shout out to my brother Top Flight. Let's get into this Trump Zelensky video. I've never seen this interaction with President Trump. So bear in mind, I only play videos that I've never seen. So when I'm playing a video on the live and there's people out there that have never seen it either. All right. We don't have the time to watch news and watch whatever. But for Taharka and Tariq, stop saying the brother is a registered sex offender. I wouldn't want nobody to lie about me in that. And I think Tariq got duped. They had this fake information that was online and somebody was posting it and Tariq grabbed it because it looked official and did whatever. All right, let's see what Donald Trump is doing with Zelensky. And let's take a look at this. I've never watched this before. Let's go.
Ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. you have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
you invited me
if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you,
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that wasn't with me.
Means.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay, what if they broke? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened, but he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Yo, that's the first I want. Yo, shout out to Trump, yo. Trump is just the #1 asshole in the world, man. Yo, shout out to Trump, man. And shout out to Zelensky, because without America's money, where would you be as a country? And I actually have to agree with Trump on that particular point. All right, let's deal with this LeBron James and Stephen A stuff.
Smith, he got ran up on. And I think if you read LeBron's lips, he's like, I think keep my son's name out your mouth. Like he really like got pissed at Stephen A. Smith because, you know, as Stephen A. Smith has been known to, you know, express himself with athletes. And hey, Stephen A. Smith is going to be Stephen A. Smith. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. That is why he gets paid the big bucks, because Stephen A. Smith is there to annoy you, have an impact on you. You know, sometimes Stephen A. Smith will say some shit out of his mouth, be like, man, shut the fuck up. But then you go, nah, he right about that, though. I think it's the one episode where Stephen A. Smith was like, I don't mean to disrespect LeBron James, but you got to be kidding me, LeBron. You got to be kidding me. Bronny is not ready for the NBA.
Because he's not ready.
I mean, it is pathetic. It is atrocious. He should be in the G League, and the only G I have is garbage. He's garbage. Tell your son that he needs to stop playing ball in the NBA. Please, I'm begging you. That got to LeBron, and I think LeBron was waiting to approach him. And listen, it's like LeBron James was acting as a father. That's what he was doing. He was acting as a father. He wasn't acting as a player. He was acting as a father, like, yo, don't fucking talk about my son like that.
That was a parent. That was a father.
Which I agree, but which I don't agree, because LeBron, you got to separate that. It's a business. Stephen A. Smith is doing his job. He's not purposely trying to shit on Bronny. He wants Bronny to do well. We all want Bronny to do well. And now I think, and you might think differently, but I think this makes Bronny look like he can't stand up for himself. Daddy, Stephen A. said something about me. Go get him, which I know he didn't do. But you know what I mean? You get where I'm coming from? You know, other guys are like, oh, you going to have your daddy speak up for you now? You can't even stand up for yourself? I think that LeBron James was right as a father. Maybe if it was like a bully at school, but as far as business and sports, Stephen A. Smith is doing his job. Stephen A. shits on everybody. You know that. And I think that Stephen A. was actually being a little bit soft, because usually he's like, you can't be kidding me that Bronny is so bad. He's so bad. You know how he gets all hyper. And Bron is 6'10", 6'11", and Stephen A. stood up. I never really see LeBron run up on anybody. That's the difference between today's basketball, because if it was like a Charles Oakley, he would have smacked the shit out of Stephen A. Smith and Anthony Mason, a Xavier McDaniel, right? Bill Laimbeer. Stephen A. Smith would have been in a fucking casket go, I think you guys saw last night what happened to me. They broke my arm because, yeah, Charles Oakley was not playing games.
What made him choose?
All right, before we get into this video, I do want to say, if you have not already purchased my book, The Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrews, Volume 1, this is the segment where I'm going to go into a lot of the Hebrew Israelites and some different things. So check this out. Remember, this book is on Amazon, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1. Very interesting book. Check it out and support your brother Garfield. All right. Now let's get to this right here. We're going to get to some important information here. And let's watch this back and forth with what's his name? Vocab Malone and this brother right here. And I think it's IUIC or Sikari, one of these camps.
You don't, he doesn't know, so you can prey on him. Just like you didn't know, that's how you ended up here. You weren't studied in Bible doctrine, my friend. You didn't have a good pastor. You didn't know the word, and you got caught off guard. But Acts 20 is a good warning for you. My friend. These guys will tell you to divorce your husband if he's the wrong color.
First time seeing this guy. They got
Yes.
And they even got the woman with the video.
Where are the umbrellas?
So watch this.
Yeah, make sure you get the innocent woman. That's how you guys do prey on women.
What's going on here? Hey, sis, you see what's going on here?
If you have an Asian friend, if you have anybody, they'll tell you to get away.
Now watch this. Watch this.
Yes.
Give me Mark chapter 4.
Every sign of a cult,
Chapter 4.
you guys practice.
Verse 20.
Every sign of a cult, you practice. Mind control. You practice mind control. Manipulation tactics. Overworking the members. Inundating. Make sure you record. Inundating members with false information. Financial sacrifice. Twisting in scripture. All of that. And of course, well, you're the one who stood here. You don't stand here. That's fine.
He goes out and teaches the word of God.
We should make sure we look at what is present here.
By the way,
we should look, make sure you get this video right here. What's present?
We're teaching the word of God. Watch this.
We got a corruption of the scripture right here. That's not what that verse means. That's not what that verse means.
But when you hear the word of God,
brother, how long you been in this cult?
Who? Satan. One more time. Satan. One more time for the people in the back. Satan. Go ahead. Satan.
How long you been in this cult?
The Bible says Satan cometh immediately.
Did you know if you have a white wife, they'll tell you to divorce your white wife? If you have an Asian wife, they'll say you have to divorce your Asian wife. If you have a wife who won't join their cult, they say your wife has to go. These guys force divorces of their members. They cut off family ties from anyone who doesn't believe what they teach.
All right. Hey, you know, every week I'm going to play this video right here. This video right here. I'm going to play this video right here every week.
When they attack black people after they've been murdered, when they did absolutely nothing wrong, you're pushing us to the limit. And what do I mean by that? You're asking us to talk about history, the history of the South. This is in Georgia. What happened in Georgia? There were savages in Georgia. It was the ancestors of the white right-wingers. They were absolute savages. They murdered people, they lynched people, they raped people, they enslaved people. They took babies from their mothers and sold them as property. You want to talk about savages? Your ancestors were the biggest savages the world has ever seen. And so don't you dare call a black man a savage after you murdered him. Don't you dare do that. I'm so sick of African Americans being called violent when the world's worst violence was done to them, not by them, to them, not by them. For God's sake, you want to do racist stereotypes? If it fit anywhere, and it doesn't, but if it fit anywhere, it would certainly fit white right-wingers in the South, who has hundreds of years of history of being savages. Savages. They snatched babies and they sold them as property and they raped their mothers. Savages. That's what they were. You want to talk about stereotypes? Screw all of you who still defend that Confederacy, that monstrosity. Anyone who defends that is a barbaric savage.
That's why they don't want to teach American history in public schools. That's why there's been a strong orchestrated effort to prevent the teaching of anything that you just mentioned right now. Because, hey, God forbid that, children learn about the real savages in this country's history.
I don't want to, when they attack black people after they've been murdered, when they did absolutely nothing wrong, you're pushing us to the limit. And what do I mean by that?
All right. If you have kids in the room, this is the sexual deviant segment of I've talked about Steve Ney, I've talked about Trump, Taharka, Umar. Now this is the Guerilla Hebrew update segment. Not saying this is a Guerilla Hebrew, but you know what I mean. All right. Call a friend, tell a friend to tell a friend. All right. So the first thing I'm going to say is this. This is ISUPK's General Yahana. Let's check him out.
You call what? He wanted to know if he could have anal sex with his wife. Okay, anal sex with his wife? Okay, well listen. Let me tell you something. A lot of people gonna be mad at me about this, but I'm going to tell you like it is. The answer is yes. This is the hard part of being a priest of the Most High. The answer is yes. And I'm going to tell you why. The scriptures say this. Everybody in Romans, the 5th chapter, the 13th verse. The question is, for anybody that's asking, the question that he asked was, can a brother have anal sex with his wife? Can he have anal sex with his wife? And the answer, I'm going to break some of y'all hearts. The answer is yes. Do it, never. Sex all night long. Let me tell you something. The answer is yes. And the reason why, everybody in Romans 5, read this for me and I'm going to explain to you. I know Hebrew Israelites going to disagree with me on this. Hebrew Israelites going to email me from now till Passover, cursing me out there. How dare you how to say this on the air? But I'm going to have to tell you it according to the Bible. If a brother want to have sex in his woman's butt, that's up to him and her. You understand? And this is why. It is not a gay act. A lot of people equate it with a homosexual act. If you are homosexual inside having sex with your woman fantasizing about a man, you got a problem. You got a lust problem for a deviant act. You understand? You got a lust problem for a deviant act that's against the Most High. Let me show you what I'm talking about. All right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me know what I'm talking about. Bear with me. I'm going to let Howard speak because everybody won't hear it. Go ahead. Bear with us a second. Romans 5 and 13. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law. You see what the Most High said? There is no law on how to have sex with your woman. You can use ear, eye, nose, throat, and mouth, according to the scripture. You understand? You understand? Just like you go to the ear, eye, nose, and throat doctor, you can ear, eye, nose, and throat for a deviant act. You understand? You got a lust problem for a deviant act that's against the Most High. Let me show you what I'm talking about. All right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me know what I'm talking about. Bear with me. I'm going to let Howard speak because everybody won't hear it. Go ahead. Bear with us a second. Romans 5 and 13. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law. You see what the Most High said? There is no law on how to have sex with your woman. You can use ear, eye, nose, throat, and mouth, according to the scripture. You understand? You understand? Just like you go to the ear, eye, nose, and throat doctor, you can ear, eye, nose, and throat doctor your wife. You understand? That's between, once again, we got to take the spooky, ooky Christian vibe off of sex. Christians are turning sex into a separate religion, man, when it is not a separate religion. He want to go in there, him and his woman want to go in there and do it that way. That's up to them. Now, I will give you a safety warning. This is just a safety warning. That you could catch hepatitis from having anal sex. A lot of homosexuals get hepatitis from having anal sex because of the germs in human waste.
Now, based on what he said, there's no law in the Bible against a man doing that with a woman. Then he talked about the man's mindset if you want to have sex with a woman with a man is wrong and has to do with his deviance or whatever. All right, okay, his mindset or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. Now, when whatever Guerilla did with his wife, it's not against the law in the Bible. What was against the law was basically he was trying to get a Tinder account, which I just found out what that is last week also. And when he get that Tinder account, he was trying to set his wife up on not with another man, a white man, and have his wife wear a shirt. Now, whatever he wants to do with the pegging thing, that's his business with his wife, according to what General Yohana says. The issue now is he can't put his wife on Tinder. And he said, oh, it's some fantasy that he had. Okay, he said he's been to therapy. I'll take the brother word at it. I don't care. That's between him and his leadership. But the point is, if I remember this dude told me years ago in the 90s, he said, Garfield, if a man bend over in the dark and a woman bend over in the dark and you're screwing them up the butt, you are homosexual. Because a butt is a butt. So now, if you look up the word sodomy, by the way, sodomy is kind of vague in a sense. Well, it's not vague. Its definition also includes oral sex. Sodomy is against the law. But, hey, all I'm going to say is, what's good for the goose, I guess, is good for the gander. But watch this now. Look at this response. There's a brother by the name of Corey who has been on my channel a lot. For those who don't know who Corey is, right? And I want y'all to check this out right here. I'm going to share. Please tell me if you guys could hear this.
This happens in Israel every couple of years. So this is an opportunity for everybody that's newer to this faith to reset. Yes, you have your elders. Yes, you have your leaders. You're supposed to.
Can you guys hear this in the background?
Those that guide you and teach you. But they are men. They are fallible. And at any point, they can fall. So pray to the Most High that you have a relationship, quote unquote.
This is Priest Daniela speaking. Priest Daniela.
And that you're locked in the scriptures so that it's not tied to a man. So if that man falls away, you don't fall away with him. The reason why I'm here today, being able to have this conversation with you, was because one of the greatest amongst us, which is my teacher, he's the reason, literally, the elder Ariel from One West is the reason why everybody's here. I don't forget this. IUIC. I don't give a damn if it's Tahar from GMS. I don't give a damn if it's Yohana from ISUPK, Zabak from HOI, or myself. All of us learn from Ariel. Every last one of us. And he went off. And a lot of brothers, the reason why there were thousands of brothers in the school. Why do you got brothers and sisters only have a handful of brothers and sisters that's still from back then? You know why? Because the majority of brothers that was from back then were locked into his spirit and not the Most High. And that's why they fell off. The ones that y'all see still standing today is because we were locked into the scriptures, meaning that if he goes off, to hell with him, we're going to keep doing what we're supposed to do. But I need for everybody in the sound of my voice to have that same mentality. And this is a lesson to all of you to see where you at. Was you locked into Guerilla? If you were following his, or were you locked into the scripture? I'll let it play here.
If I may, I say one last thing. Cole, you had something, Cole?
God, I'll speak after you, okay?
Slacky, I'll be real fast. Dan, we read? You read? I know that.
I don't read it.
Oh, praises, thank you. Tomorrow, good brother. Before I pull this precept, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I told my brother earlier today. And I'll let him speak on it whenever he speak on it. Let me go to the text. Yeah, this is what I said to him. I told the brother, I said, brothers must set the precedent of decorum in our community. I said specifically about what I'm about to get into. I said all these particular Christians have to talk about is us. Now, what I'm talking about is this. you have a room of brothers and sisters. Now, I could understand if Ariala went there and he tried to, gather funds or whatever the case may be from these brothers, and they have that right to pursue that if that be the issue. But that wasn't the entirety of their room. The entirety of their room was all our subject matter. Let's not throw brother away because of his failure and act as if nobody gleaned off of nothing that the man said, whether you agreed or disagreed, and in the construction of that congregation and congregations that came out of it. Let's not throw the brother away like you never knew him now. With that being said, when there's an issue, when there's a problem in our community, part of my disappointment, large part of my disappointment is, why are we letting them talk about issues that are happening in our community? We wouldn't have a flaw in a conversation had this been a situation in them unless we be invited to, right? Why are they? And those are our brothers and our sisters, but those aren't our brothers. And those same people who was criticizing, judging, talking about both sides, right? Those same brothers and sisters won't bear nobody Passover this year. They won't keep no one's high holy day this year. And they're discussing subject matter despite who it is. And understand. Yeah, if it's a public issue, they have the right, and they also have the option to make that stance and have that room. It wouldn't be one that I would imagine we would be participating in, because if we were on the other side of the table, we wouldn't have an invite to that room on the table. That was disappointing. Let me just get this real quick. I'm going to 1 Corinthians 6. You know what I want?
Give it a second.
I just want that bunch of one of them more. So 1 sec. Just let me get it. Hold on. 1 Corinthians 6.
Maybe it is. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, 6 and 1. 6 and 1.
6 and 1. There you go.
6 and 1. That's what I want. 6 and 1.
It's the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 1. Dare any of you, having a matter against another?
He went straight to mine. So right. 1 Corinthians 6 and 1. 6 and 1.
Dare any of you, having a matter against another, go to law before the unjust and not before the saint?
How y'all do that? Read it one more time, huh?
Dare any of you, having a matter against another,
so
go to law.
Dare any of you having an issue with a brother, right? Do what?
Go to law before the unjust and not before the saints.
We go to a room like that where they consistently just criticize, critique, not only our doctrine, but individuals as well. And then when the issue pop, they host a room and we pour into the room and we add to the fuel that they're already spewing. Now, I don't have a problem if brothers disagree with brothers, but I'm just from where I'm from. If there's an individual I have an issue with, and he's on my block, he's from my neighborhood, and there's someone from another neighborhood that got an issue with the same guy I got an issue with, I'd be damned if I team up with the nigga from a whole nother neighborhood to go up against the nigga that I have an issue with that live across the street from me. But that's just me. That's just me. With that being said, my point is this, and my point is consistent. We have issues like this. I think that should be an indoor conversation, and that shouldn't be for the world to have. And if they want to have those conversations, let them have them. But in terms of resolve how we feel about it, I think that should be in-house. Let them be spectators of the room. We have our business, as you be spectators of the room of this that we're handling their business. But that's not mine.
Okay, real quick. I felt the same way, Roe.
and I actually text like Cap, and Cap told me, tell me if I'm wrong, Cap. You know what I'm saying? Like Cap told me like it was made public. He tried to keep it between us. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I didn't try to keep
my
it.
question is,
you said that I tried to keep it private.
Yeah.
No,
that's what I said. Yeah. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I never said I tried to keep it private. I said it was made public.
Right. You did. Right. Cap said it was made public. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I said. That's right.
But you also told me that you tried to talk to, you know,
where do we speak at
certain people, right? In our text message.
Yeah, back chat me on Clubhouse or on the phone.
No. It was me and you on the phone. Like we text message.
What subject you talking about?
I'm just saying you know, like how Roadway was saying, we should keep it amongst ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about when you say what you're talking about right now. I'm trying to find out what subject you're referring to. That I said I tried.
When we was in that room, and I text you on the side of that room, like, shouldn't we be doing this amongst us?
Are you talking about everything that's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Can't nobody put that on the people. Like anybody putting that on the people, that don't make no sense. The house would be Sakari. That's in-house.
Right.
Out the house is not the same because all of us are not in the same house. The people on the stage are not in the same house. Laway and Daniela is in Lions of Israel. Corey is in Tab. I'm in ISBK. We're not in the same house. So in-house would be whatever takes place in Lions of Israel, Daniela would take care of. Whatever takes place in Tab, Corey would take care of. Whatever takes place in ISBK, I would take care of. If something from ISBK house and then the people hear it, you can't tell the people this got to be handled in-house. ISBK should have took care of it in-house and never let it get out the house.
Got you.
Somebody would have to show me how the people knowing we got to now blame the people for addressing what someone from the house said publicly.
Right.
I don't see us doing that with Christianity, with Islam. I don't see us dealing with none of that way.
Right. Okay. Yep, that makes more sense. Thank you for clearing that up, Cap.
Hey, Corey, what is your... Hey, Corey, real quick, I'm going to give you the floor right now. Well, I'm actually going to bounce the ball to you because you only have one word up there in the question mark. I wanted to know, what is your vision for this room? I feel like I have suggestions, but nevertheless, I wanted to know what your vision for this room is, just to first, because...
All right. Now, for those who are listening, remember I just played General Yohana's video, right? What happened is we were in a room called Grand Rising, and we had a conversation, is anal sex allowed? And in the room, I think if I remember correctly, Captain Tazarek was like, I've never partaked in that, but if you're legally, you could do whatever you want with your wife. So this is why God First Gang made a room and called it What with a question sign. Go ahead. And this is Priest Daniela from Lions of Israel speaking.
I'm going to tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. There have been multiple rooms already over the last couple of days since this has come out where everybody's just sitting up here and we're rehashing every time somebody does a live, whether it's Guerilla, whether it's Ariella, whether it's Hassan, we're rehashing the same thing over and over again. Recapping what's already been said. I think, we can do more than that, but I don't know what your vision for the room is with that one word up there. So I bounce the ball. You can tell me what your vision for the room is and we go from there.
The water for that priest, and shout out to the brothers and sisters who came into the space. My vision for the room is, I think that with so many congregations and camps, no disrespect, but people would say individualites, like brothers who yield to the truth, but necessarily have not joined themselves into a body yet. And as sisters as well. You have a lot of different doctrinal understandings. And I think a lot of the things that happen in the root of some of these things that could bring you to a public shame, or things that could bring you to a place of sin, which, of course, one of them is identified more so from the Most High, transgressions towards Him, and then the other thing in terms of shame could be something that how the community looks at a thing, and then they can push you away based off the thing that they look at. As I processed a lot of the things that took place over in the last day or two, it was a combination of the two. And then, what I was saying was, well, why was it a combination of the two? Why wasn't it just one thing? And this is what I mean. I heard so many breakdowns on why something was wrong according to God, and then something was wrong according to man, and then, no, this ain't really wrong. So in terms of, I'm gonna tell you what prompted the one word. In terms of when I came into the room, there was 3 different clean and what I mean by that is the grand riser on like an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, when I created the room. And when I came into the room to listen in, I still got a huge issue in terms of like coughing, pneumonia, and inhaler right now. So pray for me, Israel. Anyway, I heard 3 different understandings from 3 different Israelite persuasions on the topic of, like, when you're going into the world of fornication, sexual immorality, what to do with the rib or not, what is appropriate or not, what is off or not, what is sin or not, what is gay or not. And I couldn't put the words that I wanted to put in the title. If y'all notice, in the last 2 months, every time I put like the word sex in the title, it gets flagged. So I wanted to be explicit and say, fornication or, sexual immorality. I wanted to say something like that, but I wanted people to be able to see the room so we can talk about it. It was 3 different understandings. And that's what made me say, what? Because I wanted to talk about it in depth. Because I think that is the root to a lot of our issues, or whoever that is. I don't know who raising their hand. Y'all can bring them up, whatever the case may be. But I think that's the root to a lot of the issues of whether it leads you to sin or public shame based on doctrine. So the specific topic was more so about, I think the topic was it anal penetration? And the conversation from Gadal, being an Israelite, even though he doesn't yield to Christ, he still considers himself to be an Israelite. And then Captain Tazariak was a part of the conversation. And then some Israelites was sounding off in the chat. I believe my brother Yawasab along with Dagabari spoke on the stage as well. But it was 3 different positions. So I wanted to actually talk about it because I think that's the root of the issues that happens in a community, to where then we all sit back and point the finger. But a lot of these things are based on not being under the same house, quote unquote, or not having the same doctrine, quote unquote. Like, for an example, I knew my brother Mike, before you even spoke, I already was going to give the wisdom on the outlook. What do I mean by that? I knew that priests and myself looks at this situation as, it's the house of Israel you could say under Christ. So that is in-house to us. But I knew Captain Tazariak didn't necessarily look at it like that. So to be fair to him, he's like, nah, in-house to me is UPK. Outside of the house will be other congregations and other religions, so on and so forth. So if I'm going in a room, I'm representing UPK. If we do something, we're going to deal with it in-house, and then so on and so forth. No disrespect, I'm just trying to give the wisdom on it. So I already knew what the issue was, and most of this stuff have to do with communication. What Mike is saying to Cap is a wisdom, but he has a different wisdom and it's different communication, and they talking past each other. So then Cap had to clear it up and say, no, this is what's in-house to me. So a lot of these things is based on that subject matter right there. The fact that it's different houses, different understandings, but this is what we do right here. We all come in the same space, kick it. And then when, I'm not going to say when, but if a brother goes down, whether it's just a brother in the congregation or a situation that's like has happened in the last 24 hours, a lot of people is affected by it. But most of the people that's affected by it is not just brothers in Sakari. They dealing with a situation. Please pray for the brothers and the sisters, right? Especially even the babes that's just coming into this thing and yielding and trying to get an understanding. Pray that they don't fall away or get away from this truth. But it affected everybody outside of Sakari too, because of, the edification and the work that Guerilla has put in. So this has had sound waves across the community. And this is a reality. So people don't look at it from the angle that Captain Tazaria look at it. Most of us, we look at it like, this is us and it affects us. That's why you see the chats going off saying, no, it shouldn't have been said in that room. We got to deal with us over here. Because they're looking at it like, this is us. Captain Tazaria more so looking at it as more so like the branding, the banner, the congregation itself. I'm a different church than you guys. So sometimes we talk past each other and we got to break this stuff down so you can be able to, hold on, somebody bring whoever that is up. I can't really.
Wait, 1 second. I don't, listen, real quick. If we're going to bring people up, you better have some, listen, I want everybody to understand this. Nobody else, is me. If we bring you up and you come up here saying some stupid shit and you end up in the audience, I did it. Just saying. I'm just saying. Because this is serious. I'm not playing.
What you done, pre-saying?
I invited a brother up there. Everybody raise their hand. I'm bringing y'all up. They have something to say. I'm going to bring y'all up. If you say something stupid, I'm going to throw you in the audience. Absolutely. Hey, Cap, you got it, man.
Appreciate it. Also, because when it comes to this house, is it only in-house when it's an issue? Or are we at a house when it's not an issue? Because I mean... I'm sorry. I could get that. Are we only in-house when it's an issue? Or are we in-house when it's not an issue? That's the question.
So, I want to finish this point, Cap, and then
okay,
a question to start to come along. So I wanted to talk specifically about the actual point. So it was, to answer Priest's question, it was started off of that subject to talk about what is sexual immorality, what is okay, and what is not okay. That's what I wanted to actually talk about based off of the conversation that I heard for those 5 minutes in Grand Rising before I created this room. So I wanted to say, we can talk about the house and that stuff. I'm gonna let y'all.
We ain't got it. No, that's your subject. This your room. So that's your subject. You can talk about that. That's fine. I ain't got to talk about that right now.
Yeah, but I think it links too. So we can use it because it links with the conversation. So I wanted to, Cap, I wanted you to represent, just let me know if I'm wrong. So there was 3 positions when it came to that topic. They was talking about what was decent and what was not decent to be performed. Let me my brother to be performed in Israel.
Wait, say that again, Corey. My apologies.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. No, it was me. It wasn't you. It was me. But I can hear you.
Okay, So what was decent and was not decent to be performed in Israel with your wife? Like that, I think we can learn lessons from this and talk about lessons from this. We don't have to continue to, and I'm saying we as in Israel, not blaming everybody or whatever the case may be. I know a lot of people just simply stepped away from the situation. But I'm saying there's lessons in this, and it carried over to today. And then I heard 3 different understandings in a conversation. One was that you can say anal penetration was okay to the woman, that from the man. That was one. And when I say to the woman, I mean to the wife. The second position was anal penetration was okay to the woman, but if it's going to the man, it ain't gay. And then the third position was anal penetration is off, period. So these type of things, I think, it needs to be talked about because it could point towards sin or point towards public shame. And I heard 3 different positions outside of the situation that's going on in the last 24 hours. I heard 3 different positions from brothers that is not a part of that congregation. I even heard somebody say something about doctrine. So they were connecting doctrine to that conversation, but then I heard 3 different positions from people outside of that congregation in 5 minutes. So I'm saying, well, what is it when it comes to that? Because I get what other people are saying. When, let's say, Cap, I'm saying, let's just use you as an example. You're a good example, and I know you got tough skin. You'll post a video, and then you may get 10,000 views, you know, in a couple hours or in a day or so. But all of those views don't come from just a UPK follower. It comes from Israelites scattered throughout the community, and as well as it comes from other people that just is trying to see what's going on as to what we got going on. So you're getting viewership. The sheep is seeing your stuff. The sheep is seeing, you know, our stuff, everybody's stuff. So it's still important to address these matters. So I never, you know, correct brothers who look at news and try to give like a clean slate to what's going on in Israel, and they may have to talk about somebody else or whatever the situation. So I'm saying in that case, I think we need to talk about these things because the sheep is listening to all of us. You know what I mean? So I wanted to kind of lay down that premise to see what brother's position is on that, so we can kind of communicate it in front of all the sheep. Specifically that. That's what I really wanted to talk about.
I don't know, Corey. Did you have a specific question? Because you kind of, I think that's why nobody.
Yeah, you muted up after that. I didn't know.
Nobody.
I mean, I was the one having a conversation with Godal.
And I want to ask Cap. I want to ask you a question, Cap.
Now, let me tell you something about Christian Corey. Very plain, very simple, clean in what he's trying to talk about. He said there's 3 positions. 1, you can have anal sex with the wife. 2, you shouldn't have anal sex with your wife. And then there's an argument that talked about men with men. So 3 different conversations. And look at what look at how he breaks it down and how Captain break it down.
When Corey's done, but I want Corey to ask this question first. Okay, yeah. And only I'm gonna ask you the question after you, Captain, because somebody asked it in the chat. So I'm gonna ask you it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll put my position on the table and then we can engage. I feel like there is no anal performance should be done from the woman to the man or from the man to the woman, period. I feel like it's off, and from both ways, it's gay. Both ways. Now, if you want to go into like homosexuality, meaning another man involved, whatever the case may be, I think we can actually talk about that. But from both ways, it's gay, it's off, and it leads to sin. It is unlawful. And everything is, I think people utilize Hebrews 13:4 wrong, to where Hebrews 13:4 is talking about marriage versus whoremongering and adultery, meaning the personnel that's inside of the bedroom, not necessarily the specific acts. So I think people misuse that text because then if you add many things to the bedroom, you might then say that it is okay based off of Hebrews 13:4. So I just wanted to take a position on it because I felt like, Cap, you communicated that it was okay from, I guess, from the woman to the man, no. But from the man to the woman, it's not your cup of tea, but it is not sinful. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the table so we can discuss it and other parties who had opinions can discuss it as well. I think the other party, the other Israelite brothers said that both is okay or whatever the conversation. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, for the record, I don't agree with it at all, but that's just me personally. But if a man and woman engage in that act, that's law. That's fine to them. I don't defend it. I don't argue it. That's just what they do. That's my position. So I've never done it in my life. Never will. That's my position.
Corey, you satisfied with the answer?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm satisfied with it. That's what I wanted to actually engage into the conversation because I wanted to make sure that.
If somebody said that ISUBK supported, it's not a thing of support, but that is just so everybody. That's what they decided.
Now that question in the audience was from me. because I've seen the video of General Yohana saying that people gonna be mad at me, and he's the leader of ISUPK, singing, doing the butt. So that's why I asked that question, just for the record.
Dude, what that man and woman doing in their bedroom is not my business. That's the position. But if they decide to do that, that's on them. It's not, we don't look at it as homosexuality, to be specific.
Okay. So somebody asked in the chat earlier, Corey, what you done? I don't want to. No, you fine. It's an ongoing conversation. I just want to bring up somebody in the chat asked earlier, and this is carryover from an earlier room, and I heard when you said it in the earlier room, and I understand what you were saying, but you said it, so you can speak to it. A good sister in the chat asked, what did you mean when you say sex is not only just for procreation? So if you want to expound a little bit on that real quick. Cap, you there?
I thought I know I was muted. Yeah, what I'm saying is oral sex ain't procreation either. But men like receiving oral sex and women like receiving oral sex. That ain't procreation. If you having sex outside of your ovulation period, that ain't procreation either. You're having sex for the enjoyment of having sex with your woman. So when I said sex is not only for procreation, that's absolutely what I meant. Every time you have sex, you're not trying to have a baby. It's just that simple.
And Corey, the reason why I asked you what the room was about, because we're here now. So it's last I checked, there was over 300 people in the room. Yeah, we had 334 people in the room. So this is y'all time to ask questions, because a lot of y'all seem like y'all have a lot of questions. This controversy that has happened is an opportunity for a lot of you guys to ask a lot of questions. So ask y'all questions. We're here. We're gonna be here for a while. Ask y'all questions. If y'all want to come to the stage and speak, say whatever you want to say. As long as it's related to the topic and it's nothing crazy, come to the stage. Y'all can ask y'all questions. We'll look at the chat. We'll answer the questions as it comes out. This is y'all opportunity. This is what it is. So yeah. Oh my bad. Y'all just wanted to say the last sentiment I actually agree with and teach when it comes to sex. You have sexual intercourse. What I see in the Bible, playing 3 roles. One role would be consummation. Consummation is not necessarily procreation. It is to start the marriage off and to make it official. So you see it performing consummation. You see it being procreation, which is, of course, the main glorious thing that sex could produce. And then you also see it being pleasure, as you can, read in several accounts. It literally just being pleasure. And that is a fact. People do it for pleasure as well with their lawful partner, meaning husband or wife, depending on your actual gender. So I just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear. But there is things that you cannot perform with your rib, which is what I wanted to make sure that was crystal clear, because I think that could then start taking you into some deviancy. All right, when you're going too far, it just starts to take you into a certain deviancy. And all of us being in this flesh, it can happen to any one of us. I want to address something, because it's like you have brothers, right? That's all they do is hold the line. All these brothers do is protect, and they probably have the hardest job in Israel.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna show a video that Ariella made, and I got my baseball bat because I'm knocking all these dudes out today. And I'm gonna get into, right after this video, I'm gonna get into my presentation. I'm gonna show why this is just craziness of what people claim. All right, here we go. Look at this Instagram post by this brother right here. Hold on, let me go back. He's burning Sikari. He's talking about his new camp, burning Sikari stuff with Sikari. Let me put it on the screen big so everybody could see. This is Ariella, has his new camp called House of Bread. He's burning Sikari. This is craziness right here. Burning Sikari. Burning them up. Wow. Look at that. So he rather expose so he could start his own camp. Yo, these dudes, you can't make this up, bro. You cannot make this up. Look at this guy. This is Ariella, the guy that supposedly exposed Guerilla Hebrew, burning Sakari shirts. You see why I said people are pretending to be Israelites? And people are like, why you say that? Why you say that, Garfield? Why would you do that? And you was mad at Polite when Polite shoot up the Bible. These people are nuts, absolutely nuts. So we taking the baseball back and we gonna make some swings today. Remember when I had the conversation? I had this conversation with Priest Daniela. I had this conversation about King James being a homosexual, right? Why would King James write against homosexuality and then practice the lifestyle? Like him saying, hey, I don't like gay people. I don't want my son to be gay is proof. It's not proof. Look at this guy right here. This is Wes Goodman. Over 30 sources said that they were targets of sexual misconduct on the part of the former Ohio State Representative Wes Goodman, who resigned from the legislature in November 2 after being caught in an inappropriate behavior with a man in his office. So all this guy is talking, he has this anti-LGBT agenda, but yet still he's the one that's messing with men. Messing with men. Let's take a look. Let's take a look some more at this right here. Hold on, let me move this out of the way. Hold on, where is this thing at? Let me move this out the way. Look at this next guy right here. Troy King, Alabama Attorney General, engaging in an affair with a young male assistant, circled the internet in 2008. King, who promoted bans on homosexuality and sex toys, was reportedly found in bed with this young man by King's wife. Craziness. Here's another guy. All these guys are anti-homosexual guys. Conservative Washington State Representative Richard Curtis, who had voted against a domestic partnership bill and a bill that would have outlawed discrimination based on sexual orientation, was accused of soliciting sex from another man in 2007. Glenn Murphy, this anti-gay advocate and former president of the Young Republican National Federation, was sentenced to 6 years in prison after he was found guilty of sexual assault for performing oral sex on an unwilling male after a 2007 private party for Republicans. These are the anti-LGBT people. Who remember this guy? Larry Craig, another Republican. Craig, this was not the only time. Craig was alleged to have had or sought sexual relations with men, as several told the Idaho Statement of Kent encounters with him in 2040. He was ordered to pay the U.S. Treasury $242,000 for improperly using campaign funds to pay legal expenses he racked up in attempts to withdraw his guilty. Another guy who is anti-gay. Who remember this pastor? Ted Haggard. Anti-gay evangelical pastor, had a bad year in 2006 when prostitute Mike Jones claimed the pastor paid him for sex. So this is not an Israelite problem. It's also a Christian problem, of course, with the Roman Catholic Church and all that stuff. Can you forgive Ted Haggard? Haggard was forced to admit that he had a sexual relationship with a 20-year-old male volunteer at his church. Haggard was subsequently fired from the Colorado church he had founded in 1984, and since then has come to support marriage equality. Who remembers this guy? Eddie Long. Who remembers this guy? Come on, church folks. Y'all know who this guy is. Y'all know who he is. Eddie Long, Pastor Eddie Long, Longstroke, as this lady and call him, was forever on TV waxing lyrical about how wrong homosexuality is. He was a big fan of so-called homosexual cure program and often promoted them on his TV shows. Then 4 guys sued him for allegedly coercing them into sex. The whole thing was settled out of court, which maybe you think there was truth to it. Pastor Long's wife said she wanted a divorce after the scandal, but then she decided to return to her marriage so that she could offer her experience and guidance to others. Who remembers this guy? This guy was saying that the people in the club, the homosexuals, should die in Orlando, Florida. Kenneth Atkins made headlines when he tweeted that gay people who died in the Orlando, Florida nightclub shooting got what they deserved. He made headlines of a different sort on Monday when he was found guilty of sexually molesting a teenage girl and boy. A jury of 3 men and 9 women deliberated for about 2 hours before finding the 57-year-old pastor guilty of 3 charges of child molestation, 3 charges of aggravated assault. This is from the Christian folks. So it's not just Israelites doing this. Now, this is a letter from George Villas. People say, well, King James is not gay because you want to defend your faith. And first of all, don't swear for another man. I would not swear for Guerilla Hebrew. I would not swear for Tazaria. I would not swear for Katazar. I would not swear for Priest Daniela. I won't swear for Corey. I won't swear for Yawasa. I'm not in their bedroom. If we interview all these people's wives, what will they say about them on a bad day? Let's talk to them when they're getting divorced. Don't talk to them when the marriage is good. Talk to them when there's a divorce, and all the secrets gonna come out. Look at George Villas. This is what King James is writing to George Villas. And this is a legitimate letter because guess what? This is the primary. This is the primary. We're just showing you what he wrote. My only sweet and dear child, notwithstanding of your desiring me not to write yesterday, yet had I written in the evening, if at my coming out of the park such a drowsiness had not come upon me, and I was forced to sit and sleep in my chair half an hour, and yet I cannot content myself without sending you this present, praying God that I may have a joyful and comfortable meeting with you, that we may make at this Christmas a new marriage. Imagine you writing a man in the 1600s saying you want to create a new marriage. A marriage? What is a marriage? A marriage is a bond between a man and a woman, showing you love and all that stuff. Why would he need a new marriage with another man? We may make it this Christmas a new marriage, ever to be kept hereafter. For God so loved me. Look at what King James is saying to this man. As I desire only to live in this world for your sake, and that I had rather live banished in any part of the earth with you than live a sorrowful widow's life. What is a widow? Someone who has lost their husband. So George Villas was his husband. This is a Batman connection. Sorrowful widow's life without you. And so God bless you, my sweet child and wife. He's calling another man his wife. There's no other context. And grant that ye may be ever be a comfort to your dear dad and husband. What? When a woman call you zaddy or daddy, what is that? Don't your wife call you, come on, zaddy? We bonfire upon King James, batty boy. Kale said, did King James have a white husband? Yo, Kale, I'm about to block you for that. Yo, Kale, I got my baseball bat for you right here, yo. I got my bat for you. Come on. Come off of this with them foolishness thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is King James, right? This is the king. They want to defend it because King James can't be a Batman. And I say, yo, rated and da-da-da-da, whatever. That's the primary source. And here's another letter. This is Buckingham writing to King James right now. Dear Dad and Gossip, your last command was I should write merrily and short. How may you expect of performance of this from me, having filled my heart so full of thoughts? For my reception yesterday when I came, my entertainment being there and my leave taking was such, nay, I say such, sir, that all the way hither I entertained myself, your unworthy servant, with this dispute. Whether you love me now, my ever dear master, here give me leave to say a full heart must either vent itself or break, and that oftentimes the senses are better expressed in absence and by letter than otherwise. You know, full thoughts cause long parenthesis. Whether you love me now better than at the time which I shall never forget at Farnham. What happened at Farnham, ladies and gentlemen, where the bed's head could not be found between the master and his dog? What? What? Between the master and his dog. Ladies and gentlemen, the bedhead. Do you know what a bedhead is? It could not be found between the master and his dog. Sir, if you mark not well the parenthesis, it does break the sense that was my desire, and if therein I did deceive, it was with my goodwill. To conclude, these thoughts are never likely to break your faithful servant's heart, which whensoever it shall be truly and thoroughly searched, shall be found full of love, faith, and obedience to you. And one thing accepted, that I will not be so hastily rich as you would make me, though covetously I will make myself so in this eternally to deserve your blessing, which I humbly crave. Your Majesty's most humble slave and dog, Steenie. You hear the nickname? Make a man blood clot call me Steenie out a road. Call me Steenie, I mean in a fight. We are fight. Primary source. Can't hide and no make up. Ladies and gentlemen, we know said them boy they have to get burn up. Now let me take this off the screen and let me get to my other lesson for today as a teacher. Let me get to my other lesson, my final lesson for today. Let me get this up here. Let's get this on the stage right here. Ladies and gentlemen, what is a cult? Let me take this off the screen. Let me get this view to slide only. What is a cult? A charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority. General Yohana, Guerilla Hebrew, whoever is the leader of any group. Almost perfect uniformity of beliefs and behaviors. If you notice, when General Yohana said it was okay doing the butt, earn up, sexy, doing the butt. So now, if you're part of that group, you can't say that it's against it. Because your leader and teacher, the ultimate authority of your group, has endorsed it. So now, if you look at when these guys argue, almost perfect uniformity of beliefs and behaviors, then they have an elitist attitude combined with separation from the larger society. So when Corey called us sheep, he's trying to say, you ain't us, you the sheep. We're trying to feed the sheep who don't know that they're Israelites. Weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside of King James is black, all that we're the lost tribes of Israel, all this craziness. But anyway, let me move on from this. British Israelism. All right. I do want to play this video. Hold on a second here. I want to play this video real quick. This video right here.
All right, so here we go.
When Abba Bibbins get up with that impressive voice and that stately manner and that white beard.
And he also used to wear a turban.
And he wore a white turban. One time we were over there and they had the charts up. And they had the charts. They said, if you're Jamaican, you come from this tribe. And if you're from Barbados, it's that tribe. And read the book, said, hey, come on, Pop. What is, you know that ain't right. He said, of course, Danny, I know that's not right. He said, but that's the hook. That's how we get them into place, and we wire them up to what's true. Well, years later, after he passed away and his sons and all of them, they either died or moved away, the Tanakh school began to teach those things as truth. This is the truth, and well.
So as you guys can see, that chart was made up. Matter of fact, Yahuwah's one made even admit to that in the comment section.
Though he's saying this guy is a liar, he said Johanna was there in person. All right, so here we go.
Anyway, how about Bib? Let's get up with that. Impressed.
So you have the 12 tribe chart, which is basically telling us where people come from or whatever. It makes absolutely no sense, but you know, this is what they hold to, this is what they believe and all that stuff. And if you look at, there's earlier people with charts, the little book, this is where the elders got it from, possibly. But this tribe deal with the signs as far as the months and the gems and the hours and all that stuff, what you represent as far as Libra and all that stuff. But anyway, so did the Mormons. They're the first ones that started calling the people in Central America this from that, da 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 da. All right, Worldwide Church of God, this da 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 da. But let's look at this right here, Rabbi Wentworth, and think about this for a second. Jake's Faithlovich was funded by the Rothschilds, and these guys used to give those people money. So Faithlovich was born in Lodz, Poland in 1881. Menelik, with his fluent command of the country's language, told him that the Ethiopian Jewish tribes were connected to white Jews elsewhere in the world. But he received a grant from the Rothschilds to look for black Jews in Ethiopia, you know, for those who don't know. And then in 1930, Faithlovich, the same guy that was given money by the Rothschilds, convinced Wentworth to become a rabbi. And that's when he stopped teaching the New Testament. He embraced the Hebrew faith and in 1930 received his rabbinate and became Rabbi Matthews. He changed the name church to the Ethiopian Hebrew Congregation of the Living God. So that's where the One West camp stems from, when Abba Bivens in 1969 split from them and started his Israeli school. Israeli, not Israel, Israeli school. It's something that people need to remember. All right. All right. And this is like the split from the House of David. House of David split into Nathaniel, Tahar with GMS, IUIC, and Zabak. And then ICUPK, Tazadakia became the leader of the ICUPK and changed the name to ICGJC. Aria and Shar were still there. Johanna broke from them and went to ISUPK, the new ISUPK, and also the Rashar from GOCC. Aria is there, and then you have the division of Christianity. If you look at the division, they come from the Pentecostal line. So they basically broke off from the British Anglicanism to Pentecostalism to Hebrew Israelism. That's where it stemmed from, if you know the history. All right. Now, I asked you a question. Did you get your Bible from white folks? Now, there's no organized Bible or no codified Bible without the Roman Empire. So the Roman Empire orchestrated, whether we had canons before, but there was no official canon until the Roman Empire actually nationalized the religion, if you want to be honest. So Europeans actually put your 27 and codified the 27 books. People before that did talk about 27 books, but it wasn't codified until like around 397. Just to be honest and be realistic with anybody. Because think about it, how you got the Bible. So from the Roman Empire, if you look at this, Roman Catholicism, the branch off from Protestantism, you had the Luther, you had Anglican, Calvinist, you had others also. But these were the three main branches of Protestantism that we got Christianity today. So Anglicanism, because we were colonized by the British and the British controlled America, took it over. So that's how Anglicanism and that version of the Bible came down, whether it's Episcopalian, Baptist, Methodist, or Pentecostal. And yes, Calvinism did come down, and even Ola Uda Equiana, he was actually a Calvinist. So this gives you an idea how you actually got the Bible down to you. Now, as Africans who came over the slave trade, we were introduced, not like from the Congo people, whatever, who went to Portugal earlier. I'm talking like the folks who came directly over to the West, not the folks that went to Europe. They were introduced to the Bible by Protestants, not by Catholics. No, I'm sorry. They were introduced to the Bible by the Catholics, and then a mixture of Protestantism later on through the British. So the earlier on, the Spanish and the Portuguese, they had a version of Catholicism. I think and you guys could correct me in the chat. And then Protestantism took over. Are the 12 tribes from real people, or are they fictional characters? Why I say people are pretending to be Israelites. I just want to point out why I feel this way. This is not a disrespect. This is not to bash you. I know more than you or whatever. K Mecker Salam, you can put it in the chat, brother. I don't know everything, but I am a teacher. Watch this. Are the 12 tribes from real people, or are they fictional characters? Let's take a look. When we look at Medos, is the progenitor of the Medes. I don't see people in the Medes area running around saying we come from Medos. It's the same with the Persians coming from Persis, or even a better example, the Romans arguing that they come from Romulus. The Romulus we know is a fictional character. Helen is the progenitor of the Hellenistic Greeks. We know Helen is also a fictional character. Ashur, if you believe in the Bible God, you don't believe Ashur is a real God. Ashur is the progenitor of the Assyrians. It's just like how Jacob or Israel is the progenitor of the Israelites. He don't necessarily have to be real. What Romulus, Helen, Persis, and Medos, and Ashur, it would be called eponymous ancestor. Not Ashur, but Romulus, Helen, and Persis, and Medos would be called eponymous ancestors. And that's what Jacob is called by most scholars today. If you look at the Medes Empire, where it's located, you look at the Assyrian Empire, the Persian Empire, Hellenistic, Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Kingdom of Israel. All have somebody as a main character where they come from. The stories of Jacob and his children are not accounts of historical Bronze Age people. Rather, they tell us how much later Jews and Israelites understood themselves, their origins, and their relationship to the land, within the context of folk tales that had evolved over time. The stories of Jacob and Esau, for example, illustrate the stormy relationship between Israel and Edom, its southern neighbor. The story about Jacob and his father-in-law Laban, the Aramean in Genesis 31, 51 to 54, serves to establish territorial boundaries between Israel and Aram, which is Syria. Jacob's 12 sons provide a legendary basis for the 12 tribes of Israel and a framework for genealogies and folk tales related to those tribes. One need look no further than the names themselves to see that most of them are not personal names, but the names of ethnic groups, geographical regions, and local deities. Example, Benjamin meaning son of the south, the location of its territory relative to Samaria, or Asher, a Phoenician territory whose name may be an allusion to the goddess Asherah. We see other cultures, the monument of the eponymous heroes located in the ancient Agora of Athens, Greece, and we see them lining up the 10 tribes or the 12 tribes of Greece or wherever, and they have eponymous heroes, and you see it also in that culture, all right, of the 10 tribes that they have. So we see that different time period. So was Abraham an eponymous ancestor like the Greek heroes? And then when we look at Abraham, we see that the stories that he's attached to are not historical. The kings in Genesis 14, the Ur of Chaldees is anachronistic. Dan didn't exist at this time. Philistines weren't in the region at the time. Abimelech was a Philistine king, so he couldn't have helped him as far as digging up the well. The camels being, and by the way, with Philistines and Abimelech, the story is connected to Beersheba. Beersheba, that well was developed or constructed around 13th century BC. So Abraham was not alive at that time. He was alive 500 to 800 years before. So we know Abraham is not connected to Beersheba, but the story is written about him and Isaac connected to Beersheba and to a Philistine king called Abimelech. But those people weren't around at the time. Philistines, I think historically, are people from the Greek area or people that came into the region around the 1300s BC. Hittites didn't come into the region until 1650, so Abraham did not have a dialogue or anything to do with any Hittites. Same with the Arameans, Sodom and Gomorrah, and so forth. So the stories that's attached to Abraham are all anachronistic, are not connected to a historical truth or kernel. So the person who is writing the Bible is writing the Bible around from after like the 6th century BC, and they're actually retroactively writing stories connected to areas that was important, or to tribes or cultures that was important to the people of Israel at the time. So Abraham may have been a real character. He may have been. or there may have been a tradition of an Abraham, because they found tons of Abrahams in history, tons of Jacobs, but they're not connected to the historic, to the biblical context. So we understand why those names were possibly used in the traditions and so forth. Why would a real person be attached to fake stories? In the ancient Near East, the question is sometimes asked whether it is reasonable to assume that Israelites would have told stories about imaginary ancestors. Why would ancient Israelites have accepted traditions about these people if they were not in fact real? The truth is, however, that we have plenty of examples in the ancient world where mythological figures, including divinities, were understood to be real, even though we know that they weren't. So it's an ancient Near East literary practice. All right. Some scholars theorize that the ancestor stories were created in such a way to connect the origins of Israel with Mesopotamia, Abraham's original homeland, rather than the land of Canaan. Genesis insists on distinguishing Israelites from Canaanites, who are defined throughout the Hebrew Bible as slaves and sexual deviants. The archaeological record, however, tells a different story. All right. I'm not going to go into this, but the bottom line is why I do say that about Jacob is because I look at Jacob as an eponymous ancestor. So we can't technically determine that we're actual Israelites based off the Bible and based off of history, that these people we are connected. But they were Israelites, just like how they are Medes people. Tazara just asked me, are you using General Honor to defend Guerilla? No, I'm not. I'm definitely not defending Guerilla. I'm just pointing out different deviant behaviors. Did you look that TV show yet? The Chosen, I told you about. Jesus did da 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 da. But anyway, let me get back to this Jacob thing. So we tracing our roots. The reason why I use the term pretending Israelites is that people are literally saying that what do you call it? These people are saying that they come from Israel, and I don't. That's why I use the term. I just wanted to explain why I do that. All right, just for the record, so people understand. Hold on one second. Yeah, let me say this carefully. How does one determine? All right. All right. Let me see here. Is there something else I wanted to touch on with this? Where most slaves come from? Oh, let me look at this article real quickly for anybody. Anybody want to jump on? I'm not using General Yohana to defend Guerilla Hebrew. What Guerilla Hebrew did, he'll answer to that himself. All right. So I'm not defending nobody. What anybody does is their personal business, and they got to answer to what they hold to. Who is this person? 6th century. Where's proof? Baby Booba. Baby Booba. I don't know if you've ever read Israel Finkelstein's book about the history of Israel and all that stuff. His book and documentary that he had on YouTube. He does talk about different people. Who is this person? 6th century. Where's the proof? The 6th century. No. What we're saying is that they're writing retroactively, but they have found several Abrahams or Abrams in history, but they're not connected to the biblical historical timeline or culture. All right. I do want to blow this picture up so people could see it. Hold on a second, family. Let me see if I could get this out the way. I want to get this picture out the way, but I can't. Oh, man. All right. I got it at 110. I don't know if you guys could see it, but I do want to read this out so people could get a feeling of why I say what I say. The book of Genesis tells the story of ancient heroes from Israel's distant past. It describes the adventures of men and women who struggle to define their relationship to divinity, as well as their place within a hostile world. But were the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob real historical figures? From the perspective of historians, that is a question we simply cannot answer. Unlike other biblical stories, the patriarchal narratives contain almost no connection with known historical events that historians can substantiate through other sources. So when it comes to a person such as Abraham, we simply don't have any empirical evidence that he was real. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting that he wasn't, but I believe it's important to know that there's a real difference between history and the past. The patriarchs in Genesis may have been people from the past, but if so, they are completely lost to us in terms of history. History requires evidence, and historians do not possess any of it beyond the traditions in Genesis. For this reason, scholars cannot show that men such as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob actually existed. There is little doubt that the stories concerning these figures, at least in part, derive from oral tradition. The written sources that appear in Genesis cannot be dated earlier than the 9th or 8th centuries BC. Now, that's a problem. If this is in fact factual, that the sources that we have in Genesis can't be dated before 9th or 8th centuries BC, how could Moses have written it if it was later than Moses? This is 400 years after Moses, or 500-600 years after Moses. These sources were originally written in Hebrew, and Hebrew did not exist as a written language until the 10th or possibly 9th century BC. The internal chronology of the Bible indicates a date of around 2100 BCE for Abraham and approximately 1876 for his grandsons Jacob's move down into Egypt. If Abraham was a real person from the past, this would mean that the stories about him derived from oral traditions that circulated for basically 1,000 years before they were eventually put to writing. This observation explains why, for example, the Philistines are mentioned in the Genesis stories. Even though the Philistines did not appear in the land until the 12th century, likewise, you see that, ladies and gentlemen, it's called anachronism. So the observation explains the Philistines are mentioned in Genesis, but the Philistines never existed at that time period until like 1,000 years after Abraham, a little bit over 1,000 years after. Stories about him derive from oral tradition that circulated for basically 1,000 years before they were eventually put to writing. This observation explains why, for example, the Philistines are mentioned in the Genesis stories, even though the Philistines did not appear in the land until the 12th century. Likewise, the Arameans assume a prominent role in the Genesis account concerning Jacob, but they are only attested in the 11th century BCE. Abraham's story mentions the town of Beersheba, yet we know from archaeological evidence that Beersheba was not settled before the 12th century. These types of anachronisms appear throughout the book of Genesis. They certainly call into question the historical reliability of its stories. The question is sometimes asked whether it is reasonable to assume that Israelites would have told stories about imaginary ancestors. Why would ancient Israelites have accepted traditions about these people if they were not in fact real? The truth is, however, that we have plenty of examples in the ancient world where mythological figures were understood to be real, even though we know that they weren't. Moreover, as historians, we have absolutely no way of determining how many Israelites knew anything about Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob at the time the Genesis material was written. We simply have no idea what most Israelites believed about the past. The Genesis sources were produced by a small subset of Israelite and Judean scribes. We would have to assume that the religious and historical views of the general population were quite different from what the small group of elite court officials believe. Taking this into consideration, some biblical scholars maintain that the traditions concerning the patriarchs were originally independent ancestral stories that were combined in the Genesis sources in order to define the relationship of the people of Israel to one another. According to this theory, the patriarchal history may have been developed as a way to link the people of the land together for political reasons. Some scholars theorize that the ancestor stories were created in such a way to connect the origins of Israel with Mesopotamia. Let me get my brother in here. Some scholars theorize that the ancestor stories were created in such a way to connect the origins of Israel and Mesopotamia, Abraham's original homeland, rather than the land of Canaan. Genesis insists on distinguishing Israelites from Canaanites, who are defined throughout the Hebrew Bible as slaves and sexual deviants. The archaeological record, however, tells a different story. The Israelites were Canaanites. There's really not any archaeological evidence to support the idea of an intrusion of a different material culture into the land of Canaan at the time of the Israelite conquest. All right, let me see if I should read any more. But I just wanted to point out, right? And hold on, in context, can I dig up the non-primary check out my something that makes sense? All right, let me put this in the chat so people could read it and review it themselves. Let me put it in the chat. Let's go. Baby Booba, you could jump on. What's up, Cedric? What's on your mind, my brother?
Peace, brother Garfield. What you saying? How things? You know me, I come in here to disrupt the flow a little bit. I'm on my self-promotion campaign, but I can't say self-promotion because I'm being held responsible for debates that are supposedly you and Brother Unc ran from, and I'm either Unc's shoeshine boy or the wannabe Garfield because of my Caribbean accent. So this one is for the team. I'm taking this one for the team. Come out next week, March 16th, 7 p.m. Eastern time over on Paradigm Shift, and watch me in true Caribbean fashion make curry goat out of Mandinka Mali, the goat, the so-called goat in the debate community.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just make something clear. We're gonna support our brother Cedric with that debate. I don't know what JJ 7000's sources or whatever he's doing with that, but it is what it is. But let me just say one thing carefully. I'm not defending Guerilla Hebrew's behavior. I don't think I'm in a position to respond to him from a biblical perspective. From an outside observing, I mean, we as regular dudes, we don't believe what they believe. So we hear stories about men doing freaky shit all the time. So to us, it's just another day in the office. To a biblical person that holds to a biblical worldview and hold to the God of the Bible, they have a different standard they go by. So that's why I don't respond biblically. The reason why I brought up General Hannah, I'm showing that there are things that's not in the Bible that people can make a justification for. And one of them was anal sex with your wife. That was the purpose of me showing that. Whatever Guerilla Hebrew does, he has to answer to that God that he holds to. I don't hold to that God and the law of that deity. I'm just a regular dude who talk about history. I'm a teacher. That's why I put Garfield the teacher. I'm just a teacher. Now, if you want to know about history and what happened in history, that's a whole nother ball game. I don't think we're Israelites. And Cedric, I gotta ask you a question real quickly too about something, but I'm gonna let you finish talking about the debate. But with that whole Duffy null genotype thingy, it seems like it could be passed down from parents, not from an individual parents, but from both parents. And I'm gonna look more into that, because if that's the case, Cedric, that means we can account that 70% of African Americans are definitely connected to West and Central Africa based off of that genotype. I just wanted to throw it.
Yeah, that is a fact. When you talk about particular syndromes being expressed, oftentimes it requires two alleles for the gene to express, right? And then that would mean both parents would need to carry the allele. So either parent could be expressing, mean that they both have both alleles, right? So if you're sickle cell positive and expressing, that means you acquired both alleles from both of your parents. Now, you can have one allele and not express the sickle cell disease, but you carry the gene, you have the trait. So that's why you would do a screening, right, to reduce the risk. Now, even if both parents carry the trait, right, there's only a 50% a chance. Well, there is not only, there's a 50% chance that your offspring would express this particular
the Duffy no don't necessarily mean the person has the sickle cell trait. That's the crazy part. What happened is it's the red blood cell that carry that protein. That protein is not, it's dormant. And it's because its root cause is sickle cell, but the person who is passing down that specific genotype because of that red blood cell protein being dormant.
Because of the sickling,
is because of the sickle cell originally. But that being passed down, that person could pass down and don't have the sickle cell trait, which is absolutely fascinating. But what's up, baby girl?
Yeah. I'm just kind of confused about this this unnatural sex thing. I don't know if I can say what it is. The sodomy.
Men having sex with their
No. The part about it's okay to do it to the woman, but not to the man type stuff.
Right. That's what Corey was talking about. He's saying it's not lawful under God's order. That's their biblical thing. Now remember though, a man and a woman that don't believe in the Bible can live by any rule that they want to. So they're not governed by that Bible, outside the Bible. But the Bible believer has a choice. Now, you're saying that you don't support it regardless in the Bible or out the Bible. And I'm with you with that, 100%. But no law against it in the Bible.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing is okay if you do it with the woman. But isn't doing it with a woman is sort of thinking outside on natural, and you could also do it with a man, like it's kind of perverted in that way too?
Yes, because if you're in the dark and the woman bend over, it's just like when a man bend over. Ass is ass.
Exactly.
That's the point. And I'm saying that any man does that is a homosexual. That's what I am saying.
That's what it could lead to too. It could lead to that too.
You know, because then you're gonna be like, okay, so I do it with my wife, I could do it with my homeboy. Yep. How many videos we see right now on YouTube or Instagram of men having sex with men? That's his homeboy or whatever, his girl. So I caught him in the bed with him and all that stuff. It's crazy. It's craziness.
Sodomy is sodomy. I don't care what they say.
Facts. Pauseonomic. Kenway, what up, Kenway? Get my boy Cedric back on here.
All right, family.
Okay, just to let you know, we found a protein on the red blood cell that is dormant in African Americans at a 70% rate. And it's connected to sickle cell, but the people who are passing it on from generation to generation, they have to both have the same allele to pass it down. And it's a specific gene that we have as Black people. In Jamaica, it's 90%. In the blacks in Britain is 90%. So it's at a high peak, showing and proving that we actually come from West and Central Africa. Why I hold that position is because the both parents have to have it to pass it down. And even when they pass it down, those people don't necessarily have sickle cell, but they have that protein that they have in their system is actually dormant. I'll send you the information soon. All right. I'm not ready to share that with the public yet, but that definitely proves that we're West and Central Africans.
I mean, I look at my skin. I have skin lupus, and if you look up the data, this is a hard fact of the origins of my ethnicity. I am African by origin because of this particular skin affliction that happens to us over here based on our mixture with Europeans and Native Americans to some degree. It doesn't happen in pure Africans. It's a specific trait to Afro-Caribbeans, so descendants of slaves in the region. I'm a walking example of that. So like,
you know what's key also? Let's not forget what the slave master did to us as far as them intermingling with our women and producing children. And they carried an R marker from Europe, not the R marker from Cameroon, but there's an R marker in northern Cameroon that is in the Levant and in Africa. It's a different R than the R that Europeans who colonize us have. I just need to be clear. For example, we're talking about Guerilla Hebrew. Guerilla Hebrew's father, from what he showed, has the R marker from Europe. that is passed down paternally. You know, Guerilla say he don't deal with DNA like that, but he's definitely has, you could tell the root. He might look brown like me, or even like Cedric, or even like Mika. Just because you have R don't mean that you're not African, because you can be African autosomously, but paternally, your Y goes back to you.
All the haplogroup go back to Africa, basically. It just migrated out, but you know that's kind of different. It don't really mean nothing.
In history, like in the life, like for example, let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something with the Native Americans real quick.
So talking about that, that's also going to be some of the topics addressed during the debate next week. The 16th of March, 7 p.m. over on Paradigm Shift is going to be hosted by DMG, where me and Mandin Kamali square off. I call it the Battle of the Crash Out Kings.
Right.
I call it the Battle
Let
of
me tell you something. JJ not gonna last 2 minutes. He gonna blow up. I don't know how y'all do it.
So in a debate setting,
like, wait, let me talk. You know how JJ act.
In a debate setting, the moment he comes off of his interferes with my round, he automatically disqualifies himself, right? So this is where he's just gonna have to sit there. He wanted 20 minutes around and take a beating and an ass whooping. JJ may be a good debater, but he forgot something. In the realm of scientific debates, right, there are standards and there are criteria. JJ, for example, think that his hypothesis is on equal footing with the academic consensus. So when I say the academic consensus is not on trial and I'm supporting by the academic consensus, he's requiring me to bring sources. That means he doesn't understand the academic consensus. He didn't do any research. So it's going to be listen, I'm gonna cook some goat meat, put it in the pressure cooker, add some curry, some sweet potato, right? Mix up some dumpling, and we gonna have ourselves a stew goat dinner come next week, the 16th of March, right? Don't forget the time, 7 p.m. Everybody show up, right? Because Garfield, hey, pull that on. Don't leave JJ see that. Don't let JJ.
Listen, look at this, family. The SMP analysis of the three major haplogroups is C, Q, and R. Now remember, this accounts for 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. So now, if I claim I'm an Israelite, right, and you are saying paternally you come down from male to male to male, your paternal lineage should be the same as these people. African Americans are normally R, which is similar to these people here, R. But guess what happened now? However, most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely come from recent admixture with Europeans, just like African Americans. So the R that the brother Guerilla has is from recent admixture, not ancient admixture, recent admixture, because technically it's only C and Q represent Native Americans. But what happened is because of the European coming over and intermixing with the indigenous Native Americans, that's how their children, the males, end up with the Y marker of R. But they're primarily C and Q. And how do we get to the C and Q though? We get to the C and Q, and look at this, by the way, look at this map on the screen. You could see that this color that's here is nowhere in the Levant. This color here that you see on the right-hand side of North America, including Canada, you don't see these colors anywhere at all in the Levantine area. You see it from the area where Asia, where China, the Chinese people and all those Mongoloids are. You see it centralized right here because that's where it came from. That's where they came from and came over to the North America, to the Americas. QM242 is the predominant Y DNA haplogroup, excuse me, among Native Americans and several peoples of Central Asia and Northern Siberia. There's actually another thing I wanted to show you, but you know what? Let me do this. I gotta show this real fast, real fast, real fast. Wow. I think a lot of people misuse information and then just to fit their paradigm. And by the way, guys, if you're a Hebrew Israelite, stop using this meme. It is not original. It was made by a black Hebrew Israelite or a Hebrew Israelite, whichever name y'all go by. It's nowhere in the article. If you want the original, I have the original that I could send you so you could see it for yourself. He never made this quote. This is a lie. Katazat, take it out of your presentation and remove it. Misinformation. Matter of fact, take your whole presentation down because all of it is lies. All of it. Lies and misrepresentations. Let me, and by the way, to this right here, this guy's book, Claudius Ptolemy, does not say Arzareth in it. It's right here. It says Asaroth. That's not Arzareth. So all those people who teach that this guy in 150 AD said Arzareth, he never said Arzareth in his original. See, mouth of Asaroth River. It don't say Arzareth. And they've been going around the internet and social media and teaching people this for years. All I did was just check what it says. It says it right here on the source. Right here, Asaroth. Stop misleading people to fit your paradigm. Stop lying on information. Hold on 1 second. I just need to find this DNA.
Facts. That is the premise of the debate I'm engaged in.
Yeah, Hebrew Israelites need, I don't know, they could hire me, man. Just hire me, family. Hire me.
Hire you for what?
Hire me.
Misleading the people, false information.
Acts Jeremiah Judah, 13,000 BC, this Montana boy. Why is he connected? Look at what it is. Their data are very convincing that Clovis and the child was part of the population that gave rise to North, Central, and Southern American groups.
Clovis culture.
From the Clovis culture.
Yep.
13,000 years ago. The game's over.
Yeah, these are all the points I'm going to be addressing in the debate. I mean, from the time I established the amount of scholarly work that we have, what the consensus is, versus JJ, who is, you know, the level of disingenuousness when you're quoting articles and citing sources from Cambridge, Harvard, and when you do the work, Garfield, the sources don't exist.
You know what he's gonna do though, right? He's gonna play the dark skin is black.
Yeah. We prepare to deal with all of that. If you've watched my debate, what I do with these fellows is I let them speak as much as possible. I keep goading them, I keep taunting them. So I let them spew as much of their rhetoric as possible. And when I think I've heard enough, I then agree to the debate. So I have all the premises covered. The appeal to emotion is something that is standard in the pseudoscientific community. He is going to hit you with the white man versus the black man and then claim to be engaging in a scientific endeavor, right? He throwing the word haplogroups out there without even understanding how and what he is supposed to be looking at, quoting scholars who actually, you know the standard quote, right? A pseudo always, every time dies as it stores, every single time. I mean, he's completely out of his wheelhouse, and it's about time somebody took that goat, right, and made some stew out of him. Like he runs around the community claiming he's a debate goat. You might be the debate goat when you're arguing make believe and fairy tales, and it's a matter of opinion. But when you're dealing with science, there is a framework, there is a methodology that you need to employ. Again, JJ actually thinks that his unsupported hypothesis is on equal footing with the scientific consensus. That's supposed to tell you already that he's a dead man walking. And I just gonna enjoy beating him up for the fun of it.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Hold on, guys. 1 second. Eric Wright asks, "What did King James write?" I'm confused. The first letter is from King James.
Hey, and he write that letter from the perspective of what we would call a female. So this is a letter that you use that a man would get from his lover.
Oh Lord.
The way it is written is as if you want to put perfume and kiss it with lipstick.
Somebody said that's not fair. His arm marker is ancient by nature. No, what happened is during the slavery, I don't think people understand DNA. I don't think. And
That's
it's
what's
sad.
crazy, and people want to talk about it.
You know who did a real good show about DNA, like early in my years to understand it? Wujao. He broke down how it passed out. I don't think people understand something. You can't assume.
Right.
I'll say this to everybody. When the Israelites went anywhere and they had sex with women from other cultures, but they were really endogenous people. That's why DNA plays a major role in Jewish ancestry today, because they basically slept with their own people the whole time, especially like the Babylonian communities and the Persian communities and the Assyrian communities where they were shipped from 8th century BC. That's why they were able to trace the Babylonian community over 2,500 years. So what I'm saying to people, they don't necessarily have to have a male child. What if they don't have a male child? How does the DNA pass? It can't pass because the person who had the daughter, unless that young man who she has sex with has the same marker as the father had, then not the same exact marker, but say like they all have a J cluster there. You know, when you talk about population genetics, some people like in the black community, we have majority of us here have E1B1A. So if you're hoping your daughter have sex with an E1B1A, but what happens with some of those Jews that only have daughters, the men that they're sleeping with is within the community and they already had J, so some of them passed down. But what if they had E1B1B? What if they had a different marker and they were drafted into the community and so forth? So people are going to have different DNAs, but the majority of them, when they check the old ancient communities, there's still communities there having the J marker. There's no history of African Americans or Jamaicans or any of us as black folks carrying this J marker or E1B1B on a large level. We're carrying E1B1A because that's where we're from. We're from where it mutated, which is West Africa.
Well, Garfield, just the DNA that we take today is only going far back to a certain amount of time. It's not going back in ancient times. So we talking about a Pacific time, you know. So that's why I don't do the DNA thing, because it's not
DNA. They have companies now that can go all the way back, you know. There's certain
so how far? The 1800, the 1700?
Yes, can go back into the BC time, because what they're doing is they're looking at the STRs, or I'm sorry, the SMPs. They're looking, because remember, there's a lot of samples. For example, National Geographic got over 1 million samples. Then you have people in the J marker. They have a marker of it that goes back 26,000 years. They found it. They found a sample that goes back 26,000 years.
Oh, okay.
So you can draft up, you can map out the whole, what they call the whole structure of DNA and all over the world based off of the ancient samples they have, the modern day samples, and say, oh, boom, 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 boom. But I'm telling you, most African Americans and black people, you're going to trace back to originally West Africa. But what happened is, because of the Natufians, and we have an E1A or whatever they had, we try to trace our roots back to Israel that route. And I'm trying to say to folks, we've been in this era over 7,000 to 22,000 years, man. We got to be crazy. Oh, blurred vision, I just get what you're saying. I'm not saying he's Israel at all. No, whether he's Israel or not is not the point. With the arm marker with Guerilla Hebrew, that's definitely from a recent admixture. If you look at his genetic of his father, which is his genetics makeup, and how he showed it in the debate, you could tell that there's an intermixing how the father, the R came in. Just like the guy that owned African ancestry. He's an R marker, but in his autosomal, he's like 80% West African. So although Guerilla might have an R paternal lineage, that doesn't take away from what's internally inside as far as him being African or whatever. But his mom is also a European, so that's kind of tough for him. So autosomally, I would love to look at his DNA again. I haven't looked at it, you know, but it would be a problematic because his mother. Say, for example, Rick Kittle's mother is an African woman, because how is his autosomal? He's mixed up with African. It just so happened in the recent history, 3 to 8 generations before, some white guy came in and he slept with with somebody and created a boy child, but the boy child he's creating is with an African woman. And then that African woman who created that African young man is now sleeping with other African women. So again, right now his autosomal is over 80% West and Central African because of that. So that one time that European crept in, it's not the overall genetic makeup of the person. And look how Rick Kittle is dark. He's not light skinned like Grla. You know what I'm saying? But they have the same R marker. Yeah, it's gonna show that you're European in certain senses, but it just depends on, as the brother said, variables. So having the R marker don't necessarily mean that you're European. It means you're paternally, because they deal with the whole paternal. If your father is a European, that means you can't be an Israelite. That's their rule. I'm just using their rule and say, you know, why this don't make sense or whatever. Because he can have, with Guerilla, it's kind of different because his mother is white, but it's kind of difficult on that end. But for other people who have an African mother, it's totally different. Because most of the times a European slept with anyone that they get in contact with is usually somebody from a native tribe or somebody who came over on the slave trade, a female. So but that female, when they have a child, that child is not mixing with white folks again. That child is now mixing with other Africans. So that's why most folks who have the R marker have a strong African autosomal count. And I think people need to understand that. All right. Anything else from you, Mika? Because I know you want to start some trouble. Any other?
Now I'm listening now.
Okay. Yeah, the R marker goes back for thousands of years, brother. You're right with that. And the R has branched off into other, because now the Africans in Cameroon have their own R. And that's the African R. Then you have the Levantine R. Then you have the R that's way from Central Asia. Then you have the R that's branched into M269, which is Europe, which is where King James from. So you have a different sects of R, which is original from Central Asia, but majority of the slave masters that came over were R. Robert Warren, all gods are created by men. There's no God on earth. I've not met a God yet that's popular that's created by a woman. Because y'all surely wouldn't like that God. I worship no woman God. This is why the Egyptians failed, because they had a God, they had all type of God. Women, men God, all type of both sex gods, all type of damn gods. That's why they failed.
People not understanding what we calling a God. That's what it is. We be calling a water God, a tree of God. We be calling anything God. The thunder. What is Yahweh? He's war God. He's a war God. So we don't know what we're talking about.
Yep. I see 23andMe sent me an email to say they updated my DNA. Let me take a look at this. Let me be nosy. 23andMe. Let me see what's popping. Because they want to make me Igbo so badly, yo. They want to make me Igbo so badly. So badly. Because when I just took my DNA, I was more Akan. So it's like, all right, so here's my DNA. Let me see what's popping. You have predispositions. You have 5 new relatives. Let me see what's popping. Who's now my relative? Cedric, so the debate, what's going on with the debate otherwise?
Yeah. So I am on my promotion tour again. This is a debate that JJ claims you refused to take, ran away from, because of course we out here are discrediting our black scholars. Blah 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 blah.
What is the title again?
Did Columbus come to the Americas before Africans or whatever? I mean. To me, the title is completely irrelevant. He's
Africans. No, say the title again.
Did Columbus come to the Americas before Africans?
I don't understand that right?
That means again, we're dealing with JJ here, so you must understand that you're dealing with a limited actual understanding of scientific data is, right? So he's out here just running his mouth and trying to bring back to life outdated pseudo information that we already put to rest, right? And he's using all the old talking points to all make heads. These mysterious arrowheads that nobody, no museum, no artifact, nothing exists, right? And again, the worst part of it is he's using or pretending to have sources that literally do not exist. Not on JSTOR, not in Google Scholar, not in the university libraries. I mean, it took forever to actually get him to post or say something about his sources. And then lo and behold, on his Facebook page, he posts at least 10 different sources claiming to have a scholarly consensus from Cambridge, from Harvard.
Watch this, Cedric. He's going to talk about the people in the Virgin Islands, the 2 bodies they found in the Hull study, right? He's going to come with that. He's also going to come with the guy that died recently, the guy that said he was that the people on Mars, they saw that they have 3 pyramids on Mars. That's, that guy's source. He's going to come with that guy. You see, the issue is this, right? There's arguments to be made, but I don't know how deep Cedric has gone into the study. But there's arguments can be made, but those arguments have been refuted and debunked. Now the issue is he going to come and say, "Oh, that's the white man. You don't want to listen to an African scholar or black scholar"? I don't know if that's where he's coming from, because there's several things that our elders. I'm going to show an example right now. It's not that I'm trying to say I'm better and bigger than the elders. But the elders make say things all the time that we might not agree with. That don't mean we're stupid. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean we have to agree with everything that the elders say.
Yes, that's religion again. If you're engaging in a scientific endeavor, it doesn't matter who proposes a particular point. The fact is, what are we going to look at? We're going to look at peer review. We're going to look at how much time has the work been cited. Is it corroborated by other aspects of the field, or is this a conjecture or based on a revisionist point of view, right? So it's not about the name that you drop, it's about the integrity of the work. I mean, I pulled up the sickle cell claim from a scholar, and when you examine the claim, it is just that, a claim. There is no supporting evidence, right, linking a direct contact. Right, so you look at the regions in which these people are. There, you understand that they also have to deal with being attacked by mosquitoes, and then you talk about convergent evolution, and these traits develop independently. Right, but you would have to be engaging with a scholarship honestly and not engaging based on confirmation bias, trying to prove a point. Right, and based on your whole emotional narrative, as if the pseudo killers and Dagger Squad, the community of skeptics, are out here with the purpose and the intent to discredit our scholars. No, again, I say you do our scholars a disservice by promoting the information that they had wrong instead of focusing on the work that they had right. This is the reason Dr. Ben and Dr. Henry Clark, for example, are mentioned in museums and are renowned scholars in academia, not for the things that they had wrong, but for the things that they had right. Right? And if white scholars could recognize them for that, why do we in our community hold on to the things that they had wrong, right? Based on the information that they were dealing with at the time. You're the one who is discrediting our scholars, not me.
All right, let me play this right here by Dr. Ben and ask everybody, do they agree with this or not? Hold on a second. Let me.
I hear it.
As a matter of fact, the Atlantic Ocean was called.
Oh, I don't agree.
According to Dr. Ben, the original name of Africa was Alkebulan. Africa, the whole continent, was also called Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, the Atlantic Ocean was called the Ethiopian Sea. So there were several different names. Africa was really described by different tribes. It wasn't a whole monolithic society, but eventually they named Africa after a European. According to Dr. Ben, the original name of Africa was Alkebulan. Africa, the whole continent, was also called Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, the Atlantic Ocean was called the Ethiopian Sea. So there were several different names. Africa was really described.
All right, so let me ask everybody in the audience and who's on here. Do we agree that Africa was once called Alkebulan? Who agrees?
No.
No, I think Africa had different names. Or they wouldn't even, it wasn't even one name. It was a tribal,
It wasn't naming the continent because the people didn't traverse
right.
The three things he just said. He just said, Dr. Ben said Africa was called Alkebulan. That is a fact. Dr. Ben did say that. Number two, he said that it was also called Ethiopia. And number three, that there was a sea called the Ethiopian Sea. Now watch this. The Ethiopian Sea part in the 1700s is true. There was a sea called, they call it Ethiopian Sea.
Yeah.
Now, all of Africa, to my knowledge, was never called Ethiopia. I think what happened is called the below the sub-Saharan area, they called Ethiopians, not necessarily Ethiopia. They called people Ethiopians. But but I have no records of it being called Al-Kabalan, which would be an Arabic word because of the prefix al you see in front of it. So I don't know if they call that. I don't know where Dr. Ben got it from. We need Brother Reggie for that, who's probably ear hustling right now. So
I heard that
originally coming, but Al-Kabalan, I see it in this book, Black Man in the Nile. I've never confirmed it. And back in the early Tiger Squad days, we did investigate it. We couldn't find that. So does that make the elder wrong? No, maybe he found something at the time to say that, and he's just repeating it. We ain't trying to say the elder is stupid or nothing like that.
No, nobody's making that point. And again, what people like Tariq Nasheed does, they are perfect at mixing fact with fiction. He's in the realm of the Billy Carsons, and this is what makes them pseudo to the extreme degree. The way they mix and match information. Like if you understand where Ethiopia is, you understand the early Greek and Roman narrative and how that term was used, you can understand that they were talking about a particular area, right? And that was their understanding of what Africa was because they didn't go any further. Right, but that is at no point in time assuming that was a nomenclature used for the entire continent, because that is simply not the truth.
Hey, Cosmo and Kyle TV, you said not only was it at one point called Ethiopia, it was at one point also called Libya. I disagree. The information that I've come across is that they've called the only area called Ethiopia was Nubia by the Greeks. They use it as a what's the word, homonym, as a place name, Ethiopia. That's when they translated the Septuagint in Koine Greek. Now, as far as Libya was northern Africa at one point. They called it northern parts Libya. In the southern part, they said the Ethiopians lived. So all of Africa, as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm wrong. All of Africa was called Libya. He's correct. He's actually correct. Because even if you look at the Wikipedia article, you see, I could correct myself on the spot. Let's look up the word Ethiopia, and it's actually in the Wikipedia article that it's called Libya.
Let me address one of the points from Deshaun Williams there. Columbus never made it to the Americas, to America, only the Bahamas. So you already lost if you think that is it. If you think that's it. You see, when we're engaging in scientific conversations, you have to understand the nomenclature. When we talk about the Americas, we are talking about the New World. Columbus didn't indeed make it to America, but the Americas was established in Hispaniola, which is the Dominican Republic. This is where the first settlement was actually established, right? So you need to understand history and you need to understand the nomenclature. In this debate, we're talking about post and pre-Columbian era, right? Because that marks a distinct change in history. It is when the New World people first came into contact with old world people, and we understand the ramifications of that, especially in epidemiological sense, right? Because the transfer of diseases which decimated the New World people, which is indication of separation of a long time, right? So again, when you're engaging in these conversations, you need to actually understand the nomenclature. It's pre and post Columbian era. And yes, the Americas is not the land called the United States. Again, that maybe is a testament to your passport not being stamped or not owning one.
All right, so here's the Wikipedia article on Ethiopia, just for the record. The Greek name Ethiops is a compound word later explained as derived from the Greek words, which means I burned face. According to the Little Scott Jones Greek English lexicon, the designation properly translates as burned face in noun form, which is important, and red-brown in adjectival form. Adjectival form is, remember, from an adjective perspective, it's describing. So when you say Ethiopian, sometimes they're describing them as reddish brown. The historian Herodotus used the appellation to denote those parts of Africa south of the Sahara, like I said, but he's using Ethiopians, not Ethiopia, that were then known within the Ecumen or the habitable world. The earliest mention of the term is found in the works of Homer, where it is used to refer to two people groups, one in Africa and one in the east, from eastern Turkey to India. This Greek name was borrowed into Amharic, Ethiopia. In Greco-Roman epigraphs, Ethiopia was a specific toponym for ancient Nubia. At least as early as 850, the name Ethiopia also occurs in many translations of the Old Testament in allusion to Nubia. The ancient Hebrew text identified Nubia instead as Cush. All right, let me see what else. As far as the Libya thing, yes, he called all of Africa Libya. I agree with that. Because I think it's actually, let me see if it's here. No, I don't need to look at that. Yeah, he did call Libya all of Africa is Libya. Yeah, I remember that. I actually remember that. So I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I think Cedric going to get killed by Aboriginal Hebrew. I don't know. Who's Aboriginal Hebrew? Who's that? Cedric, you debating Aboriginal Hebrew? Where everybody at? Everybody at?
Who know I'm debating JJ again. I don't actually it's not just a scientific debate, it's a historical debate. History and actual reconstruction of history employs a methodology. It is within the realm of science because it is actually reconstructing history. So history is made up of archaeology, it's made up of anthropology. These are all aspects of telling the historical story. So again, it is a scientific conversation. If you don't understand that, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Get killed by Aboriginal Hebrew. I have no idea who that is, and I've never had had any interaction with that individual. So, but JJ is going to get, again, JJ claims to be the GOAT. I'm from the Northeast Caribbean, and we just chew goat and have that. Chew goat, white rice and chew goat. So everybody show up. Everybody show up next week. The 16th.
Go live with his baseball bat all the time. Like, come on, Garfield.
Come on, Garfield. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running?
Come on, Garfield. You ain't know nothing. Come on.
You're afraid of, you're scared of stepping the ring with JJ 7000. Yeah. You know why? Because you got no information.
Macho Man Savage.
My name is JJ 7000. I'm coming off the top rope. I'll beat the brakes off you. You don't got no information, Garfield.
You over there, jerk chicken eating, Jamaican coon.
Come on, Garfield. Come on. Come on.
Oh, listen. So where Central America is? Do you understand where the Central America basin includes the Caribbean? Oh my God, these people need to go back to the 5th grade. We learned this shit in primary school. Literally, we learned the division of the Americas in primary school. The Americas. Central America includes the Caribbean.
Oh, I got a whole file on this right here. Native Black African claims. Hull Bay Virgin Islands claim. I got the Luzia skull, Polynesian asteroid, early human presence in Chile. Dr. Guidon, the 100K claim that she made with the New York Times printed that she found somebody here living 100,000 years ago. I got Dr. Boyda.
Lies.
Stuff. I got the Atlantis stuff. The 130K claim that explained like 1,000,000 times.
Lies.
I got the linguistic connection between natives and Asians from Smithsonian. South Africa to America by boat. I got that stupid article. Osteological evidence, genetics and DNA. They just got to show somebody with the E marker. Show somebody with the E marker before Columbus. That's all.
They can't do it. They can't.
Hold on. Don't say they can't do it because what's his name? Pseudo, whatever his name is. What's his name? The guy talk about the Mendy script. What's his name? Clyde Winters.
Yeah. We deal with that.
And all that stuff.
That is all dealt with.
You got to know all these stories, Professor.
All that is dealt with. I tell you, it's a beautiful surgical dismantling of all these pseudo claims. And I think they didn't prepare or understand that is my style of debating, right? I will not only establish, take my time and be focused on the
What's up, AB?
What's going on, man? That's a good workout too you got there, man. You know what you can do with that? You can rehab your shoulder. You can work on your wrist mobility. You got to do a lot of things with that little back there, man. Pause, man.
I'm a grown man. I'm 50, man. I ain't got time to worry about no. Pause.
You're doing good, Garfield. You're doing good.
Nah, you ain't doing it right, bro. That shit don't look right. Hey, yo, son, pause.
Yes,
yo.
Come on, faster.
I ain't got to worry about that. Working my wrist out. You see, the small-minded people would think that way. I'm not small.
Yeah, you gotta you gotta look at some of my videos with the Indian clubs, man. That shit you can do it with that. Where'd Cedric go?
Cedric running from you, man. He's running from you, man.
I had a question for him.
Yeah, that whole stuff with the Africans in Holland, that's the best argument I've ever heard.
The what?
The Hull Bay Virgin Islands claim, the one where they said in
oh yeah. That's from
man. Yeah.
That one right there. Yeah,
David Imhotep. That was one of his main arguments in his book, anyway.
Yo, Cedric.
Sorry about that.
We got a question for you, Madan. You can hear me?
Yes, my brother. Hey, Robon, what you saying, my brother?
I'm not conscious no more. I am not conscious. My name is my name. Do not call me Rob. My name is Alan Brown.
Alan Brown, what it do, my brother?
Yo.
Long time don't see.
Yeah, but I'm checking about this. He'd be on beast mode in the gym, though. What you saying? What's good?
Yo, if he asks you about what do you have for Mansa Musa, brother? When he be like, here's the primary document, the motherfuckers came from Mali. That's why he like his name, man, Dinka Mali. That's why he like that name. When he brings that up, what do you think?
So when we talk about primary document, we need to understand what is actually going on here. The historian that actually records this story records 100 years later than the so-called Mansa Musa was actually making this claim. When you look at the claim itself, there is no there there.
So there is no first-hand account. There is no actual evidence. This is just a story that we cannot corroborate by any means. Again, just the timeline involved supposed to make you take a step back and wonder if this is actually factual. There is no data supporting it. It is what it is, a story.
All right, y'all, let's talk now. Remember, we're supposed to be talking. What we talking about? Let's get it. What's that?
Who that? Golfer probably on
I'm
Clubhouse.
on Clubhouse. I'm on Clubhouse. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so no, that was it. I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, but the whole thing with Mansa Musa, right? Mansa Musa, I was in a dispute. As a matter of fact, hold up, I think I got it on Instagram where they talk about this. I'm gonna play the claim that Robon is talking about, which is a claim that I don't think the community has done a good job of rebutting, which is what Robon just asked. I don't think we've done a good job.
I mean, again, when you explore what it is, first of all, it is the story is written down 100 years after Mansa Musa told the story. Mansa Musa dead long and gone when this story is written down. So
okay, so let me ask you,
if that's the actual account.
Who's the author who told us this story?
I have his name in my slides. I don't know it off my head.
Okay, so where did he say he got the story from?
From folklore. He never spoke to Mansa Musa.
Yeah, see, yeah, son, you fucking up, son. You fucking up. Nah, bro, that's not how it goes, son. It's not a folklore. It is what you said. It's someone told someone something and he told this shit to the dudes when he went to Egypt. Right? It is that. But you can't say that as a folklore because there's a reason, there's a historical reason behind it. And there's a reason behind this brother, and is the reason why Mansa Musa's name is kind of not mentioned in them the Mali historical record because of some things that took place. But I don't think they know that. But anyway, I just wanted to know what you would say. But look into that.
But again, that there is speculation at best. Again, what is factual? This story is written down 100 years after Mansa Musa's death.
Where did you get that from? Where did you get? That's why I asked you who is the author and when did he write it? When do we see it first in the world? Where you get that from is 100 years later. Where'd you get that from?
Come to the debate next week.
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to help you, brother.
These are just scholarly sources.
Brother, I refuse to watch it. Hold on, I told you I'm not conscious. I refuse to watch any debate. I'm just here because I just seen this shit and I got free time.
This is just
I don't watch this shit no more.
Historians putting this work together. If you need me to quote this historian and that historian, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do at the debate.
Okay, so what I'm saying, yeah, what I'm saying to you, yeah, what I'm saying, Cedric, is the Arabic sources that is the root of this. Are you saying that the person, the author, is 100 years after when this event's supposed to take place?
The story, what Mansa Musa told, is written down, is documented 100 years after Mansa Musa told the story.
Well, here's the thing, right? Mansa Musa never told the story. Son, you need to go. You need to sit there with
Hold on, guys. Stop.
That's the exact point I'm trying to make.
Listen to this. Everybody quiet. Mute up.
The West African Muslim king of the wealthiest empire ever discovered the Americas long before Columbus did. His name is Abu Bakari II of Mali. In a massive expedition of 2,000 ships, King Abu Bakari explored the Americas, bringing with him elephants from Africa to the area, as well as lots and lots of gold. And it's something that Columbus's journals also reveal. The first island Columbus landed on was San Salvador, which used to be named after the Mandinga word Iguana, meaning brothers. In Honduras, they came across a tribe of Muslim natives called Al-Mami. This word was of Arabic and Mandinga origin, standing for Al-Imam. In Haiti, Columbus learned that there were Africans with golden spears, which they called guanin, Mandinga for gold. In Panama, the Muslims were so widespread that even today, the indigenous people are classified as Mandingas. Unlike Columbus, the wealthy Africans did not come to enslave the population or plunder their land. They had come to trade and marry among the natives. Hidden libraries found in Timbuktu in Mali supposedly have more information about this. Unfortunately, the French-influenced government is making an effort to keep this incredible part of Islamic history hidden. If you want to learn more about why it makes sense that Muslims discovered the Americas way before Columbus did, then stay tuned. Let's set the record straight.
Look at my comment to the side. 6
Man,
weeks.
She full of shit.
I said she made it up. They try to come at me. I said she made it up.
She full of shit. How you know, Garfield? How you know that this shit is in Timbuktu and nobody got it? Like, what you talking about? All of the manuscripts we got 100,000 manuscripts, nigga, coming through West Africa, bro. With all, ain't none of that shit say nothing about that bullshit, man. And then lastly, Garfield, that fucking thing by Mr. Abdul, that shit is only 2 paragraphs. That's it.
Yeah, Sean got a whole video on it. Hold on, not even Sean. Tribe of Shabazz did a whole video on it too.
Yeah, the shit is only 2 paragraphs. But it's interesting on why that was done. And that's a
Where's your video on it? Why don't you bring your video? Let me put it in the chat.
Nah, man. I'm not conscious. I'm not giving niggas. Don't ask me for no sources.
Get out of here, boy. Get out of here with
Be
that.
conscious, man. Be conscious, bro.
I'm not conscious no more.
You're just not in the community, but you're conscious. How about that?
Yo, bro, you better watch my baseball shit, bro. I see you fucking with that bat, bro. Listen, bro, the shit up.
What's your channel again? What's your channel?
Just go to my channel, Respect the Bands. Or you could go to my Instagram. Go to my Instagram.
All right, cool. I got you.
So you learn that shit, bro. I'm telling you, son, that shit right there, that shit have your posture straight, your shoulders be feeling good, your back don't hurt. I swear to you, I swear by this shit. My back don't hurt no more, bro. I can live heavy shit don't hurt no more. I'm like, damn, this ancient Indian shit, bro. Oh, that shit come from Persia too. You would love this shit. This shit come from Persia. This shit is Persian, my nigga. They got this shit on the walls. They got this shit on the walls.
Funny. You're going back 12 years now. Persia. Read about the Persia shit.
Yeah. They got it in Egypt too. I saw they got it and almost holding it in his hand. Yeah. But go ahead, man. Yeah, Cedric. I don't know, man. Mansa Musa came over here, man.
What don't you know, Rabon? Mansa Musa came over here, according to her, with elephants. How did he do that? In canoes?
Listen, man. Listen,
because the Mali Empire had ravine technology, and they could move up and down the African coast, but they didn't have ship technology. And how did they put the elephants on those canoes? Like Noah put the
I don't know about no elephants. That shit don't say nothing about them no elephants. The 2 paragraphs don't say nothing about it.
The best way you can get them is this. Show me the primary documents of this.
Yeah, that's it. Show me a primary of Mansa Musa making this claim, right? And of course, if you even listen to the narrative, it makes no sense whatsoever. He sent out 10 ships, 1 came back, and he decided to jump on the boat and go with the next journey.
No, brother, no, you got it wrong, man. The first time he sent 200 ships. The next time he sent 2,000 ships, nigga. You right, man.
Yeah.
You're right, Cedric. That dude is not smart. That nigga's not smart at all. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
What if he bring up the Delaware argument?
I don't think he know none of that, son. He doesn't read books.
He listening.
He doesn't read books. He's just a fucking article researcher, nigga.
He read AI.
Yeah. Sad that that's what we're using AI for.
Doesn't read. I mean, when you're fabricating your sources, you don't have to read shit.
I don't know.
When you actually quoting sources that don't exist.
Please tell me you getting paid for this.
No, you're not.
Say that again.
Please tell me you getting paid for that.
It's a sensitive.
Come on.
That's crazy.
This whole argument is a sensitive argument, bro.
You ain't getting paid for this?
Nah, I don't do this.
Fuck no, I would never say.
Yeah, you wasting your time. Money is time.
Fuck that. Garfield, go to my fucking Instagram page so you can see the shit, man.
Hold on.
This is me having fun, yo. This is how I have fun. Recreational time.
Nah, that's cool though. It's a good thing, man.
What's the YouTube? Respect the bands?
No. Put Maceball practitioner. Just put my name. You'll find it. Alan Brown, you'll see it.
I was gonna put your fake name, Rob on.
Dudes love their clubhouse. I'm telling you. Garfield addicted.
Yeah, I should have never told him about that shit.
What's his name? Invited me to that shit. Homeboy from the NOI.
Yeah, he should have never told you about that shit, my nigga. That shit is nothing but a Bible hub, yo.
That's where all the men go. If y'all want, ladies, if y'all want to looking for a man, y'all could go on Clubhouse.
He's stupid.
All the Bible niggas is on there, bro. All Bible, all day. Bible. Is Jesus the salvation? And you know where to find Garfield. He right there, modded up. I'm like, look at this shit here.
Everybody stuff.
Nah, he just be in certain people's shit. He don't be in all of them shit. He don't be everywhere.
I only be in the Grand Rising. Grand Rising, our God First gang, our Sons of Thunder. Them niggas. This nigga defended Guerilla Hebrew. Everybody trying to chastise the nigga.
You know what? It's crazy how I feel. It's like, okay, everybody always say what they doing, people doing their bedroom is their business. Okay, what he did in his bedroom, was it their business?
Yeah, exactly. Niggas like to gossip, man. They still in the world act like they special because they're Israelites. They special.
Yeah, I bet you if you look at everybody's bedroom, they doing something freaky worse, probably.
I don't know about all of that, but because I don't know about all of that, man. But I wish everybody the best, man, in their world, what they doing. Robon, why can't I find your page, bro?
Just go put Maceball, MACEBALL, Maceball _ practitioner.
I don't think nobody defending Guerilla. I think they just saying because he's a priest, how priests supposed to act a certain way.
He ain't no real priest, man.
I know he anointed his own self to be priest. So if you could do all that, come on.
These dudes really believe they're Israelites, yo. I thought they pretending, man. It's crazy. They really believe that.
You found it?
Nah, I don't know why I can't find that shit. Put it in the private chat, yo.
All right. Yeah, then I made some shit up called Normal Strike, you heard? I had to research this Maceball. I said, yo, how old is this shit? I'm tired of these niggas talking about India and Persia. I found that shit all up in Egypt. I said, God damn. I could be a commission, nigga.
Kemet, baby, all day.
Kemet, nigga. Damn it. Kamisha. So what else y'all got talking on? You got Dr. Umar.
I'm trying to show my my DNA stuff. Well, this is from 23andMe.
Oh, you got a new one? Oh, they updated. They update that stuff every 6 months though. My ancestry be keep updating, bro.
Where you at? You still from Bahamas or whatever? Where you from now?
Yo, why you keep trying to make me like you? Hey, yo, bro, I'm not, yo, son. yo.
They got to all the Caribbean on the panel.
Yo, he trying to get me, son.
Trying
He
to
trying
FBA,
to
man. Trying to be FBA. Hiding. He hiding, y'all.
No.
He Jamaican. I'm telling y'all.
Hey, yo, this nigga trying to get me, bro.
Right here, yo. Stop playing, bro. Stop playing. But look at this, though. My paternal trace back to a man who lived approximately 10,000 years ago. We're at. And if you look at the EM96, see, I migrated here to West Africa. That's where I was EM96 how many years ago? 73,000 years ago, yo. I go back, y'all. What y'all talking about? Y'all trying to front on this stuff. Don't try to front on us. Then go to all ancestry reports. Let's take a look right here. All reports. Neanderthal. I want to go to my paternal, my mother. Ancestry composition. Right here. 60% Nigerian now. Y'all can't get away from that. I'm 87% Sub-Saharan African. But y'all don't care about none of that. Y'all
My nigga, you's an Igbo, nigga. I knew you wasn't no fucking account.
12.5%, y'all. And I got 3.9% Ashkenazi. What y'all gonna talk about? Then I got
I knew you was an Igbo, son.
Sephardic. I could claim the Jews all day. Y'all ain't gonna leave my Hebrew out of this. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey yo, bro. Hey yo, you wanna hear all my shit? That shit got me 3% from Cyprus. I'm like, what the fuck I'm doing in Cyprus, my nigga?
Yeah, nigga. Yeah. But the funniest thing is when I take the test, bro, look at this at the bottom right here. They say additional ancestry regions, Caribbean, Clarendon, Jamaica. How they know that? How they know that? I'm telling you, man, we all
connected. Right. They got Cuba on mine. I was like, wait a minute. How they know that?
We connected, bro. I'm telling you, we all just, hey, you got Clarendon and Rawbonds too. He can't show you though. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all.
Nah, son, I stopped after be doing the Aboriginal shit. And I found that what's the name? I found the slave boat that brought my maternal line here.
Mm-hmm.
I got the slave plantation in there, son. This nigga, this shit is, hey, yo, this nigga blocked that shit, son, after he saw that I added that shit to my shit, bro. That family, it's called the Williams Plantation. He blocked the descendants of them people, whoever they is, they blocked it.
Wow.
They blocked, but I already got the information I needed off of it. You know, I was screenshotting that because you know them. Show me your people coming on the boat. Oh, you fucked up now. Man, I got my shit. I got my shit. Yo, Danny, look what he trying to do. Danny, look what he doing. He doing this shit wrong. Teach him, Danny. He don't know how to use the mace ball. Let me go get that shit for you, bro. Hold on.
One day we're gonna see Garfield buff. We're gonna like, what the hell?
I'm already buff. Watch it.
Okay. Big man.
Already buff. What you talking about? What you talking about? Don't let me take the shirt off. You're gonna be surprised.
Yeah, we gonna be surprised, all right.
Yo, I'm done with Mika, yo. I'm done. I'm done with Mika, yo. What are they talking about today? What are they talking about? That's a T-ball bat. Nah, this is my because I'm moving. This is a Mirror's bat, and I had it in here. So I just had it because I was mocking JJ 7000. Don't be talking about my bat. Give your son his toy back. It is his toy. It's his.
Everybody want to be super righteous like they Lord Almighty.
So Robon looking for the video.
Mm-hmm.
Men think about women having,
Yo, I put it in the back. I put it in the chat, Garfield.
I got you.
I ain't thinking about that. Nah, I'm just. I mean, now get out of here. You want to make yourself a eunuch for the kingdom? But you want to be like you want to shop on Adam and Eve like a dog. That's what that
Like Guerilla at shoppingadamandeve.com. Damn, these things is crazy. All right, hold on now. So here's Raw Ball right here. I don't know which video he talking about. Which video you talking about? I think it's Superman videos. They ain't got time for that.
You see
Maybe
him
the
holding it in
first
the
one.
hand.
I think the first one he talking about because he have a bat.
But
in his
that's it,
hand.
right? That's one of them. The one you got is the little one, though. That's the mace ball right there.
Is that weight at the end of it?
Yeah, that's weight at the end.
Oh, okay.
You do mad shit with that, but keep going down. Keep scrolling down till you see. Keep going down, so you can see the little ones. Keep going. There you go. She got it in her hand, right? That's what you do with that shit right there. You see what she doing?
Mm-hmm.
That shit work your triceps, your rotator cuffs, your abs, your core, all that shit. Your back can be feeling new money. Nah, get out of there. That's lifting weights, man. That shit right there. You can leave that right there. That shit right there. That's the thing right there, bro. Good luck, nigga.
I could do that.
I can see Garfield falling right now.
See? I could do it. See?
You stupid. You don't know what I'm about to do, though.
Don't say jump.
No, I ain't gonna jump.
See? I could do it. See?
Are you looking? That's what you do with it right there. You see what I'm doing?
Yeah. I see you. I see you. I see you. That nigga is a fit monster. Fit monster.
That's what you do with that shit, son. That shit'll open up your whole. I'm telling you, Garfield, you gonna feel brand new, bro.
Oh, somebody block True Story for 5 minutes, please. You're doing too much, bro. Garfield said his arm hurt for a year, so he couldn't get out of chair.
Look. That's
Garfield did say that. Garfield said his arm hurt.
Yo, Garfield, go back up until you see the Egyptian armor strike. Go back up.
Hold on there. I ain't going back in that, man. Let me get out of here.
Rob Barnes showing off. Look at that. Look at that. Let me see him go against Tazariak.
He never going. We don't debate, son. He told me he never debate me. That's over, yo.
I'm talking about the exercise.
Yeah, I'm trying to. He don't want to do that neither. I'm trying to get him in the gym.
Wow.
Thunder in the building. What up? What up,
Thunder.
dude?
Mr.
Oh
Trouble.
shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, son, you stand with the team, son. Yo, son.
What?
This is classic. This is classic. This is classic. This is fucking classic, man. This is fucking classic.
Oh man.
Yo, Thunder, when you start fucking with that, son?
Last year.
Oh man, son. Oh man.
You got one? Oh, you got one?
Nah, he don't got one. He just got a bet. I'm just.
Oh, that's a
him
bet. Oh.
He can use it, but
Amir's bet. I was trying to mock JJ 7000. I wasn't even trying to get that.
Oh, let me see if I can.
How you been, bro? How you been?
I've been good, man. I got a certification test.
That's what's
at
up.
6, so I'm just kind of chilling before then.
So Thunder, since you've been using that, what did you notice happened by you using it, or you wasn't using it?
I didn't know how weak I was.
Yeah, nah, but that should have tricked you, son, because you
Yeah,
get it and
yeah.
you be like 15 pounds. That shit when you
This is
move it.
15. This is 15 right here. I got a 25 in the other room, but I didn't know exactly how weak I was until I got this joint here. It was like, yeah. I mean, because bench press is one thing. You could do 235 or 2.
That shit don't mean nothing with that.
Yeah, it's totally different. Man, it took me
Are
almost.
you there with the man? Are you there with the man? I got my boy Adrian. I don't know if he in there. He beast mode with that shit. My Adrian Padella, he be in the chat. He beast mode with it. Yo, son, that's crazy. I got to hold that. My whole shit is about that, bro.
That's all I be fucking with now, bro.
Yeah, that's it. You don't need nothing. Well, this and a kettlebell. You get this one and a kettlebell, and that's you can throw everything else in the way.
You need something heavier to do your legs and shit.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, but they got 80-pound kettlebells and stuff like that now.
Yeah. Those are good. Those are good.
Yeah. So you can do your squats, your regular kettlebell squats with those. But I'm not sure that'll be enough.
But what you been doing with that though? What you been doing the 360s? You can do all of that.
All that, yeah, that's easy work.
Oh man,
and it was to the point, man, where I couldn't do one. It was like, I mean, I couldn't do one and be chilling. Now I'm at around 200 a day, something like that. So I do like 25. I do a circuit. It's 25 one way, 25 the other way. Rest 25 one way, 25 the other way. Rest 25. So I do it about 4 sets every day.
Yeah, son.
When I first got it, I couldn't do one. It was like it was just 15 pounds. I'm like, what is going on, bro?
Yo, bro, all them weights I was lifting, son, I couldn't get my arms to go back.
Yeah.
Right? So I could do it, but I couldn't get. I was like, yo, what the fuck is this shit, bro?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm like, oh, nah, I got to get this shit right, bro. Yo, that's crazy. You down with the baseball gang, son?
Yeah, man. So it's a guy. I don't know. I don't know.
I'll name them. I know who they are. It's it's the Dutch Flow Man. It's
him. Yeah. So it's like he put out a challenge of 300 every day.
Nika, see, I broke my left arm years ago. See, that's what I was talking about. See?
So you broke yours too?
It healed
my left arm. Yeah.
You broke yours too, son?
Yeah.
Said 2.
I got a compound fracture of my whole.
I broke my wrist right here. See?
Ouch.
Right
that looked like it hurt.
See?
Yeah.
Hey yo, don't Thunder, don't listen to him. He uses that for excuse of why he don't work out, bro.
Oh no, there ain't no excuse, bro. I got my whole left arm is metal plate.
Hold on, Thunder. Mika, see?
Mm-hmm.
I broke my elbow and I broke my wrist. That don't mean I can't go on a treadmill now. Like
nah, nigga, you can do the baseball. Yo, Thunder, tell him the baseball help that shit.
It does. It's actually dedicated. It's
it does. I'm sure it does.
It's very good for your shoulder, like shoulder recuperation, stuff like that. That's what it's really. That's a huge benefit. But no, it has no bearing on anything like that, bro. Risk and stuff like that. Nah. No.
I just got up to the 44-pound baseball yard.
Oh no, yeah. You way past me. That 25, this 15 is a joke at this point, but at a point, that's what I do my 200 with. My 25, I do whatever I can get. But I just try to rep out, man, with a lot of this stuff, and it's hard to rep out with a 25. I know it's hard to rep out with a 40. Anything.
Nah, I can't rep out with it. I just got.
Nah, you can do it 2 or 3 times. Maybe,
I could do it
maybe
more than
10.
I could do 10. But the left side, my left side is my weak side.
Yeah.
So like that one, I gotta kind of like really squeeze my ab. But when you go heavier, it feels different than that light one. This is when you start to feel your abs, and it's totally different, bro.
Totally different, yeah.
Totally different.
With the 15, it's more kind of tricep work. When you come around and you bring it right, boom, boom. It's kind of like a tricep.
Oh, he's down with the baseball again. I can't believe this shit.
Yeah, boy.
Small work,
son. Black people
over here, man. We do
black people don't know.
Where my kettlebell at? Let me try to find. Hold on.
Black people don't fuck with this shit, bro.
You fuck with it, and black people don't fuck with it.
I'm telling you, son. This shit is dominated by Europeans.
I fuck with it. See. Small world.
I'm gonna get you, Garfield, man, one day, man. Come through, man.
And get the video camera too.
I'm hiding from you.
Get the video camera so we could see. Have him run around the block or something.
But y'all see how skinny I am. Look.
You're skinny, man. You're skinny.
What more can I do? Like, what the hell?
All right, so this is something. This is child's play.
That's
so I do this for my shoulders. Boom.
Yo, he down with the club bell and the baseball gang,
Yeah,
bro. He
right.
down with the gang.
And then when you're holding it there, yeah, it's gonna tear all that up. And then kettlebell, 40 pound. 40 pound adjustable. I can take these off and just get work in.
Yo, he is down with the gang, son.
Yeah, man.
Yo, if you
What's
look
up?
in that chat back there, you'll see I put my Instagram there. I did it so Garfield, so I was like, yo, what are you doing, Garfield?
Where is that? And in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, no, in the
Private?
StreamYard chat.
We're gonna have a workout group chat coming soon.
Yeah, yo, that's crazy, son. He down with the baseball gang. I can't fucking believe it.
Yeah, you tripping.
You see it, Thunder?
It ain't in the private chat, no.
I'm gonna put it back there again. Hold on, let me see if it goes back there. I don't know what happened. Garfield probably deleted it. I put it back there again.
What up, Courtney? Everybody, peace to everybody, man. Mika?
Thunder.
Yo, what search you taking now, bro?
Well, what?
You taking the same one?
Saying, so this is the one I'm doing today at 6. It's covering all this.
Which is that one though? What is
cloud,
that?
This is public cloud security.
Okay. Public cloud. Who does that?
The SANS. GIAC, SANS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's about 9,000 for the course and the test. But it's well worth it, man. Like you said, you get that's over 1,100 pages worth of material. Plus these 2 lab books. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bed of information for the price.
So you think that one is better than the CSA one?
Which one?
CSA, the Cloud Security Alliance.
No, all are the same. I mean, it's no better or worse. It's just what you're willing to pay for.
Right.
But yeah,
So you got that at 6 today?
6 o'clock, 6:50. James Corbett asked me what I think about Trump's policy. I mean, we're making America great again, bro. I mean, it's clear as day. And if y'all don't see it, that's fine. I'm not finna sit here. Yeah, I do need a competition style kettlebell. That's facts. But I'm starting out with the kettlebell, bro. I didn't know how. It's a serious full body workout, like no joke.
It's upper body, right? Because you doing mostly.
No, you talking about back. You talking about your legs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, everything. Just with one kettlebell swing. Just a kettlebell swing. Just a regular joint when you going up and down. Boom. And by the time you finish, you do 30 of them. Yeah, you like, whoa. A regular kettlebell swing is a full body workout.
Man, I'm done, man. This nigga Thunder's down with the baseball gang. I gotta holler at Adrian, some more motherfuckers that's
I see him in the chat. He in the chat right now.
Yeah, son.
No, the kettlebell, I mean, the mace bell is, I just didn't know how weak I was, man.
Yeah, because
I thought I was strong, has a little strip. Nah.
Hey, yo, bro, you look at that shit and you like, yo, man, get the fuck out of here. So
right.
First, I was gonna order the 20. I was gonna order the 20, and I was like, man, let me get the 10, man. So I got that shit, and I was like, yo, son, what the fuck, bro? I think, yo, oh shit. Yeah, son. Took me weeks and shit. I was like, all right, let me get the 15. Then I got the 20, then the 25, then the 30. And I was on the 30 for a little while though, son. I was on that shit for like 6 months, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I stepped it up to the other joint.
Yeah, I probably won't be doing that.
Yeah. Then the club bells, I got them both the same thing though. So like they all go up into the 44.
That definitely ain't happening for me.
Yeah, Ken. If you doing that, you can do it. You just don't got it. If you have it, if you go buy 30 pound right now, son. Wait, what you got? 15? I would say get a 25.
I got a 15 and a 25.
Yeah. So yeah.
Now the club, it's a 10. I just got this for my shoulder, just kind of, you know what I'm saying? Just that little joint right there. And I just hold it out, man, until I go to after my shoulder workout. I just hold it out until I can't hold it anymore.
You down with the team, bro?
Yeah.
Wow. I got a newfound respect for you, Thunder.
Appreciate it, brother.
That's crazy.
What you think about Trump so far, man? Think you're doing well?
What I think about him, I think that motherfucker crazy.
Of course.
And I think that it's really some shit that I was telling Danny this the other day. Back in the days, we used to read the books, New World Order, Invisible Hand, and all
It's
that
real,
shit.
bro.
That shit is real, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's sort of like they trying to create a society that has something to do with tech, and you know what that is, dealing with AI and the singularity and all this shit they're doing. And this shit is happening real fast.
Real
This
time.
every month, this shit is going really quick.
Yeah.
And it's to the point where it looks like it's gonna be either you have it or you don't.
It's facts.
So if for a regular person, what does that mean to you? You know what I'm saying? So
Me and
like
Kanye were talking about that last week, and it was just saying like how much time we spent on Dr. Mo. How much time we done spent on trying to get everybody kind of up to par on where everything is headed, and then how many people actually tuning in, and you're gonna be complaining about racism and all this other silly stuff y'all complain about when you get left behind. We trying to tell y'all, man, but I don't have the patience and the wherewithal that she has to keep telling y'all over and over and over. But nah, man, it's right. When you see him, he's championing Bitcoin. When you see him championing artificial intelligence in America, he's saying, man, we're gonna be the he said about 5 times, we're gonna be the world leader in AI. He's saying this out of his mouth. You know, so this is not it's not a joke, man. So people gotta kind of jump on board, you know, but or you can get in a good trade. A good trade is still good, man, but you can't, it's not gonna be, I mean, all these layoffs and stuff happening, man. It's a lot. Like you said, it's happening real time.
bro, this shit is happening so fast, bro. I can't even bro. This shit is happening really quick, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. Don't worry about the people. The people ain't gotta tune in, Dr. Mo. And they ain't got don't tune in if you don't want to. But she, man, every Wednesday she giving y'all great information. If you want to check it out, check it out. If you don't,
yeah, y'all better tune into Mo.
Yeah, if you don't. Just don't complain when life passes you by. Oh man.
Oh, here come Trouble. His name
Here
is
we go, man.
Mr. Trouble.
Why is this nigga on the panel, man?
Not
Well,
True
it's
Story
good to
and
speak
Trouble.
to you too. Happy New Year.
What?
Said the magic word, True Story. I mean,
Why is this nigga on the panel, son?
That's what you're not gonna do. But I just came up here to clear something up.
What?
Robborn, you're not gonna sit up here and tell these people this lie. I tell you every goddamn morning for over 2 years what is happening out here and what is going on. So you're gonna come up here and try to act like, oh, thunder, this, that, and the third. That's what you're not gonna do, Robborn.
Oh, you want credit for that? All right, let everybody give Daddy the credit. All right, you get the credit, bro.
Thunder, you know damn well it ain't about the credit for me.
You get the credit, bro. That's what you want?
This is specifically for Robborn. I don't want no credit from none else. It's him, because him and Garfield are demons, and ever since I met them, all they do is just reject me. But they then go on there and say this stuff. Garfield, I thank you very much. Release the True Story and told me that, and he know it ain't about that. I don't care about that. It's the background stuff, Thunder. That's what I'm saying. Pause. It's the stuff, because I tell this Robborn every goddamn morning that the robots are coming. Right?
Not robots. You tripping on that?
Tripping.
Yeah,
tripping. Do you want me to go on, Mr. Security Man, Mr.
Listen
T?
what I'm saying, bro.
Go to all of that
You
now.
we with you. I'm just saying that we won't see that.
Yes, you will. You're seeing it now. You
We'll
want to see how
AI.
you're seeing it now? Do you really want to do this? This is actually make for a great show.
Nah,
Are they being made
he's
now?
using
Yes.
it. He's using
Hold
it
on.
in his. He's
They
using
are
it in
being
the
made
sense of
now.
the. He's using it in sense of the agents and automation, not the physical robot.
Oh yeah, automation. Oh yeah, automation. 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are robots.
Oh
That's
damn, you talking about fast food and
No, not just
so the
that.
dock. It's a dock on the West Coast, right? I think it's in San Diego.
It's the one that
It's
had the
fully
strike.
automated. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
not yet. It's the one that they just that's the one they had to strike for, so they went back to work.
No,
Right?
I thought that was New York. I'm
Hold
talking
on,
about LA. I'm talking about
no.
LA.
Thunder, I know. I don't think it was just LA because the main port is in Northern Cal, I think. But it's all of the ports. So that union was striking because of automation, right? So what they had
Oh,
is
it's
they
too
said,
late.
no, what they said they was going to postpone it. And so people thought, oh, it was over. The dock workers won. It was just postponed until this year. But in that time, you already see that the infrastructure is already in play for them to automate it, right?
No, it's hold on. Let me see which one I'm
That's
talking
that dock worker strike is they just postponed it or whatever to the end of the year and went through probably I don't know January, February still going negotiations.
Here we go, right here. The one in
Mhm.
Long. I'm gonna just play it, but I'm not gonna. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just,
no, just read it.
No, it's a video. Hold
Oh,
on. How do we?
and what is that? That's toward the fourth quarter, right? That's the end of the year when that was coming about, right?
No, you like I said, you talking about New York, bro.
I'm not. I know I'm not talking
about
about New York.
All right, let's see. So when I show it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, okay, my bad."
Okay. Go ahead.
It's playing now, but I don't want to play it. So you know,
No, is there an article? I believe what you're gonna say or whatever. I ain't questioning that.
you see the ports of LA and Long Beach. That's what it is, Long Beach.
Okay.
This is right now.
Regarding what though?
It's AI, automated cranes, automated this, automated that.
Right, but what I'm telling you is I agree with that, but this is just what was going on from the earlier strike that was happening last year. This had started when they went on strike at the docks and the ports.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I'm not talking about a strike. I'm talking about the automated dock is in play. I ain't studying no strike.
Thunder,
I'm talking. Okay, let me ask you a question. You think they're finna take all this out and just hire a bunch of people?
Thunder, I'm the wrong person. I'm the person telling you guys that this is happening. You're arguing with the wrong thing. I'm saying that this is in place.
I didn't know what robots you was actually talking about. Yeah, if you're talking about automation, yes, that's happening right now. Yeah,
that's exactly.
ridiculous.
Hold on, that's what I'm talking about. What I'm
That's
talking
okay.
about is live examples. And what I was going to say, it's as simple as this. Now, for you to say and get into the workplace, the first line you have to go through is a robot.
That's a fact.
So what is happening now is you're sending your resumes. I'm going to go do all of this and do that and do this and sending it to these various places. What is rejecting you right off the top? It's not a human. It's a robot because you have to then tailor your resume to get past the robots. I think the system, I keep forgetting that acronym. The ATS, right? So now you have that in play. And so now you have it where certain other restrictions are gone. So now DEI things that were included in this are now extracted from this. So say specifically, we want to have percentages of these particular candidates or whatever. That's out of the equation now. So it's straight what's on the resume. And if that's the case in the robots and the way, before somebody says, I'm going to reject you, Taquisha, Taekwon, or Devavian, or whatever, a robot is doing it. And you're getting an automated rejection letter and you don't know why.
Yeah, so I agree. So I think when you setting up unions, and I had my first job was at I was in poultry production. I was a food science major, so I was in poultry production and gas and Tyson Foods, and it was a union facility.
Mm-hmm.
What you're seeing at Amazon and all these strikes and different deals like that, bro. In my opinion, the only thing that's doing is fast forwarding this right here. So you have a lot of automation now at Amazon. Amazon is taking on more automation because of those Amazon strikes in Birmingham and several other places. So yeah, in that sense, yeah, I mean that's already happening. If you don't see it, you'll see it. Yeah, automation is a beast right now, but AI is what's going to.
Yeah, but that's the AI. That's
That's
just,
gonna be major.
you know that you're a professional, so I can talk to you like this. This is just terminology you're throwing when you say AI, because AI has been out and implemented from email and all this stuff going way back, whatever. So, but the point is, how does it affect your life? And people need to start understanding that. And so when you see the job market being displaced in this faction due to the robot, you have to then prepare. And so people don't understand the urgency of today in that. And I'm saying for you to now get up, you're going to have to go through a robot. That's not tomorrow. That's today. Because like I
That's
said, there's
today,
an example of it.
but I still don't think we'll see. I don't think we'll live to see what it's really going to be.
I think you have a screen of it in front of your face right there. You think I'm talking about a humanoid robot walking down the street?
No,
like
I'm with you on what you're saying from automation is happening right now.
Right. So that right there in front of our face is roughly, let's say, 2,500 jobs.
Yeah, maybe so.
Right, roughly. So, okay, if that's the case, and that's 2,500 jobs, those are jobs that are going from the market. And those are ones that we just see. Now, the associated jobs that go along with that, whether it be insurance, whether the guy that provides the wrenches for it, or I don't know, whatever it is.
That's what I'm talking about.
Those
See, what we're talking about is ports shipping out product. I'm talking about now. We see automation is pretty much definitely taking over the car industry. Well, to a certain extent.
Yeah, but we are looking at just industrial. So when you go into the office now, you understand that the PR department is up, the marketing department is up, part of human resources is done. This is what's going on in the workplace. So now you're telling your children or asking your children, okay, what you going to go to school to be? And the reality is, when you look at the numbers, even those who are graduating with computer science degrees for the last 5 or so years have had difficulties in getting positions within the fields. So
no, you can't. Yeah, they don't work like that, bro.
With computer science degree.
A degree ain't gonna get you nothing at this point. You got to have certifications. And
so let's walk people through it. So you go through that, and your steps are, hey, I want to get into the field. And then you're going to start off at a traditional, which is now an antiquated way of telling somebody, help desk role.
Yeah, you got to break in at some point. Yeah,
right. But now, yes, I agree. But you have to be real, even when we're telling people these things or where they're going to go. The help desk role is going to the robot. Period.
Yeah. So Long Beach is autumn. This is the Long Beach joint right here. That's what I was showing you up here. And this is 6 years ago. This is not something that just happened.
Wait, hold on. But go to Google dock workers strike. Let's just see, and then go to the news section.
I know, from last year. That's what I'm with you.
Hold on, bro. Because we're gonna show people a live example. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Because it was a strike, but then it got postponed, and like I said, I don't know when they picked it back up, but it is due to automation that on a union level they're broken. So the strength that we had in unions is now problematic.
That was let me share. That was January.
It was January?
Yeah. I'm sharing it now. Yeah.
Right. So that right there, right, is what's happening. So it got postponed or whatever, and there it is, right?
It's coming back up. Yeah.
Right, but that is due to automation. And this isn't New York. This is the union, on a union level they did this. Right?
Yeah, it's a group of dock workers. I can't think of what the name of the group is, but yeah, you're right. 100%.
So we're looking at the robots, quote unquote. And that sector is now displaced, and they're going to be, there's the blue collar trades that didn't have a problem, but on an even smaller level, like I'm saying, people, whether they all except the wokes, who have 401ks and day traders, all except the woke. So excluding them, a lot of Black America that I know went through jobs like the Amazon warehouse and all those type of ways to get on their feet. those jobs are now at threat for being automated. And you mentioned things like the fast food joint being replaced by the kiosk. That's commonplace now. Around the metropolitan areas, the token booth person or that person now is being replaced by a machine. Well,
I took a chick out on a date Friday, and for the first time,
did he say chick?
Chick. And for the first time, I saw a robot that was bringing the food to the table.
I was in Jersey City just the other day. They have robot delivery services. A robot is riding down the street and delivers to the building. I saw it just the other day, and it's about the third time I saw it right in Jersey City. Yeah. So you could think that this is not in our lifetime, and I'm telling you, it's
that's
here
not
right
what I was referencing. So we was talking about docs. I was saying in reference to the doc aspect. Yeah, that's being automated at this point now. That automation is starting. What I was saying as far as not in our lifetime is the things that are feeding the docs, the farming, the manufacturing. That's what I was saying. I don't think we're going to see that in our lifetime.
No, but like I say, if we drill down, we see the effect of all of these industries right now in this way because of what it brings. So you take the human out of the equation, you don't have to worry about things that you suing a department for X, or you getting hurt, or you taking vacation, or me having to pay the insurance for you having a worker and all that stuff. All that stuff was eliminated by automation, aka the robots. And if that is in play, then the company looks at it, and if you're a for-profit company, you have a fiduciary responsibility to what? Turn a profit for that company. And if the best way is automation, which eliminates the human component and all of that pay that goes out, that's how the company is going to go. There's no way of stopping that.
So with what Elon Musk is doing now, which I agree 100% with, the only contention I have is I would call them mega companies, right? Your Walmarts, your Amazons, your Teslas and stuff like that. I think they should have had some sort of conference or just a meeting of the minds in which they would kind of de-automate.
You're not going to de-automate them.
Hold on. I would love for them to de-automate to make the transition from those government workers getting fired to have a better chance of getting into that pool compared to. So in other words, you're reducing the size of government, and also you're reducing the size of the general workforce as well. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
you're not going to. This is the problem that the computer science graduate is facing right now. You're not going to retool them because you spent the past 4 years learning Python, C#, and whatever else, and building these things. And I can do it right now, and I'm doing it, and take Chat GPT operator and have the whole thing do it with a prompt.
Right.
I'm practicing and doing it right now. So that means that your skills and your skill set are unneeded in the market. And so you're going to retool. You're going to have to retool in ways that you didn't even think about because you're up against the robots. This is what I'm saying. So the reality is, hold on, when you then go back to Foot Locker, because I like to keep it to where we are.
Yeah, Foot Locker, yeah.
Right? Now, Foot Lockers on Main Street from Frisco to Maine are closing. You see it in every downtown. Why? It is due to automation, Amazon, and otherwise. Those are jobs. Those are jobs lost to automation. Those jobs ain't going to come back. It ain't no new Foot Locker or House of Hoops that's going to come to Main Street. That's all going to be how it's done. So where are we in the marketplace as far as getting those jobs? Because you see, automation is going to be the key, and it's already in place. These are the real conversations. You see what I'm saying? It's already here.
Is it here? Yeah.
Yes.
But we won't live to see the full.
Many won't live because they won't be able to eat. Let's go and drill. Hold on. Hear me out. Let's take a great example. Let's take the federal workers. Let's take laying off the federal workers. Let's see where we come into that equation. Well, you have the DMV. You see suburbs like Silver Spring, all of PG County, all of that other stuff. Well, you know what? Many of those for almost a century now, because we got jobs from the federal government through contracts. Now you're going to see our Black upper middle class and upper class be somewhat decimated. Why? So because this is what's going to happen. I guarantee you. I guarantee you the DMV and that Black, because there was few pockets left of these chocolate cities or areas outside of Atlanta and the DMV, and probably what's going on at this point in the Houston, Texas circle somewhere. Decimated. The DMV in particular is affected because those are federal workers and those who had contracts, whether tech companies or contracts from the government otherwise, are going to now suffer. Right there, the third one right there is the one that's in Jersey City. It's a model just like that.
Chick-fil-A, bro. That's monstrous. This is monstrous right here. I don't know about that joint. This right here,
son. I'm telling you, go Google Jersey City delivery.
I'm with you, bro. I'm saying this is huge. Chick-fil-A in Atlanta. Imagine if Waffle House had one. Imagine if Waffle House had a joint like, man.
Imagine, and it's happening. That's what I'm telling you. It's not imagine.
That's crazy. Now, I've seen these. Yeah, I think Atlanta got a couple. It ain't prominent, but they there. This right here, yeah.
That's that one you talking about, the fourth one? No, I haven't seen that one. Well, no, I haven't seen that yet. But that third one,
yeah.
So that one is coming. The fourth one, to to the big city near you and all that. Yeah.
If that get there, now
but look, hey, here you go. But forget about the robot itself. How many jobs did that displace?
Oh, none, probably.
None. So there's the delivery guy who was getting by because he's, may be delivering for Uber Eats.
No, I don't think. Yeah, if you're talking about, nah, you're not going to display. What you're doing is adding. Nah, you're not, because you're not taking the spot of a Uber Eats driver. That ain't.
What? Thunder, what do you think this is for?
This is what I'm saying.
Yes, they are.
What this is doing is it took that route off the table. But that Uber Eats driver, instead of working for Chick-fil-A, he may be doing something for Kroger or something. Like he's still on the beat. It's just
right. And so what do you
that particular route?
Yeah. Okay, let's start right there. What do you think Kroger's doing? Come on, Thunder. You work in the field. I'm not going to talk to you like everybody else.
I just told you.
Hold on. If Chick-fil-A is going to update profits by doing this, good and goddamn well Kroger is doing it, or Amazon, or anyone else.
Listen to what I'm saying. Chick-fil-A this is not I hear what you're saying, but it don't apply because Chick-fil-A is not a delivery company, right? So this is more of a convenience type of thing. Well, you could say,
here we go. Elon Musk unveiled to you automated cars. What was it? For the end of last year. Remember Rob Bourne? He's still on here. I called him and told him and showed him. Nobody watched what would happen. So his plan is those are automated vehicles. The new cars that he says he alleged to be 26, but it'll probably be a bit longer come out, will be fully automated and drive around all day. So what does that replace? Hold on. That replaces the Uber driver. Because it's a self-automated car, those are the taxis or whatever.
It will add to the force. It's not going to replace nobody.
No, bro, it replaces you. There is no need to pay you that money because all I need to do is fill the car up, deliver it to this place, automate it, kick you your shit out, and keep it pushing. That is not
but you're talking about one route. It will replace that route, yes, but it ain't going to replace me.
For the cars to not park. It was for them to constantly be on the road. They're going to change the infrastructure. Did you not see what he was telling you? This is how it's going. I'm not making this up.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is at this point, right today, ain't no Uber driver getting replaced.
What I'm telling you is it's as simple as this. Due to how things are going, you in Atlanta, I ain't been down there in a few years, have those spots now where it's one restaurant, but it's a kitchen, and they got 3 different type of restaurants in there. So now you can, it's Sally Sue's Chicken Spot and 2 other Italian things sharing the same kitchen. That has now replaced the storefront of you having a store, right? You now have a shared kitchen. That's going to be through how the new economy is. How that trickles down to automation is those tasks are now automated. So you don't have a cashier, you don't have a janitor, you don't have the extra cook and so forth and so on. How that then builds in, now you have the Uber and all of these services. So now the one kitchen with the 3 different restaurants who have now 12 less workers are using this method. Well, that method gets automated because you have an app for this and an app for that. All of these things, what I'm saying is the humans are in the plan of these things and they're automating each role. Because now you can have this shit run and the robot will do it, but you cook the food. Okay, take it from here. We just saw the docs. Take the fries from here, drop it in here, put it in the bag here, put it to the window. Boop. People are already trying this with McDonald's places. They have automated McDonald's restaurants. You saw it. We all saw it.
Now, this is what will get scary. If you go from the automated docks to, let's just say you go from an automated Chick-fil-A to automated, that right there. Now we talking.
If they showed you last year the McDonald's that was supposed to be the automated McDonald's, bro.
No, it's up. It's up right now. But I'm saying, what I'm telling you is that's not widespread. I'm saying when we get to that point, now we can go with where you at. But as of right now, yeah, I mean, you still have automation not in jeopardy. I mean, people are in it. Fast food is not in jeopardy.
So now they're fighting with the post office and the USPS. They're cutting a lot of the
USPS has got to get. It's got to go through this, man, because it's just losing money every year.
So let's go to that. How does that affect Black people? Because this is a highly melanated program.
Hey, man.
So one of the ways that we came up was through those municipal agencies. One of the big ways that it came up was when you drill down was through the post office. That came out of, what was it, World War I or whatever. So we've been doing that since then, where we broke into that. Through that, we got to push up into the middle class because of all the benefits that came with being a federal worker. Those are now eliminated and went to the private sector because we see how Amazon more and more is going to take over that delivery from, like you're saying, the inadequacies of the U.S. Postal Service. So we see that coming. What does that do?
To me, that's
another avenue where niggas have lost jobs. So you saying, Negro, please go work for UPS does not even apply no more. How about that? Remember that we used to laugh at that in business? Nigga, please go work for UPS. That's not something real you can tell somebody even anymore. How about that?
What I'm saying is the USPS is absolutely that whole system is just retarded at this point. When you look at the amount they're losing billions it'll never turn a profit, bro. So yeah, at that point,
would it never turn a profit?
It's got to be automated.
It's not supposed to be a for-profit venture.
It does.
Service for the people. It is part of part of the federal government. This is part of what your taxes go for. It's not supposed to turn a profit. It's supposed to maintain itself at best. And yes, there's going to be loss, right, built into it. But say, how much did the U.S. Post Office make this year? Is a stat, yes, but it's not something that people rave about. That was cool when you can sell, Martin Luther King postage stamps and charge a little bit more. But what are the other means of you making money?
So what you would say would apply if we didn't have to pay for postage. If you're saying, hey, this is a service that we're paying to us as taxpayers paying for, then why are we paying for postage stamps?
Okay, well, you see that mechanism is even going.
That blow your rationale out the water, bro.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because you see that your postal service is less and less, and they're picking up later and delivering later. Why? Because so many things over the past quarter century have moved to email to begin with, as a form of electronic mail. So this is what the de-emphasis was. I'm not writing letter to granny anymore. I could just email her on Facebook. That's what happens. So the system itself has changed. They haven't evolved. They still have the infrastructure in play, but the services is lagging.
What I'm saying. So that means at this. So good. Let's use your example then.
Okay.
So if you're saying that email, I ain't got an email. Matter of fact, I still type.
Hold on.
You be about the last. Our kids ain't even learning how to write in school no more. So this is the realities. They don't learn how to write in school no more, other than the
What you
basic.
think this is right here? Oh, you can't see me.
I can see you. I can see you on the
Oh, you
side
see?
right there. I can see you. I see something. What's that? Damn, you got the old school. My grandma had one of those. I used to keep had letters and shit there. Yeah. Oh, see how you right at top. That's what I'm talking about. Thunder. That's gonna be in the
I still
museum,
mail
brother.
letters, bro.
Your kids come into the room and go, "Daddy, what's that?
What is that?"
Right. And so you're not gonna sit up there and tell me, "Oh, we're gonna bring this back. We're gonna type us some literature in." No, you're not.
Look at that, Doc.
Yeah. Remember we always the handles like that? Why was them handles lasted forever though? Didn't they?
Yeah, man.
That's
This
when
was built in the
American
60s.
American products.
This was built in the 60s.
Yep. That's right about when we stopped making stuff.
Right about that same time. Oh, let me see if I can open it.
So yes.
But my point is what you're saying with writing Granny a letter. Okay, fine. We can just do it with email. At that point, we just got to take that whole system out to play then.
Right, but it's not the whole system. What you have is for competition's sake, this moving to the private sector. Well, you're at the watch this me use a white people word on the Sunday. Now you're at the behest of a private company whose objective is to turn a profit, not necessarily having some obligation to give you the best service or anything. It is what it is, and you ain't got no alternative at any point. So now you've become a slave to the private company. A federal institution is not run with the same goals in mind. It is run where, okay, these people are being taxed and these things go for this to provide a service, whether it be, you paying into Social Security or anything else at this point.
Yeah, man, but if that I'm with you. If that's you saying if that's what it's designed to do, fine. But I'm saying at this point we still got to update. We got to upgrade, bro. We got to do something.
Bro, y'all niggas got all this doomsday shit.
No, I don't. Don't you do that.
He do.
Don't make me do it.
Listen, hold on.
Yeah, nigga,
So Thunder, based off of we gonna go through Thunder, Danny, and go through the panel. Yo, Thunder, based off of what we talking about, the automation and all the stuff that's happening across all sectors. What should the new generation or people do to prepare for this? What could be done? What market could you enter? What should you do?
Well, market. Yeah, I mean, you still got to go to AI market. AI is what AI is. The challenge that's going to present everybody is you're not going to be able to BS around at this point. You can't just do anything you want because AI they're making artificial intelligence that will do what you're talking about. So to me, it makes more sense to get into that work, into the AI field or anything dealing with AI. So it's going to need power. It's going to need input. It's going to need data. All these are things that it's going to need protection, security. All these are things that I feel is a so from the power aspect, Georgia Power, New York Power, whatever y'all got, and they're gonna have different private sectors that's funding this stuff. What's going to be making the batteries? What's going to be making the programs? So programmers are still going to be, and like you said, you brought up Python or whatever. Yeah, but Python is still going to be needed with these with AI. So in other words, we're gonna have to work along with AI at this point because it's a thing now. Just like what Dan is saying with the robot, it's a thing. It's not something this ain't the Jetsons, bro. This is real life at this point. So to me,
what are you saying for people that want to come into the workforce? What should you do?
I just told you. You're going to have to get it into what it takes to get into those fields. Those fields are going to be the lucrative fields. Now we ain't talking about doctors, lawyers stuff. We're talking about I think the tech field, like, it's not going to be just a computer science degree, bro. That's a joke at this point.
you're going to have to know what exactly in this field you want to do. Do you want to be a programmer? Do you want to be a web developer, web designer, blah, blah, blah. You're going to need your artificial intelligence. You're going to need the cloud. That's what I'm taking now. So people are moving from on-premise storage to cloud storage at this point. So now you got to say, okay, cool. Who's going to be the ones that are administering those things? Who's the one going to be protecting those things? Who's going to be the one that's upkeep, upgrades, blah, blah, blah. That's where we need to be fitting in my opinion.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
All I want to say is, Rob,
why you gotta be so nasty, bro?
I'm about to be finished. Just let me tell you why I wasn't nasty. Are
you going to answer my question? Hold on, before you go to your tirade, brother. Are you going to answer the question of what my question? What was my question?
100%. What do you suggest for people? You think I'm slow? I'm high.
Just want to make
gotta
make sure. You know what I'm saying?
Right now?
You know, when you get older, you start forgetting shit. You heard?
Oh, damn. So first of all, the reason I was laughing is because I know Thunder about to take that test at 650 when he's pulling up phrases like on-prem and on-premises. Only I, and you should know especially, though those are terms you use within security, especially with disaster recovery and the centers, what have you. So I thought it was funny. I'm like, yeah, he's ready to go and take that test at 650. Why Rob Bourne? Because I was listening to every goddamn thing. Now to get back to your question, brother, what I suggest, if you go back and look at our channel, Mr. Flatlever, you will see that the last, 4 or 5 videos, where's Pure at in the channel? I went to the government site and showed you the top 20 jobs that the government was going to tell you was going to be in play for the next 20 or so years. And then we went to Forbes and US Week, and they showed you, it was aligned with what the government said, surprise, surprise, of what those fields were. Now, what I also did was this is on our channel, all of this stuff, Rob Bourne, Thunder, Garfield, and Dr. Mo knows. What I also did was show the Black associations associated with each. Now let's get more into specifics. Some of those fields, like Young, I won't say Young, but Mr. Thunder is doing is cybersecurity. How many times have I said that, Rob Bourne? Because yes, y'all, I did it as a trade for damn near a decade, was a goddamn manager of the shit for HIPAA and healthcare and hospitals. But let me keep going on. And then I also went through there, and I tell the youngsters they should get into nursing, especially Black men. And once they get past the key, hop, ha part, I explain to them the benefits of that, whether the economy or the robots are taking over or not. People are going to need healthcare no matter what the economy does. And nursing is an easier path to get in, especially the need and a desire you wanted there for Black men in particular, the 100+ that comes with it, the benefits, the retirement, the health care, and the fact that if you wanted to travel, you could be a travel nurse. You could pull up the robot all you want. You got the right one, Jack.
What they say right here? High-tech hospital.
I didn't interrupt him, bro.
You're right.
Thunder just killed you, bro.
No, let him go. Go ahead. My bad.
Rude Thunder. So where was I? When you look further on that list, you will see those roles that we're talking about in regards to whether it be there's a higher level stuff that Thunder is going to be doing. This is what he ain't tell you. Things like those data centers and the security of all of that stuff. But the steps to get there are different. Rob Bourne, this is getting to a point because this is on our channel. I also, future farmers under my goddamn name, have been telling you wokes about AI for years, and you laugh and reject me. You hear doom and gloom, and not the fact, Thunder, let me bring it back around, that I went personally, probably the last 2 videos, chat, I'm not just rambling, and showed you where you can get most of these certifications for free. For I'm sorry, Garfield, for mother effing free. I pulled it up myself to show you that black people are lazy and just jibber jabbering. I showed you Salesforce and you can get the certification for free.
Yeah, that's right.
I showed you Microsoft and you can get the certification for free. I went to Amazon, Thunder doing cloud. I showed you where you can go right now and register for AWS, get the cloud server and the certification for free. I showed you, nigga, you talking to the right one. So before you say doom and gloom, it's you niggas who wasn't listening. I've been showing you for years. Thank you, and I'm done.
All right.
All right, hold up. But you ain't see what Thunder got on
And
the
the
screen. He
fields,
just
I mentioned the fields before. Now, one little caveat in there, and I'm
hold
not.
on.
This is
Hold
important.
on, man.
No,
You
hold
said
on,
you were
this is
done.
important. No, because this is my list, and I have it written down.
No,
right
you
here.
told me not to cut you
Listen,
off. I was
listen
quiet.
to
Now
my
you said
point.
you're
I
done.
have
And you,
one more field to add. That's it. It's not a tirade. The other part is I'm not saying everybody get into tech. So if we're going to go to Negroes use their hands like we're good at, the number one thing I say is go and be a goddamn plumber. Now you can go.
all right.
Plumber.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Thunder, this guy got a lot of animosity against me
He
today. You
does.
see this shit?
Nah, you know I love
He's
all
a
of y'all.
Thunder, do
very.
you
I
see
love
this
all
shit,
of y'all.
Thunder?
I don't know
You,
what. Say
you
again.
see this shit, Thunder?
I
He
don't know
mad
what's
because I abandoned that motherfucking conscious channel he got over there. He mad that my name is Alan Brown now. Look, yo,
Listen,
listen.
bro.
Yo,
Nurse. They
hold
have
on.
nurse.
Before we go on, hey, yo, son, what certification I just did, bro?
What you do?
Who you
Danny.
asking me?
Yeah, you.
Security Plus.
Okay,
Oh, you
what I'm
did?
now what I'm in school now.
Congratulations, bro.
You in
Yeah,
school?
what am I doing now?
You doing all the stuff we're talking about.
All
All
right.
the cloud stuff
So
and everything.
I just want you to think about this. So, ladies and gentlemen, this guy's full of cap. They
Really?
told me something. I jumped
Really?
on it. I did my little trade school network administration shit. I said,
Let's go
okay,
up, man.
I see that you got to do more with this
The
shit.
last up. Go
Boom.
ahead.
I'm gonna go straight cloud computing. I'm going all the way with this shit.
There you
And this
go.
is
Yeah.
what I'm doing. So
Right.
There you go.
don't try to get slick. Now, Thunder has just killed you with your
No,
nurse
it didn't.
shit. He got the robot nurses on the screen.
That's not a kill. Mika's a nurse
The
and she's laughing
robot
at that
Hey,
nurses
shit.
on
bro,
the
we didn't
screen.
talk while you were talking, Danny.
Damn, my fault.
Y'all crazy.
You be quiet. You be quiet now,
I'm going
Daddy. It's
mute.
your
I'm
turn to
going
get
mute.
this smoke. Then you'll go back to the robot nurse. Where that robot at?
You
The
were
robot nurse. Look at that robot nurse, Danny.
done.
Oh man, son. Go ahead, Thunder, take over.
Yeah, so this is NBC. High Tech Hospital uses AI in patient care. Now, is that to say that there are no nurses in here? No, they're using artificial intelligence. So that this AI is detecting presence in the rooms. There's detecting the temperatures, stuff along those lines, right? That's what this AI is doing. So
is that replacing the triage?
It's not replaced. I don't think it's replaced. That's my point. I don't think it is yet. I don't think we'll see that. But it may be making its way to that. At this point, it's just an addition to the hospital, which is what I was saying about the Chick-fil-A joint. It's an addition to the overall Uber Eats, Instacart workforce. It ain't replacing nothing. You still see all these nurses in here. They still gonna be. They're just using AI to further assist the nurses. High Tech Hospital uses AI in patient. It's just using this to assist the nurses. And I guarantee if we actually see from vital signs to facial expressions and everything in between. So that's what AI is doing. Now,
Thunder, this shit is happening real fast, bro.
It
Month by
is.
month by
May,
month
may
by
I go
month,
at some
bro.
point, or y'all just gonna have a
no,
Hello?
bro, you went. You had a
y'all having
nice
full-on conversation? I
tirade.
gotta sit on the sideline. Like, what is this?
Now, until we finish.
Okay.
Until we finish. Yeah, I think
I
that's
want the
fair.
chat
Because
to
you
see
told
the
me to let you
information that
finish, and I
talked.
did. And then you interrupted again with your plumber.
That wasn't an interruption. That was a finishing because I didn't finish, and I apologize.
No, but you said you finished though. Now, are you finished now?
No, because you're
now
having a conversation with
so
him,
it's a
and I want to
perpetual.
respond to what you just
So
said.
your acts of not finishing is going to be perpetual from now on.
No, your acts of racism are going to be apparent from now on because the discrimination is obvious to me and the chat.
Now I'm racist.
Obviously.
Listen,
it's unfortunate.
So when we have AI is not being used to replace, they're used to assist at this point. What I'm saying is getting into the some company had to create this robot. Some company had to program the robot. Some company has to secure the data going to and from the robot. That is what I'm saying. Then somebody has to maintain the program that robot is using. Somebody has to upgrade, come up with different patches. These are where we fit in. That is what I'm saying. AI, the nurse is going to be there.
Thunder, ready for that test, boy.
Of course
He
they
talk
are,
about
because
patches
the
and everything.
robots
He
are.
ready for that test. He using all the vocabulary today.
and to add, go ahead, Mika, but to
I said,
add,
of course they are, because robots don't have feelings. You know, you got to have that part in it.
yeah, you got to have that. And then the information had to be stored somewhere. The patient information had to be stored, which is where I come in at, where Rob Bourne is going to make his way to eventually. Where you're talking about cloud storage and you're talking about cloud upkeep, stuff like that. So that to me is AI is a help at this point. ChatGPT is not replacing a job. ChatGPT is helping you. Well, it can replace a job, I guess, but it's supposed to be helping society to do things quicker. It's like a hammer or a nail or a screwdriver. You can use your hand or a brick or something to nail in a nail. You can use a brick if you want,
So
but you can
Thunder,
also use
basically
this
you
hammer.
saying the background of the robots or whatever they are, the cloud management, the data and all of that is going to be done by people.
Yeah.
Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Can you automate
So
that?
that's what you're saying.
Not at this
So,
point.
yeah. I don't know. Listen, now I'm on Doomsday. Yo, bro, the Jetsons is here. The Jetsons are here. I don't know, bro. This shit crazy. This shit crazy.
Will
Go
I
ahead,
get a
Danny.
chance?
You still want to talk, Danny?
Go
You
ahead,
still
Will
want
I
to
get a chance
disparage
to
me?
respond at some point
You still want
uninterrupted?
to
Go ahead, bro. Uninterrupted.
Because you know, Danny, somebody got to maintain them databases, man. Somebody got to maintain them shits all over the place, bro.
Myself in the chat would like to know, will I get a chance uninterrupted? We heard Thunder's statement. We heard your conversation afterwards. We heard you then questioning him about his questions, statements, and everything else, and I sat quiet. Will I get that
Listen,
same?
Danny, listen.
This is more time.
I'm as me and Thunder against you, bro. Listen,
That's when you
those
both die
availabilities
together. I got
zones. Listen,
room to
man,
I got
we're
6
going to
feet
use
of dishes to
terminology
do.
today. Those
Yep, and you will
availability
be
zones,
buried with
motherfucker.
those kettlebells.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, non-cloud person. Excuse me. You're
Non-cloud
antiquated.
person that
You are
shit, got
antiquated.
the right one.
You are
Antiquated.
antiquated.
Nigga,
Listen.
you think my name is the future for some reason? I've been in AI years before. Don't make me get started. May I present my case, sir?
Nah, I get it. No.
No,
We
you
done. I
don't,
just
because
wanted
I
to finish
haven't
up with
said
Thunder.
anything to
I'm
respond to this
just gonna make a statement with Thunder.
slander.
So it appears that what we saying is the world is moving where everybody has to do tech. Everybody.
That's
That's
what
what.
you guys are saying. My name is the future farmer. I already live in the future. May I do what I got to do to respond to you and Thunder? Yes or no?
Did you get that AI cert yet?
There's no AI certification, but what I'm doing, I got
Yes,
to meet.
there is.
I got to
There
meet.
is
No,
a
it's not.
Microsoft
Hold on. First of
AI
all,
developer
before you niggas
certification.
go,
There
this
is
is
a
not a
AWS
part of my
practitioner
response time, chat. I'll
certification.
respond to it.
Why are you
Yes, there's the
capping?
AI cert for
Listen,
Microsoft.
I
Yes,
got
there's
beef with
one for
Danny today,
Amazon.
y'all.
Yes,
Danny,
you
I
sent
told
me
Danny,
one.
don't let me
Hold
get
on.
this shit
Go
before
ahead.
him.
Go ahead.
We got beef.
I told you to go get the cert, man. You and cert man above, go and get them. I told you. I was there. You niggas refused to believe me, and you know it. I was with something to go. You
Go ahead,
dirty
bro.
niggas, I'm telling you. Can I finish my statement, sirs? Thank you.
Yes, you
First of
can.
all, Mr. Thunder, would you do me the kindness of sharing my screen, please? Because
No, don't share screen.
I
I
don't
can't
want to
share it.
talk Mr. Thunder, I'd rather just demonstrate, if you don't mind, sir.
Go ahead. I can't share screens though, but go ahead.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
sharing.
Thank you, man.
He about
Behind
to
me.
do some bullshit. Here we
Chat.
go.
I'm not just talking like these guys. This is from the government site. Okay, you see this up here, .gov. Let's go further. It tells you, well, these are the fastest growing occupations. This is 20 occupations. This is 22 to 33. This was wind turbine. There's your solo photo. Those are installers. So this doesn't mean necessarily you need the engineering degree that comes with it. Look at number 3, folks. Nurse practitioners. $126,000 a year. The government is telling you that at least for the next decade, this is what the median pay we, the government is so much banking on it. You know how? Because they're still putting money. You can go to your local junior college in Bama Backwoods JC and go get the beginnings. What is it for the LPN or whatever the first one is, and then work your way up if you really want the big bucks to nurse anesthetist. That go look it up. That's there. Nursing, the government told you is 3. There's your data science. So I told you it still will be there. There's your thunders right here. Right in the mix. He's going to say, well, I ain't going to be no analyst. I'm going to be the man or whatever. Yes, Thunder. You now make more than this, and you're going to make twice as much.
I'm an analyst right now.
I know, nigga.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, man.
No,
I
go
don't
ahead.
do
You got
nigga in a facetious way.
I love nigga, bro. You can do it.
No, I ain't.
Okay, if you ain't got, that's fine. I know you woke
I think I'm really mad. I'm just trying to get my.
I know
point
you're
across.
uppity.
Yeah, that's a fact.
House.
Uppity and away from you.
You're in the house.
Up and away
You're in the
from the
house.
Negroes, huh?
You're in the
Yeah,
house.
I'm in the house, nigga. That's where the heat is.
I'm in the field. Yeah,
that's
you're in the
right.
house.
They call it slave hot for a reason. May I continue? I didn't interrupt you. Physician's assistants, folks. Here we go with the tech stuff once again. I ain't left the top 10. Computer and information research scientists. All this, the government, once again, is telling you where they're going. Trump, Biden, Kamala, Hegeseth, or otherwise, where things are going. Now, what will happen is, you will see this is here. The effects of automation today. In the next decade, you wokes and your loved ones will lose 4.5 million jobs to automation. You can keep thinking that's going to be in the future. Doge Boy is doing it today. Started shit way back when. Look at Friday. They go HUD, Social Security, and otherwise. You now will be replaced by robots, not white folks like you think. So in the next decade, this will happen. Projected to lose 132,000 jobs between now and 2030 due to automation. I can give you the stat if you want it. It's from CBS News. What future? Vulnerable places. This is where, like I said, outside of the wokes who all are day traders, big time 401ks, and got black farms, a lot of black America are where? Fast food, retail, and customer services, which are at high risk. 60% of the automation risk are for black workers. And what? Production, food prep, that's all your McDonald's and Chick-fil-A robots. Sales, that's your sneaker stores. Transportation, that's your martyr bus driver at some point, but now the token booth clerk, which is now a martyr card or whatever y'all call it, that's a robot. Administrative support, that go your positions right there. 60% of your shit will be lost to the robots. Where you are, I'll be finished in one sec, increasingly overrepresented, except for who? You wokes, allegedly. The rest of the goddamn Negroes are. And 4 out of the top 5 occupations at risk, all of them are you. Do you want me to keep going? Because I'll show you the economic impact with you and your we got all the money in the world type of fifth world economy lies you telling yourself.
Right there. What
43 billion goddamn dollars each year.
What it say?
Generative AI has
has
the potential to widen the racial
gap.
economic gap by 43 billion every goddamn year. And you think it's the future? Who is where? I've been living in the future for a long time, trying to tell you Negroes, go look at the channel, what I've been screaming on every goddamn channel I've been on. Stats. Sources. You the sources in woke niggas. I got a little source.
Hey
by
yo, do that same impact on white people. What it say?
I don't give a goddamn about white people. This is in comparison to you. You ain't mentioned that the Indians is the ones. Thunder ain't told you that. It ain't the white man. Thunder work with a whole bunch of Indians, even in Atlanta.
No, I worry about a whole black people actually.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
That's
all
dope.
black. I take that back. We have
That's
one
dope.
Asian lady and one Philippine.
For infrastructure stuff. What are y'all doing?
Analysts.
No. Oh, okay, yeah. And so what's the contract?
Everybody else black. It's like shoot 10 black people and like 2 minorities. 2 other people.
What is it? Contracted through something? I don't want to get off. We can talk about that off. Yeah,
I work for.
No. I don't do all that. Nope.
Prominent.
No, I don't care.
I'm with you. I work for a prominent university in the state of Georgia.
Oh, say no more. I know now that I see why it's all black. Use a DE, not you, but that's a lot of DEIsmanship, and you doing the right thing. You doing the right thing. Getting your
DEI at all.
I know what you're doing. But anyway, brother, thank you for the interruption. Further, hopefully the chat is still with me and sees the facts. Thunder, you're not my friend right now. You chose to side with Rob Bourne. I'm showing you the facts. You want to ask about those white people?
Rob
the
Bourne
median white
with
family
me.
holds more than 10 times the wealth of the median African American family. That's your stat right there. I was waiting for you to not see it, Rob Bourne.
What does that mean, though? What did that mean?
What that mean is right now, this $43 billion,
everybody racist?
$430 billion ahead, and each year it's growing. That's what it means, because it's 10 times what this is. 43 times 10 is 430 billion.
Everybody's saying
that's probably ahead of you.
Everybody said DEI. I just told you everybody in the department is black. The whole department is black. Ain't no DEI, man.
I want to argue with you offline about that because I know why it is, but I'm not doing that online, and you know it. So no, I'm not doing that. You win online about your job right now. If I talk to you offline, I'm gonna cut you to death, and you know it. Black workers in certain cities may be more affected. Who said DC? This guy. What are those jobs? Government contract jobs. What are those? Black suburbs that will be messed up. More Fetty running through.
Give me Danny. Give me the moral of the story, bro.
The moral of the story is I showed you where we need to go. I can also, if you gave me time, but I won't because this is not mine. But
no, man, you've been ranting for 10 minutes.
The point is, I also gave solutions and ways because once again, I went through each of these, showed the pathways, some of them for free, and the things that we could do, and it's up to the Negro whether they're going to do it or not.
Right. So are you going to blame white people for what black people ain't doing?
See, once again, it's you wokes that like to bring in white people and all this
other
stuff.
Asking you a question.
Nothing but black people and what we need to do.
That's a question. Are you if and when all right.
Okay.
So let's put it together. Maybe you not. I put it together maybe different than you.
Yeah, I started.
So you share it again.
Okay.
Put it back up.
All right, hold on.
So you said that the fastest joints is them 20, right? 5.
No, I'm not saying that the government is saying.
Okay, whoever. .gov is saying the fastest joint is. Y'all have to understand what DEI. Do y'all know what DEI is?
I didn't mention DEI other than the joke. Don't do that.
I'm looking at the chat. Y'all don't even know what that is.
I'm showing the screen, brother. You're not sharing it.
I don't see it.
You're right there. It's not. It's there.
No, it's not.
I'll stop it again, and then I'll go to present, share screen. Here you go. Share right now. You don't see it?
No, maybe Garfield got to share it or something.
Yeah, Garfield.
But,
so let's go with what you said. With the white people got 10 times more, black people more susceptible, blah, 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 right? Okay, fine. Is it because of racism, or is it because black people are not in those 10 fields that you showed?
What I'm saying is, in regards to white people, it's the point of I don't care about them ism. I'm not mentioning. Hold on, let me finish.
Because I'm said.
But I'm trying to tell you because I'm not putting them into anything that we need to do. I don't care what they're doing. I'm telling you that the government said this, and yes, this is what's coming, and the robots are here. But these are the things that we can do, dependent and irregardless. I think that's a Negro word of what happens. That's what we can do. Now, whether we choose to do that, and the challenges, the struggles that I've been studying for 6 months, and the $9,000 that I paid for this that comes with it, is going to be up to you. And the typical ways that we would use to get up on our feet, unfortunately, is massing them, giving us some federal program or something to aid in that, whether it be housing, food, or a college scholarship or otherwise. That is now gone. That is now over, period. So you can spend your time blaming the ancestors and the elders. The reality is the future don't care about your feelings. The DEI and Affirmative Action Department is closed.
I hope so.
What? Say what?
I said, I hope it is.
Well, that's unfortunate because I don't necessarily say that. What I'm saying is I know it is, and these are the things that, in my opinion,
So I'm anti-DEI.
What we say that, but when we look at, okay, these are, let's think about, if the robot is now saying, we demand a BA for even considering you, and many a way that a Negro gets
Get a
into
BA.
university, many a way a Negro gets into a university is through the aid of the scholarship money that comes to invest in them do so. Well, those, whether through FAFSA and otherwise, are now being eliminated day by day.
That's not DEI,
Therefore,
man.
That is the way, the path to get there, because that money is now being cut because it's supposed to be specific for Negroes.
There we go.
Or not just Negroes, the underprivileged, underclassed.
So
however
let me ask you a question.
Yes, go ahead.
How many black people you know that are wind turbine service technicians?
I don't know any.
This is rhetorical. You're gonna ask all of them.
Go
How
ahead.
many black people do you know are solar photo?
I know a couple. Yeah, I do know.
All right, you know. All right. How many black people you know
that are nurses?
That are nurse practitioners?
I would say
I know one. I have a very great female I just talked to last night that is a nurse practitioner.
I would probably say over 50.
You know, 50 nurse. Oh well, yeah, in your case, yeah, right.
I would say I know over 50.
Right, no problem. But
how many data scientists?
How many of those are black? Those 50.
How many of the nurses? That's a great question. I would say out of the 50, and I probably know more. I would say probably 30.
Okay, fine. Over half. Great.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good thing.
And here goes another one, and the FBA are going to be mad at this. And we got one on the panel. Probably out of that 30, 8 or 9 are coconuts.
Okay.
Lord.
Because the coconuts long ago got smart and got into the nursing game. Long ago, and that's how they made their way to blue collar. You can ask the coconut Mika on the panel if you want a primary source.
Listen, I'm half coconut, okay?
But am I lying about what I said in the past?
You ain't lying.
Okay, so next up, ask me the next one. Data scientists, I know a few of those too. Yes, information security, I would say over 100. And I would say
your path is a little different. My point is
you asking the right one, Jack.
I agree, but you would not be the general consensus.
And I'm never speaking for the general consensus because my concern is the Negroes in the hood that the wokes forgot about, because I'm trying to show past how to get up out of Foot Locker, Chick-fil-A, and otherwise before the robots kick your ass out of there.
My point is, because you're just on one right now, and you're not being reasonable at all. So I'm just trying to work. I'm trying to work around your outlandish behavior. I'm trying to work around it. So the point is, when you say that those are the fastest growing occupancies, occupations rather.
Yes, sir.
To me, rather than rant, I think a better use of your energy would be to encourage black people to quit making excuses, and go ahead and take up these traits. Like me, myself, Rob Bourne. I was 40 years old. I'm 46. I was 40 years old when I decided to get back out of food production management, and I might have been 39, and pursue my degree in cybersecurity. Right, so it's never too late.
Okay,
we all have different paths to get where we want to go.
let me share right there because this is a point. This is an important point, and this is the truth. And you've never heard me say this before anywhere on the internet. I can personally promise you that at least 9 people, I think there's 10 if I'm 100% right. There's 10 people. Some of them you have talked to in these work circles who I have told and showed the exact ways to do that. There are 3 of them that I know have gotten their college degrees from it. Maybe I know one's around, but if another's in the chat, they'll tell you. So as far as encouragement and in the real world, you can go and ask them who they're talking to and who told them to do that. You can go and ask them how some of them were way past 40 with no experience other than how to use their cell phone. This is what's happening in the real world. I'm not just up here. In the real world, some of them in the chat will tell you, I have shown them and given them where I could the pathway to it and never promised them one time that you magically going to be right there, but this is the path to do it. Those are facts, bro.
Those are facts. Let me veer off for us. So Thunder, you not sound like a Republican, you sound like a liberal Democrat. I don't know how. I'm telling you all to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I don't know how much more of a Republican I can sound like. I'm a conservative to the bone. How much can a person make in cybersecurity? You can make 200, 300,000, depending on how.
Hold
far.
on. Let's be honest. Hold on, because you can speak to this because you're more updated than me. But I'm going to tell the typical ways that people would tell you are not the same. Right. So like I'm saying, honestly, if that's the path, you use Chat GPT other than finding out Mansa Musa's birthday. And if you go to explore the GPTs, you could begin to get into it. But the path is it has to be quicker because the way things are going. So those steps of typical of A+ to Network Plus to something like a Security Plus are not into play. People who are interested, just write them down and Google them. Those are the initial search and initial pathways that once were. You, because you're in competition with all them people getting fired right now, need to hurry up, you being people interested, and go to Amazon right now, to AWS, go to Microsoft. Google Cloud has a Google certification as well, and start there. Pay the money for the Coursera and go and sit through the Coursera because you can get the certs through them. That is helpful because then you should get your LinkedIn set up immediately. And every time you get one of those certs, put it on LinkedIn. What game is that? That's the robot game, because that has to get your name popping in the streets more and more for you to then eventually set yourself up to get those jobs. But hold on, before you get there, because you can add this, because your job is not hiring the help desk support like they used to. And the network engineers, they done cut one of them people off. And a lot of this now security has been moved to the side, to the cloud, and they're leveraging AWS or otherwise or Azure to do it. So the skills have to be different. Yes.
Yeah, to a certain degree. Yeah, I can't disagree. Food production management is a great way to say you worked at a restaurant. No, I worked for Tyson Foods. I worked for the people that you buy out of food, out of a Walmart. I was a supervisor and a superintendent for Tyson Foods, the people that make all the patties here in the for Burger King, Wendy's, Steak and Shake, Cracker Barrel. No, I manage food production. I didn't work at McDonald's, bro. What the best and cheapest home security system? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
But the innovation is, how do we then say, because you now have the world experience, how do you then, because this is what I did and I thought of. Okay.
Shout out to Savio. Savio's such a hater. Go ahead. What you saying?
But I said, like, I had to ask how do I tell someone who has been working in Foot Locker something that's real and a pathway out of Foot Locker when I know that Foot Locker is going to be closed, right? And so what I did, because I have experience in it and I did it, is your customer relations management, right? And people have to look at their role different. And so you get into CRMs, right? So all those Foot Lockers, you work the cash register, you did more than that. Those are point of sale systems, right? And you have all of that stuff that's involved with that. So if you go for one path, go to Salesforce. You can go to trailblazer.com and get a Salesforce certification. You can then transmit or transform your sneaker selling customer service skills to where things are going using Salesforce, because it's the same thing. You know the client well, you know what size they wear, you know they're going to be the first one there for the pumpkin colored dunks, and you know you got their email because they cool with you. You hit them as soon as you got the delivery in or whatever.
Steak and Shake is a fast food restaurant here in Atlanta. Well, I'm with you.
I'm just saying, like, we have to be able to, and if you have the experience and you took this path to, okay, how do you then tell someone how they can realistically get up out of Chick-fil-A?
I have told, I done said it. I told, I'm not a teacher, bro. That's you. That's you mowing all the, I can't do that.
Please.
Say it again.
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. I ain't no damn teacher.
Well, whatever, man. That my point is, everybody knows my story. I have to. All right, I just told you I was 40 or 39. I'm 46 now, so like 40. When I went back to school, I paid I think it's about $4,000 a semester to go to Georgia Gwinnett Tech College. It's a 2-year degree. I have my 4-year degree already, food science, chemistry minor. But I went back to school because I got burned out. Went back to school and got a degree in cybersecurity with a specialization in cyber crimes. From there, I started to work with Bank of America. I had a contract with them for a year. Had a great time, learned a lot. The contract ran out in May of 2021, maybe somewhere in there. And then from there, I started to work. I applied for a job at let's just say, a prominent university in the state of Georgia, where I was hired as an analyst, which I'm currently still at. I will be making my way either into the cloud aspect by the end of this year, or as an engineer, where I will, the 6-figure thing is always. Somebody asked about how much can you make with how much can a person line times babies? Asked how much can a person make in cybersecurity? I mean, the highest you gonna make is probably 200,000 to 300,000, but the average would be low hundreds. It depends on what part you're in. You can get some 80,000, some 90s. But like you said right there, you see it's on the screen. Information security analyst. It's how much I say, 100 something?
120.
Yeah. I'm not that high, but I ain't too far from that. That's a rough estimate. But yeah, so it's really kind of what you make out of it, man.
This is important. But, and this is important for people to understand, that doesn't mean that when you go and take the class or get the cert, that you coming out the door, they're gonna say, well, here is your 120,000. You're gonna need to gain experience, and this is where the urgency comes in. Because the key with we see automation and things are going is you're gonna need to gain that experience as soon as possible. And that means getting in the door. And they're not gonna take you fresh out of no certification course or no whatever and put you in the information security department when you green, because there's too much at risk if you mess up and don't understand what policies and procedures are. So you have to get into the building in some capacity, whatever that is, and then move around inside there. I don't want people to ever think you're going to get some information security, whether it's even what's the top one now? CISSP or whatever it is.
Top one right now.
Right, and thinking that, okay, just because you studied for 8 months and got your CISSP, you need somebody to help you get it. But anyway, if you
you'll never be under 6 figures.
No. What I'm saying that you have to have the experience, because if you look at the top of the market, what's happening at the top of the market is a lot of that middle management and otherwise is losing their jobs. And so they're looking downward for positions, and they're going to get those positions. So that's your competition now. So the guy who just got fired from, what's your big bank down there? Whatever it is, I forget what it is now looking at those cyber roles when he may have been a manager or a director somewhere else. He's looking at the same roles you're looking at. That's the competition, is what I'm saying.
I mean,
so it's there, yeah.
It's always gonna be there, man. It's a good thing, though. It's a good thing to have. If you suck, then yeah, it's gonna fade. But you got to separate yourself from the competition. That's a big way to do it. Is of course experience, but yeah, projects, 100%. That's a great way. You got to know what you're doing. In other words, certification only means you pass a test. A college degree only means you pass a series of tests. Do you know what you're actually talking about, though? You know, so it's something totally like you could ask a computer science major that was the valedictorian in this class, you know, tell me about the OSI model, and they don't know what you're talking about. The OSI, what is that? Oh, I ain't learned that in class. Exactly. You don't even know what you talk. You got a degree, but you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking because you don't have the experience. You don't know what it takes to make a Cat 5 cable or something like that. You don't know what that is. You just got a degree. So yeah, you are correct. Having a degree, having certifications is great, but if you don't know what you're talking about, yeah, it's just
you show that through demonstratable skills. Then they ask you, well, where do you demonstrate that if you want in the workplace? Then you point to the projects that you have done, whether it's on GitHub or the YouTube videos you posted to demonstrate that you have some proficiency in the things that you want to get a job for. You then post that to your LinkedIn as part of your getting past the robots once again and getting the interview. Because now you have a portfolio of projects that you have done. Well, yes, I automated X, Y, and Z, or I wrote the script to do X, Y, and Z. Here it is that you can point to. So you give.
Oh, you're talking about GitHub? Yeah, I got my GitHub set up, and this is the code.
Right.
Y'all can blah blah blah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's ways to do it. It depends on what you. I don't know. It's too. Technology is too broad, man. You can't just sit. You can't. A lot of time people tell me I want to get into the cyber. Like, bro, do you understand what that means? Like, you don't even know what it's too much.
So how do you think it feels when I hear people say they need to get into AI?
Yeah, it's like,
do you understand what that means when people sitting around talking?
Right. That's wild. Like, yeah, you can't just say that. You gotta. All right, let me stop sharing your screen. Right. Let me.
Sorry. Here, hold on.
Let me see if I can. All right. Share. Present. Share this, Garfield. Can you share it? There got to be a way for StreamYard to automate sharing the screen, bro. It's got to be a way.
No, it's probably restrictions because then if he don't get permission and some weirdo come on here and just share their screen and
yeah, but you got a point. At least make it an option. You know what I'm saying? So these this is I know y'all can't see it, but it's a map. It says
you're also probably on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, so it's a map of cybersecurity domains. I've shared this before, but the map consists of everything that is most of the things that encompass cybersecurity. You have security operations, in which I work. Blue team, you got the blue team and the red team. You got the blue team that's trying to protect networks. You got the red team that's trying to infiltrate networks. And I know y'all may think that's a bad thing. No, it's a great thing. Just you're letting people know the weaknesses in your system.
Called a white hat. It's called a white hat.
That's a red. Well,
no, it's red and blue teams. It's white.
You got the red and blue team, right? That's white hat. You're right.
Thank you. God damn it! Put some.
You have career development, which works with what I'm taking now: certifications, training, conferences. All these people. You know how much people make during a conference? Just throwing a conference, just setting up hotels and blah, 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 the speakers and all that stuff. It's a lot of money in that. Security architecture. That's cloud security, which I'm working with. You got cryptography, security engineering, identity and access management, IAM, privilege access management.
What forensics are you using? What's forensic tools used?
I could not ever tell you that, man. Are you crazy?
I was saying we're gonna do it.
I can't tell you how. I can't tell you our security posture.
Framework. Look at you posture. He about to take the test, Rob boy.
Framework and standards, right? People who create so cybersecurity is just like laws or best practices. Who the ones create those? Who maintain those? Who updates them? Physical security, that's huge. Can I just walk into your building and walk into your network closet and plug in my Wi-Fi pineapple and get on your network? Risk assessment, social engineering, penetration testing.
I managed all of. I was associate director for that.
So yeah, penetration testing, vulnerability scanning,
right?
All that stuff. Infrastructure,
firewall rules.
Firewall rules. Right.
All the updating.
Then you got the governance. The governance standpoint, which is who makes the laws, who does the audits, who creates policies, procedures, guidelines.
I said that.
All those things. Threat intelligence. You know, the people who are hacking, how do they do it? Can you map out exactly how they did it so we can learn from that and put in?
What's the difference between a threat and a vulnerability?
I mean, a threat is, oh Lord.
Yeah, got him. Only reason I'm asking is I know you know it 100 times. Go ahead.
Vulnerability would, of course, a weakness in your system, but a threat would be something that can have a, I guess, a more dire.
Oh yeah. Then what is a risk? Then what is a risk? Yeah, boy, you better stop listening to get your ass.
That's security plus that you're doing, man. I forgot. That's 6 years ago.
Not because the same thing applies to the
policy. Risk is.
Hold on, let me show you how.
You got You got risk.
Let me give you some industry knowledge because that applies.
No, let me ask you a question first. You asked what is risk.
You were wrong already.
I ain't said nothing yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Risk is. Okay, you know you have a vulnerability or a threat, and you decide whether to take action against that or not.
Yes, but that is based on your posture, which is leveraged by your policies and your procedures.
No, that's going to be contingent upon how
policies and procedures.
That's going to be contingent on how important whatever you're trying to protect is. In other words,
right. I understand because then you put levels on it. You
got
the right one, but then you have policies and procedures that are based on that. That's for everything from you got to change your password every 60 days to who can access the different screens, and just because you got access, but you better get offline and.
So no, I'm taking a cloud. I'm not taking security plus, man. That's
the same thing, Thunder.
It's not, bro.
Yes, you are because you're doing forensics, and you only move by what those policies and procedures say. You can't.
This is not policies and procedures, man. This is revolving around public cloud security.
I think
which is going to be hold on, Rob. This is important because what you're doing NIST standards because you work for like you using NIST, right?
This has nothing to do with NIST. That's what I'm saying, boy.
So what is the part that you're doing? It all has to do with
when okay, let's just say Danny creates Danny Future Farmers Incorporated, and you want to set up a website or a service that's going to be utilizing cloud.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to be the one that's helping to secure data going in and out of your whatever app or infrastructure you're using. That's what I'm doing.
Right. So where do you sit in between Danny Future Farmer and me leveraging AWS and Azure?
Well, that's the same thing though. It's the IAM management. So that's what. So in the IAM management. What Danny is saying and what you saying, all of those things, those settings and how you setting up to prevent vulnerabilities and all that, all those scans are done in the IAM.
No, IAM is different from.
Go ahead.
That's a totally different thing.
So
IAM
is. I'm confused because
I'm going to tell you. So
Hold on,
IAM
hold on.
is
Wait a
a
minute.
person.
You saying that? Yeah, but okay, I get the role you're talking about, but that IM is on that test, bro. That's
Yeah,
on it.
I have a whole section for that right here.
Look, Cap, they agree with each other,
When you
Cap, but
doing,
they
so when
deny
you
me,
talking
Cap.
about,
Once
so when
again.
we
What that
talking
say?
about, yeah, so when we
Cloud.
talk, right. So when we talking about the security, right, and you setting up the policies and the procedures, that's done through there.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, they agree with each other, chat, but not me. Y'all see what's going on,
Cloud
right?
identity and access management is right there. That's the first book. Right?
Exactly.
As long as
So
the chat watching, Mika, you see it, right?
Yo, shut the fuck up.
I don't know what he's talking about.
They agree with each other. I say, oh, no. See?
No, man. When you're talking about setting up an account, that's not the same thing as securing.
An account. Are you kidding me? I'm not talking about no account. You all the way down at that level. I'm talking about the whole infrastructure of the environment. Yes. I built those. Whether you believe it or not. The whole thing. Everything you looking at.
Yeah,
this random nigga.
I'm not talking about protecting the infrastructure, bro.
Dude, it's based on around your posture as a company, which dictates
You're
how
talking about Amazon itself. I'm not talking about Amazon. I'm talking about you soliciting me to secure your service. That's what I'm talking about.
And you should have started that in the beginning, whereas I was talking about more the whole thing. I know what you're doing. Yes,
All right.
get the money. Yes.
All right, here we go. You see the screen right there. Can I blow it up? Probably not. But this is how vast. Yeah, it won't grow. This is how vast this is just regular cybersecurity, man. This is not even clouds. I mean, it's some clouds. Now imagine all of these break off. Here go cloud security right here. All of these break off into something.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's just
it's
too much. You can't just say
no, it's not. But so it is for people is like, look, so people in the chat listen, there is one route, and that's that section up there on the left with them. Well, a lot of this is, but that's over there where it's going to be Thunder and the heavy.
No, I work down here. I work security.
Where you at? I can't. It's
yeah,
okay.
So I work. This is security operation. This is SOC.
Right. So all your socks, and that's all the network infrastructure, all of those components right there. So, that's the ones watching the board for the security threat. Y'all might have heard about CloudStrike and the CloudStrike and what happened and all. So that's at that part. But for people who don't want to get all bleeps and blips like that, another side is that risk and assessment where you get in to do that. Because part of that, this is where Doge, then that is allegedly doing it. You then audit all of those systems. So then Thunder, part of his group, or might have some internal audit, which looks at the cybersecurity systems and say, okay, X, Y, and Z, are we in line with this? Then somebody comes on and does a risk assessment. And that's when the teams come in, they try to penetrate your whole system, pause, but that's what they do. They try to
pause. Yeah, you're right.
That's all the weaknesses or whatever, right? So you might have people walking around your office out of nowhere, and you seeing how they could be, looking over your shoulder.
Using NIST.
But NIST is just one standard, and it's typical because that's the government standard, right? So then there's MITRE, CAPEC, and all other type of white people terms. But then you get into that. But that area for folks listening is where now you get into the assessments, and you can learn about policies, and it's a different thought process to do it. So you can get into cybersecurity, and you don't necessarily need to have to go and learn, all of the languages, or even what Thunder may be doing, to pay a role and still get your 150, 200 grand. Then you can work for companies like Ernst & Young or Price Waterhouse Coopers to go and do everything from
Salesforce. Salesforce has its own certifications.
Wait, did anybody listen to what I said?
I agree. I'm saying I'm building on what you said.
Rob, are you here?
Salesforce, listen what I'm saying. Salesforce has a free certification, yes, but it also has paid certifications for different areas of Salesforce. That's my point. It ain't just get this degree and I'm finna work at Salesforce. No, bro.
So first of all, the likelihood is you won't work at Salesforce. For the last 2+ years, I was managing Salesforce. I'm
Mhm.
speaking from firsthand stuff. So what I'm telling you is trailblazer.com. I think it's trailblazer.me even. You can go on there and you can see the different career paths that you can take with Salesforce. The typical first one is a Salesforce admin cert. You can learn all of these things for free on what I told you. You can also find out about the Blacks in Salesforce group and what they're doing in the space because they're an integral part of Salesforce. No, you will not be
Salesforce.
working for Salesforce. Companies use Salesforce. This is what I told the Negro in the Foot Locker who
You have
went and
got
got
to
the
stop
cert.
with this "I told you so" attitude you have.
No, it's not I
You've
told
been
you so. I don't
maintaining
want to
this
ever
the
seem like I'm
whole
just talking.
conversation.
And listen, brother, because when it comes down to it, I'm talking to these hood rat niggas, actually getting them to do it. I'm not trying to pontificate in Woketopia. When I get over here, I'm telling Daquan, put down the fentanyl and go and fucking practice AI. I'm doing that for real.
You call me a racist.
I'm a complete racist. I hate
Okay.
everybody equally, though. I'm an equal opportunity racist.
That is
everyone.
ridiculous.
White folks, black folks, everybody. I hate
Salesforce
everybody.
has a AI associate. Oh, good.
Right. So you get that, and I know you're on the site. Look at it. So you get the admin first, and then you get that because now the admin is going to teach you how to use it, and the AI is going to teach you how to leverage. What is it? Einstein is what they Einstein is what they have for their AI engine, and then this is where the robots come in. You learn how to
How much
automate.
do Salesforce workers make? Oh man, you
Salesforce,
wild.
it all depends. A Salesforce admin you might see some out there for starting as low as 60, 65. But when you get experience with CRMs, you'll learn that, hey, I could apply this to a Monday.com or other CRMs out there.
Share my screen, Garfield not here. So they have a business analyst, joint data cloud consultant, data quality specialist, super badge, marketing cloud consultant,
Yeah, marketing cloud, I wouldn't
administrator.
suggest anybody get into marketing cloud. That's not you might get the nonprofit one. That's okay because then you have a space to go work in nonprofits with Salesforce. And nonprofits are going to look like that because they're going to have to automate because they got to downsize with staff due to El Presidente.
So here we go. Salesforce launched Agent Blazer Status, a new program designed to build and recognize your AI and Agent Force skills. As a result, we are evolving our exam catalog and retiring the AI associates. So yeah, they're getting their AI is I'm telling you, man, AI is a beast. It's replacing. It's affecting set. Well, it's already replacing certification at Salesforce.
Well, because Salesforce thing is automation and they use workflows. So now you have workflows being built for this. So now me coming into your organization with my solutions as a consultant, because that was one of the premier roles as a Salesforce consultant, then people already in the enterprise, aka your office, are just using these AI assisted features to help them plan out and leverage Salesforce. So I can create a workflow for onboarding, for instance. Thunder finally gets the job and gets past the robots. First day, he's going to need privileges for X and to access Y and have the code to go get his ID and onboard it correctly. All that can be done through a workflow. And that's another human replaced from the HR department.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be tough.
The site once again is trailblazer.me or .com, and you can go and register and get the certs if you're interested for free.
If you're interested. If not, then good luck.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. We agree on that 100%. If not, then hey, good luck.
Good luck, man.
There we go. That's perfect. We agree on that. If you ain't listening, hey, good luck.
All right, let me. I mean, it's on you. At the end of the day, it's on you, my boy.
You ain't stopping the robots. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, they coming. Pause. Here goes Salesforce right here. I was gonna share. Let me see if Garfield back or not. If he's not, I'll just say what they are. Y'all asked about how much do they make, and I don't think he's back. Oh, he's back. Change management lead.
SAP, that's more skills at 125 is generous. Notice it says extended hours. That means you're gonna be working more than 40-hour weeks. That's probably right for what is this? It's 173. Yeah, that's about right. Principles, yeah.
Senior software engineer, 135. This is all Salesforce, right?
Developer is where the money is, so that's probably playing all right. Engineer 2 at 117. I don't know. Travelers is a big company, maybe, but that I can guarantee you that software engineer 2 got about 2,000 applicants in Atlanta. Developer, CRM analyst. So
2,000.
I guarantee you, it's lead system. Okay, CNs. That one right there. That's entry level. Life sciences tech lead. That's some fun with finance. That might be some money. Software developer. Yeah. CPQ senior. That's a consultant. Okay, owner. No, wait, slow down. Salesforce manager at the National Bank. So the National Bank is using Salesforce. Okay.
If y'all not familiar with Salesforce, is probably top 10. That's a top 10. That's a Fortune 10 company, probably.
Mm-hmm. It's up there. So look, Deloitte. Look at who's doing it. All of finance is doing it. Deloitte is doing it. Yeah, you get into finance. That's where the money's,
So this is right in your face, man. Right in your face. Pause.
Right.
It's gonna be hard to make under 100,000.
Starting out, it will be. You'll be making under 100,000. I'm not never telling nobody that lie. You ain't going to get nobody Salesforce cert and talking about, yo, give me 100,000.
Oh, I'm not talking about a Salesforce cert. No, I'm not talking about breaking it. I'm talking about if I walk in, if I go over there making 100, it ain't nothing to talk about.
Right. Revenue and Salesforce CBQ.
I did 150 something.
So you better get more than that. You see how the price is going up in everywhere else?
I mean,
and the housing market is messed up, so shit.
I live below my means, my boy. I'm straight.
Aesthetic sales. Yeah, this is all poppycock.
I bought my house.
There you go. Healthcare, that makes sense.
In 2015 for $69,000, my boy.
Yeah, you good. You see people came in high, and you know this housing market is about to burst. And
I hope it does.
What's
why?
good, y'all?
Why?
What you mean, why? What's up, man?
That can create a glut on the market.
I don't care. Why
What
would
you mean you don't care?
Why would you care about that?
Oh, shit, I sold all my shit. I ain't buying no shit no more.
Yeah, you wild.
Hey,
Why?
Crazy.
Shit, no, I ain't either.
Well,
What's
yeah,
up,
you
Danny?
can still, 100%. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. You can sell now, 100%.
What's up, Danny? What's up, Thunder?
What's up, man?
Shalom.
Hey. Yeah, shalom.
No. hey, put me in the game, man. I'm tired of selling dope. I want to go legit. Hypothetically,
Yeah, that's that nigga there. Talk to him.
I'm somebody coming to y'all. Now look, how I'm trying to break into this just like y'all. Since y'all talk about this, give me advice. I got Udemy. Is Udemy good? Taking their courses?
Yes.
Taking their certifications. What can I do? Like
what are your interests? I mean,
okay, this is my interest. I'm gonna just say 3 because you know it's so much out here. I'm gonna just say 3.
Okay.
There's Windows Service Administrator.
Okay.
Cybersecurity and DevOps. Okay. I'm trying to learn about either one of them. Should I learn all of them? Should I just focus on one?
Did you how nigga, you've been online forever. Did you reach 30 yet?
Wow, you waiting for my voice to change, nigga?
No. I'm about to ask the question to go along with it. The reason I'm asking.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. I'm older now. Yeah, I ain't the young 93.
Okay, so, and do you have any technical experience?
I mean, I know how to use a computer. I mean,
okay.
So no.
you want my honest opinion, or you want me to?
Tell me the truth. Put me on game. I'm trying to learn something.
I would say go be a plumber. I would say. You asked me the honest truth. I would tell you to go and get the certification.
That nigga is wilding.
I don't listen. You could
Wow.
go and do you. I would ask you. You're a researcher. I would ask you to look up the plumber field right now and what's going on.
Oh
And I'm
no, I know they making bread.
93.
Look,
I'm being 100% serious with you. I'm not kidding you
That's
because
not what his options was. He gave you three
not,
options, and
he was
you
talking. He
all
was
in the
asking
left
me.
field,
No,
man.
you're being mean, Thunder, because
You are.
you're not letting me finish my statement.
yeah,
He
let him
asked
tell
you
me.
out of those
Once
three
again,
things, what would you suggest? And you said be a
see at
plumber.
93.
You
So
wow.
I'm a
93.
young man trying to get out the dope game. Help me.
I'm just trying to if people just listen for a second. So it doesn't make any sense. What I'm telling you is everybody is talking fast. Look up where we're going with things. Look who the new set of millionaires and where things are going. Look at what's something that's going to be recession proof. Look at everybody in your building has a toilet and a tub and a sink. Come outside on your block and look like every single
Hey,
house. Let me finish my statement. Is going to have those things. So once you get those certifications and realize that's what a new millionaire class is, and that's a blue collar trade, and that's something that you're going to work your way up simultaneously, you could then pursue those IT stuff you're talking about because it's going to take you a little bit longer with no technical experience to get into the cybersecurity field. But you don't have time to wait and make no money when you can go and learn how to snake a toilet or whatever in the process to get your master plumber certification, where you have now two options of making 100 and plus, no matter which way you choose. Because if some people will tell you, hey, just buckle down and go get the cert from Udemy for some cybersecurity and tell you, oh, you're going to make $100,000. That's a lie, 93.
That's a lie.
That's a bold-faced lie.
I believe that's a lie. But what about Windows Server administration?
No. I ignored it for a reason. Windows Server certification is a nice to have. Yes, you should know it. If you want to get into cybersecurity, you should know it backwards and forwards. Yes, but that's if you want to go that route. So, but you alone having a Windows, security cert, it's cool. Yes, it will help. Yes. 100%.
Danny is you ever see a person that's so smart, too smart for his own? He don't even know what he's talking.
Really?
Bro,
Say where I was
93.
wrong one
If
time.
you want to be a Windows Server admin, is that what you saying you want to do?
That's another option because there's a good brother in the Christian community making decent money. He had advised us to go that route. He told us what we could do, but that was just one of the options. I was looking at software development. I was like, no, I don't think I want to do that.
Cloud.
Okay, yeah.
You want to
Kyle
look at
was helping me too.
cloud.
Kyle was trying
This
to help
dude
me
is
too.
saying cloud now. He ain't sticking to nothing you're actually asking.
Thunder,
He's asserting himself into all kind of things
You're
now.
trying to be combative.
Now you're saying I'm being combative. You just answering that man. He asked you a specific question, and you so smart that you don't even know that you ain't even answering his question.
I'm telling him, hey, 93, you have a Udemy account. If you want to take those steps, yes, take the course. But just because you have that does not mean, hey, I'm qualified to go and get a job being a Windows whatever. That's
what I
not
wanted
how
to
it
hear.
works. That's a lie, is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you is the process. So while you're going through the process and getting those skills, you might still want to be making some money somehow. So you're not eating out of a garbage can, waiting for somebody to give you that job.
That's what I wanted to hear. You know why? Because I went several times and got several things. Like I had got certifications to go be an EKG technician. This was back
You
like
should
10
go
years
and be
ago.
a radiology tech is a good way in. It serves EKG because you know what's coming with that. It's an easier path, and you know what you get with that. Even though you're young, you get health insurance, and you know what you also get with that. You are now in the health field, which is one of the great fields to get into if you want to do tech. So you accomplish two things by being a radiologist and a radiology tech. And then you realize all the AI that is now involved in radiology technology that you will have exposure to help add to your resume. Just by you going to that local, because I know they got it all around Chicago. You could probably go to the JC and get the radiology tech joint in less than 6 months or whatever. I know. Don't make me look it up for you because I know.
I got something. So
Right.
I'll just say this. I heed both of y'all advice. I'm gonna go ahead and learn
He
something.
has no vice. He has vitriol and hate against me. 93.
This nigga here don't know.
I'm just saying, me
to be
going
a
to learn
teacher and not know how to answer a question is retarded to me.
93.
But that's-
Did you understand clear steps of how to get from here?
You
and
did
when
not
you log
answer his
on to you
question
to
at
me,
all.
He
93
completely.
93. Can you answer? Can you re-ask your initial question?
I'll make it brief, and since you did answer, then and just make yours brief. I was just saying.
93. Hold on, before you go, that avatar is very uncomfortable, brother. I need you to understand that.
Yeah, it's meant
That's
to be.
scary.
It's meant to scare the hell out of people. Like this dude, this is really a real picture of this guy. I can't
Okay,
believe
it's
this is a real
uncomfortable,
picture.
brother.
I'm gonna change it after I ask this question. So just to restate it, look, I got a Udemy. I was thinking of going either
Yo, hold on,
Windows Server.
seriously. Fix your phone. No, I'm not even joking around. Is there a problem with your phone? Are you on a headphone?
Y'all can't hear me?
No, we can
Oh,
hear
yeah,
you.
it's
It's
horrible.
just very, very, very bad. It's like you're calling from 1983.
Damn. Or 93. Hold on. Let me
No,
let
not
me go on
93.
mute.
Definitely 83.
Hold on. I'm about to take this off there.
Are you in Vietnam? Are you okay? Thunder, stop being so mean. I'm telling you, it's
Man,
Sunday.
don't even. I can't believe. I'm shocked that you went all around the mulberry bush.
Thunder, you're the only person who doesn't understand what I said. The whole chat.
His actual question.
If anybody in the chat think I didn't give steps to 93, I don't know. Put a 1 in the chat. If you feel I did, put a 2.
Told that man
Yes,
to go in
be
the
a plumber.
cloud,
Facts.
to be a plumber, and
With a
everything.
straight
He
face, I said.
said specifically about cybersecurity. He bought up Windows Server. He bought up a couple other things.
No, he didn't. He brought up one other thing because he said 3. You're lying.
No, it was 2. He bought up 3 initial, then he added Windows Server.
No, he didn't. He started with Windows Server because that's the first thing he said. You weren't listening. It is. He said Windows Server Specialist was the first thing he said.
And you bought up plumbing.
Yes.
You bought up cloud.
Yes.
These are things you did. I don't know why you did.
Plumber. I wish I was a plumber.
You
crazy?
did.
I never did plumbation in my life.
It's trash.
I wish
It's
I had a
trash,
plumbing
93.
license right now.
I'm gonna have to hop back on or something.
Shit, I wish I was a nurse and a plumber right now. That's why I'm telling people. Yes, I wish I was. Recession proof, 150 both if you hustle, right? Nurse and plumber. I'm going to Google, is there anybody who's a nurse and plumber? I guarantee you they sitting pretty right now. I don't know what you wokes is talking about.
Get your side gig.
I agree with
Yo, listen, I got to get out of here, family.
You all right? All right.
I didn't hear Truth's Joint voice one time till just now. So thank you, ancestors, for providing that for me. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Truth? How you been though?
I'm all right, man. I'm just,
You be fake working out like me, or you working out for real?
No, I'm working out, man. I'm like, Rob Warren trying to get me right. But seriously, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come up here. But I did not appreciate being attacked by your co-host and Rob Warren for over an hour. I don't that I'm here to just share with the people from my heart. And to be attacked like this on a repeated basis by Thunder and Allen on a day-to-day basis is uncomfortable. But I thank you for having me nonetheless, Garfield.
That's unfortunate, man.
All right, Garfield. 93, where you want?
Oh, damn. I just want to
Where you want?
Still
I gotta get 93. I gotta get out of here because I gotta get out of here.
All right, we'll talk later. Thanks, you guys.
All right, later, man.
All right, y'all. Peace, Thunder.
Peace.
Peace, guys.
Peace.